Chapter 1. The contract is over. Gu Ming, you can go away now. On the gilded sofa, covered with a layer of expensive sable fur, lay an icy beauty. She has long black hair that falls naturally on her tall chest like a waterfall. On her jade white neck is a heart-warmingly beautiful face, and when she is silent, she is like an iceberg. Her cold and beautiful temperament forms a sharp contrast with her plump and seductive hot body. Gu Ming withdrew his gaze. He could only look at such a perfect body but not touch it. Over time, he became numb to it. Although, he is her nominal husband. But they were just contractually married. Commonly known as fake couple. Not only did the woman not let him enter the room, she also made him sleep on the floor in the living room. In order to avoid being discovered, she ordered him not to go to bed before midnight. She is Lang Bingqing, the president of Lang Group. Now. Lang Bingqing looked at the phone screen, and a slight smile appeared on her cold face as she said, "Cheihao, you're back?" A man's magnetic voice came from the phone. "Yes, Bingqing, can I go to your villa?" Lang Bingqing was afraid that he would not come, so she quickly agreed, "Okay, just come over, I'll wait for you." Gu Ming was silent. In 6 years, he had never felt any warmth from this woman, but today she smiled at another man. What a ridiculous thing this is. Although he knew that he was her husband in name only, they were together only to pay off a debt. 6 years ago, Gu Ming's parents passed away, leaving behind a lot of debts that all fell on him. He was very desperate. At this time, Lang Bingqing appeared and acquired his family's company and assumed the debts, but there was a condition, which was that he had to enter into a marriage contract with her. Gu Ming had just graduated at that time, and he could not pay off his parents' debts in his lifetime with his salary, so he had no choice but to compromise. Afterwards, Gu Ming moved to Lang Bingqing's villa and began to pay off his parents' debts. He served as her maid at home, her driver outside, and her secretary in the company. He was always there for her whenever she needed him. Gu Ming was treated as a tool, and he was always the one to do the hard and tiring work. He was even trained to be another person's shadow to satisfy Lang Bingqing's twisted needs. Now, he was bending over and wiping the table. A grown man, he was as humble as an old maid. After wiping, he walked over, changed a clean cloth, squatted in front of the sofa, and wiped the female president's shoes. Lang Bingqing glanced at him and ignored him, continuing the video chat. On the other side of the video, Cheihao asked, "Who is it?" Lang Bingqing said disdainfully, "He is a dog I raised, barely considered a human being." Cheihao asked, "Woman or man?" Lang Bingqing was afraid of being misunderstood, so she quickly said, "He's a man, a servant, don't misunderstand me." In fact, in her eyes, Gu Ming was not a man at all. Cheihao was very sensitive and said, "Let him go away. Having me is enough for you." Good. Lang Bingqing happily agreed and explained, "At the beginning, I found this person because he looked like you and I wanted to reject the marriage proposal from the Qin family in the imperial capital and prevent them from swallowing up my company. I have always kept myself as pure as jade and he has never touched me." Cheihao smiled and said, "Bingqing, you are so beautiful, can he resist?" Lang Bingqing said coldly, "If he dares to touch me, I will break his legs." Cheihao said, "Let him go, I will be at your villa soon." Lang Bingqing said without hesitation, "Get lost today, and we will have no contact anymore." As she spoke, she glanced down at Gu Ming who was squatting and wiping his shoes. Their video is over. Gu Ming was criticized by her in various ways, but he did not explode. He has endured it for 6 years. God knows how he spent the past 6 years. Lang Bingqing once dragged him outside to run in the rain, asked him to swim in a half-frozen river, and even pushed him out when it was thundering and told him not to come back. He had experienced things that others could hardly imagine, and anyone else would have exploded long ago. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a cold snort, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Lang Bingqing said condescendingly, "You also heard what I said just now. We will end the contract today, because my male god is back, and you, the substitute, should get out." Gu Ming felt slightly relaxed. Finally free. In 6 years, Lang Bingqing has already tied himself and her life tightly together. After I leave, there will definitely be a backlash. Gu Ming didn't care about that. He just wanted to leave. He said calmly, "Divorce is fine, but we have to settle all debts. I don't owe you anything anymore." As a debtor, Gu Ming knew that he was a tool the day he moved in. So, he had no complaints. He came here to pay off his parents' debts, not to enjoy life. He is very aware of this. Lang Bingqing said in the tone of a female CEO, "You don't owe me anything. This is what I, Lung Bingqing, said. Gu Ming was worried and demanded, words are not enough. We need to sign an agreement. Lung Bingqing looked at his face, feeling disgusted, and snorted coldly, I'm ready. I don't want to be entangled by you. It's better not to see you again. She lowered her beautiful legs and put on her shoes deftly. She took a look at the shoe surfaces, which were polished shiny by Gu Ming. Then, she quickly turned around and went back to her room to get the agreement. She had a plump figure and her twisting body was beautiful, but Gu Ming's eyes were somewhat numb. She is like a ball of beautiful shit. Although beautiful in appearance, she is hard to eat. After a while, Lung Bingqing took the agreement, threw it in his face, and said indifferently, sign it. Gu Ming threw the rag in his hand to the ground, signed the agreement smoothly, and said, is this okay? After signing, the corners of his mouth raised. It's finally over. Lung Bingqing was slightly surprised, you don't want a breakup fee? His decisiveness made her feel a little uncomfortable. After all, she raised him for 6 years, and he has no feelings for this family? Gu Ming put his hands in his pockets, showing a hint of unrestrainedness. I said, we are even, I don't want you to give me any money anymore. If there is nothing else, I'm leaving. Lung Bingqing thought of her beloved cat and raised her hand to order, wait, find Jinlan and feed her once. Okay, it just so happens that I have some feelings for Jinlan as well. After Gu Ming finished speaking, he walked out of the hall. Lung Bingqing stared at his back, pondering his words. He has feelings for a cat but not for her? Jinlan is a cat raised by Lung Bingqing. It is very expensive and worth tens of thousands. In fact, it was not her who raised him, but Gu Ming who had been taking care of him. So, Gu Ming knows best about this cat. Gu Ming whistled at the bushes in the villa, and a blue figure slipped out upon hearing the sound. Meow. Jinlan is chubby and weighs more than 10 pounds. Its entire body is covered with dark blue fur, which is very clean. When it saw Gu Ming, it came over and rubbed Gu Ming's legs affectionately. Gu Ming patted its head and said, Jinlan, I'm leaving soon. Today is the last time I'm going to feed you. You have to protect yourself after I leave. This cat was secretly trained by him. It looks chubby, but it is actually very powerful in fighting. If a stranger touches it, there is a high chance of being bitten. Meow. Jinlan looked up at Gu Ming, seeming a little reluctant. Gu Ming carried it back, mixed cat food for it, and watched it eat happily. After eating, it snuggled in Gu Ming's arms. One person and one cat, like a pair of good friends. This warmth was broken by the sound of footsteps. It was Che Hao who came. He looked gentle and wore a pair of glasses. He was not only a rich young man, but also a top student. He came in from outside with a cell phone and called out, Bing Chung. Lung Bingqing ran out of the house upon hearing the sound, and said in delight, Che Hao, you are finally back. She dressed up carefully and became more beautiful than usual, just to welcome her white moonlight. Well, Bingqing, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. You are the most beautiful woman in Pingcheng. Okay. Bingqing, I miss you. Do you miss me? Think. The two people looked at each other lovingly for a few seconds, then hugged each other tightly, like a couple. Gu Ming was not jealous, only calm. Meow. Jinlan's cry disturbed the atmosphere of their reunion. Che Hao looked over and got angry when he saw Gu Ming clearly, because this man's hairstyle, clothes, nails, etc. imitated him everywhere, which made him unhappy and said, Bingqing, haven't you told him to get out yet? I'll tell him to get out right away. Lung Bingqing promised that she didn't want to see Che Hao's fun, and immediately waved her hand at Gu Ming mercilessly and said, you can go now, but you are not allowed to take anything with you. Everything here is mine, including your watch. As for the clothes you are wearing, I can reluctantly give them to you. Snap. Gu Ming quickly took off his watch and threw it on the ground, then stood up, straightened his back, his tall body was as tough as steel, and the whole person became free and easy and natural, saying, okay, I'm leaving, I wish President Lang and young Master Che a long and happy life together. Meow. Jinlan cried out, feeling quite reluctant to leave. At this moment, Gu Ming turned around resolutely, walked out of the villa quickly, and left without looking back. Jinlan shouted several times to the outside. Lung Bingqing felt like laughing. After raising the child for 6 years, just one sentence? Does this look like you want to leave? She felt that Gu Ming would come back. During these 6 years, she had thrown him out time and time again. No matter it was windy or rainy, cold or hot, he would always come back. There is an abandoned kennel in the backyard of her villa. At worst, she can renovate it and let him live there. It should be no problem. Chapter 2. I'm really leaving this time. Why are you asking me to go back? Dad, Mom, I have paid off your debt. I lived for you before, but from now on I will only live for myself. Gu Ming finally left Long Bingqing's villa. It was like walking out of a cage. He felt much more relaxed, with a long-lost smile on his face. He walked out. As for what happened between Lang Bingqing and Che Hao, he didn't care at all. With his vision, he could naturally see at a glance that Che Hao's intentions were not pure. Does this man really love Lang Bingqing, so much so that he hasn't come back for 6 years? The only reason was that something forced Che Hao to come back. What does Lang Bingqing have? Beauty? Money? Shaking his head, Gu Ming stopped thinking about it and turned to think about his own affairs. Where to go? Rent a place to stay temporarily? Now that his debts have been paid off, he wants to sever ties with Lang Bingqing. In addition to divorce, he also wants to resign from the company. At the moment, it's time to change this outfit. He wants to become himself again. He has been playing the shadow of someone else for too long and has lost himself. After he got out, the first thing he did was to find himself again. Gu Ming dialed a friend's number. A teasing voice came from the phone. Gu Ming, did you secretly call me while President Lang wasn't paying attention? Gu Ming smiled and said, Mr. Chen, no, Lang Bingqing and I are divorced. The man on the other end of the phone was named Shen Shiyu, and he said, so you can laugh, too. That is. Gu Ming smiled because he had put down a burden and started a new life. He said, my beloved Bai Yueguang is back. I was kicked out of the villa and now I am penniless. I want to borrow some money from you. Shen Shiyu was puzzled and asked, you are so capable. You have worked as a secretary, a salesperson, and a temporary manager in the company. Why doesn't she pay you a penny? Gu Ming said frankly, even if she gave it to me, I wouldn't want it. Yes, that suits your character. Shen Shiyu praised, I admire your character. You have great potential and can be a manager in my company. Gu Ming politely refused, no, I don't want to work for the time being, let's wait for a while. Shen Shiyu didn't say much, and said generously, I will transfer 100,000 to you first, and you can pay it back whenever you want. If you really can't pay it back, you can work for me. Go ahead, you're plotting against me again. Ha, you are a very talented person, very rare. I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ming waited for a few minutes and received the money from Chen Shiyu. This friend was quite kind. Chen Shiyu is one of his few good friends over the years. We met while winter swimming. Upon learning about the special relationship between Gu Ming and Lang Bingqing, Chen Shiyu admired him very much. From then on, they became friends, contacting each other from time to time and getting together for a drink or something. The two people have had some interactions in their careers and are in a competitive relationship. When Gu Ming was a salesperson, he snatched some orders from Chen Shiyu's company. This did not make the latter angry, but made him admire him even more. Therefore, Chen Shiyu often wanted to poach people. However, Gu Ming was a principled man and did not agree. Gu Ming thought about it and realized that the Chen family was quite powerful in Pingcheng. If he joined the Chen family's company, it would also be a blow to the Lang group. But he has no such plans at the moment and just wants to have a good rest for a while. After getting the money, Gu Ming went straight to get a haircut. He changed his hairstyle to a flowing one, which no longer looked that gentlemanly. In the mirror, his handsome face made the hairdresser blush and said, handsome guy, can you add my reputation? Gu Ming refused, no, you are beautiful, but you are not my type. The girl was a little unwilling and asked, what type do you like? Gu Ming thought of a person, a rich and beautiful lady from a wealthy family named Qin Mengyao. He met Qin Mengyao when he was caught in the rain. She was very kind and handed him an umbrella from the car. It's a pity that the umbrella was later broken by Lang Bingqing and there was no way to return it to her. If the first meeting was a coincidence, then the second meeting is fate. The second time. When Gu Ming went to buy cat food, he met Qin Mengyao in the store. Qin Mengyao recognized him at once and asked him to return the umbrella. Of course Gu Ming couldn't pay it back. They all like pets. Gu Ming has a lot of experience in raising pets and can give Qin Mengyao guidance and advice. After a few interactions, they became familiar with each other. Gu Ming was honest with her and told her that he was a married man and was engaged. Qin Mengyao's enthusiasm for him has not diminished, and she has joked many times that she will wait for him. Gu Ming didn't know whether it was true or not. In short, I have known Qin Mengyao for 3 years, and she has always been single. Could it be that Gu Ming is her white moonlight? Gu Ming did not ask about this aspect. After all, before this, Gu Ming still had to pay off his parents' debts and had no time to think about these things. After leaving the barber shop, Gu Ming prepared to go eat. Qin Mengyao sent a message, Gu Ming, my orange cat has been meowing these past 2 days. I have tried many methods, but nothing worked. Gu Ming replied, maybe she is in heat. Qin Mengyao was surprised, you replied so quickly this time. Gu Ming, because I'm divorced and I'll be alone from now on. When Qin Mengyao saw the message, she smiled and quickly typed, that's great, congratulations. She blushed, just as she thought. She just wanted to say that Gu Ming was single at the right time. It was like a gift from God to her. Yesterday, she had a very strange dream. She and Gu Ming got married. Today, Gu Ming got divorced. She felt that her dream was really true. Miss Qin held her cell phone in her hands, feeling extremely excited. Gu Ming, thank you. Qin Mengyao replied immediately, I should be the one to thank you. I'll treat you to a meal and I'll come to see you now. She couldn't wait to meet Gu Ming and have dinner with him. Gu Ming, okay, come on. Not long after, the two met. Qin Mengyao was wearing a white dress today. Her skin was fair and rosy, and she had a delicate oval face, with the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Unlike Lang Bingqing's coldness, she is warm, cheerful, gentle, and charming. When they met, Qin Mengyao smiled slightly and said, Gu Ming, long time no see. Gu Ming nodded and looked at her face carefully. He was attracted by her beauty and couldn't help but admire it. Qin Mengyao rolled her eyes at him and said softly, I came to have dinner with you, why are you daydreaming? Gu Ming came back to his senses and said, I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if there's any difference between you and before. Oh. Qin Mengyao walked closer to him, looked at him repeatedly with her clear eyes, and said, Gu Ming, you have changed. You are no longer the same as before. Your hairstyle and clothes are different. Gu Ming said facing the sun, I used to be someone else's shadow, but now I am myself. Qin Mengyao felt that he was particularly handsome at this moment and said, I still like you now. The you before always seemed a little depressing. Gu Ming smiled and said, Miss Qin, you still understand me. Qin Mengyao felt warm in her heart, and said with a smile on her face, let's go eat. Good. The two walked side by side. Qin Mengyao discovered that Gu Ming's temperament and eyes were very different from the past. He was more confident and exuded an indescribable charm. They arrived at the place, ordered their food, sat down, and started eating in a short while. Villa. Lang Bingqing was hungry and felt a little weak all over. Sheihao held her hand and said in a very distressed tone, Bingqing, do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Lang Bingqing smiled and said expectantly, okay. Sheihao wanted to show off his skills. They met again after a long time, and he might have some sex tonight. But when he made dinner, Lang Bingqing only ate 2 bites and couldn't eat anymore. Usually, Gu Ming is responsible for her diet. Only Gu Ming knows what her taste is. Today, the taste was changed, which made her feel uncomfortable and she had no appetite at all. Sheihao tasted it himself and said, Bingqing, why don't you eat it? Is it because I didn't cook it well enough? For the sake of love, he practiced cooking skills for several years. He is very good at cooking both Chinese and Western food, and others always say it is delicious after tasting it. That's why he asked this. Sheihao, it's not your problem, don't blame yourself. Lang Bingqing spoke in a gentle voice and smiled at him. After all, he was the man she loved. She said, I have to call him back. I have a habit that if I don't eat well, I can't work well. Sheihao understood and said, is that so? Then ask him to come back. Lang Bingqing couldn't lose face. With his words, she had a way out. She called Gu Ming, restrained her smile, and said coldly, Gu Ming, come back immediately and cook for me. She was used to it and took it for granted. Gu Ming received the call and said with a smile, Boss Lang, you seem to have made a mistake. We are divorced. Lang Bingqing said without a doubt, we haven't completed the divorce procedures yet, you are still mine now, I order you to come back. Gu Ming said calmly, then let's go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. I don't think you can't leave me. Who can't live without whom? His unintentional words irritated the female president. Lung Bingqing was always strong and said, "You asked for this. See you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Good. After Gu Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lung Bingqing smiled contemptuously. Every time she threw him out like a dog in the past, he always came back in disgrace. What was the point of doing these things now? Chapter 3, the formalities are completed, and we are strangers from now on. After hanging up the phone, Lung Bingqing's mouth curled up slightly. It was simply a dream for Gu Ming to get any benefits from her. She can't live without Gu Ming? Joke. She wanted to see how long Gu Ming could hold on. Che Hao asked in a concerned tone, "Bingqing, are you okay?" Lung Bingqing quickly regained her aloofness, her stunningly beautiful face remained calm, like a queen in control of the situation, looking down on all living beings and saying, "It's okay, a dog wanting to ride on its master is wishful thinking." The tone of her voice made Che Hao feel a chill in his face. But then I realized that it wasn't him that was being talked about, and I felt better. Che Hao gave her a hug and comforted her, "It's okay. If he doesn't come back, we can think of other ways." Lung Bingqing was somewhat happy and said, "Well, thank you, Che Hao." Che Hao held her beautiful cheek and said seriously, "How about I help you?" "No need, I've already thought of a way." Lung Bingqing smiled and quickly dialed a number. "Aunt Jiang, you were responsible for my diet before, and you will still be responsible for it in the future. Come to my villa immediately, and I will give you 3 times your previous salary." On the other side, Aunt Jiang was delighted and did not forget to ask, "Where is Gu Ming?" Snort. "I told him to get out." Lung Bingqing answered briefly. Aunt Jiang was happy and said, "Okay, I'll go over there right away." Hang up the phone. Lung Bingqing still maintained her attitude as a superior and she would not let Gu Ming show off. She can leave Gu Ming, but can Gu Ming leave her? She wanted Gu Ming to kneel down and beg for mercy before she would forgive him. This time, should we let Gu Ming get caught in the rain, or let him do something else? Thinking of this, Lung Bingqing's expression became even colder, and that kind of cold temperament made people feel scared. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Che Hao wanted to see another beauty and said, "Bingqing, I want to go back and reunite with my family later." Lung Bingqing held his hand and said gently, "Che Hao, I understand. Gu Ming and I will go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. Can you accompany me?" Che Hao smiled and said very gently, "Okay, when you are done with him, we can be together." He pretended to be very hard-working, looking at Lung Bingqing, but thinking of another woman in his heart. In fact, he had already flown away and was not here. Immediately, Che Hao left without any reluctance. Lung Bingqing was the only one left in the villa. She enjoyed this atmosphere very much and didn't want Gu Ming to come back so soon. After the divorce, her and Che Hao's wonderful life is about to begin. She was very happy and called her mother, saying, "Mom, Che Hao is back. Gu Ming and I are divorced. I am going to marry Che Hao in the future." Her mother sighed and said, "Daughter, are you as lovesick as I am?" Lung Bingqing said, "No." Her mother was worried and said, "Call your parents if you have any problems. Don't handle it alone." "Okay, Mom." Lung Bingqing agreed on the surface, but actually had his own thoughts. Speaking of which, Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao should not be too happy while having dinner. Qin Mengyao asked, "Are you going to go through the divorce procedures tomorrow?" Gu Ming said, "Yes." Qin Mengyao held her chin with both hands and smiled, "That I congratulate you on your successful divorce." Gu Ming responded, "Thank you, Miss Qin." Qin Mengyao asked, "Do you want to come and see my fat orange? It misses you so much." "No." Gu Ming wanted to laugh. This was because she wanted him to go to her house, and she would find any excuse. He said calmly, "Let's do it another day. I want to have a good rest today." Qin Mengyao pouted and said, "Okay, then I won't embarrass you. Handsome Gu, just think about your life and what you want to do in the future. Don't be led by others by the nose, and don't get caught in the rain again." "Yes." Gu Ming looked at her and felt that she became more and more beautiful. After dinner, Qin Mengyao insisted, "I'll pay the bill. You're leaving the house with nothing and don't have much money. When you become a big boss, you can pay me back." "Big boss? Does she want me to start a business?" Gu Ming knew he couldn't win her over, so he said, "Okay, you get married then." Aha! Qin Mengyao went to pay the bill happily. Gu Ming knew that she was a rich girl, a typical white, rich and beautiful girl, and her pocket money was enough to buy a house, so she didn't care about this at all. However, he is not a gigolo, so please go back. Although he received salary for these 6 years, Gu Ming's salary card was controlled by Lang Bingqing, and he basically had no right to take the money directly. Lang Bingqing is his nominal wife, so it is legitimate for her to use his salary card. Fortunately, this wife will no longer be hers soon. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Ming and Qin Mangyao went shopping for a while and then parted ways. The next day, Gu Ming arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. Lang Bingqing has also arrived. Che Hao got off the car first, took her hand very gentlemanly and invited her to get off. Lang Bingqing looked like a queen, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a black haute couture dress that outlined the fatal curve of her chest and revealed a pair of long white legs, which was very eye-catching. She stepped out of the car with one long step, her red high heels touching the ground, the gems inlaid on them so dazzling. Snap! She got out of the car and gave Che Hao a charming smile, very satisfied with the man's behavior. She likes this sense of ritual. Immediately, she looked at Gu Ming with a pair of eyes. She was a little surprised to see his changed appearance, and said coldly, Gu Ming, why are you in such a hurry to change your outfit? How much do you dislike the style I created for you? Gu Ming glanced at the man behind her and said, I don't want to be someone else's shadow. Lang Bingqing raised the corner of his mouth and said, you can get money, it's okay if you put yourself in a difficult position. This is your only way to survive. Only? Gu Ming felt that was in the past. Now he had many ways to survive. He said, I'm just changing myself. Why are you in such a hurry? Snort. Lang Bingqing didn't answer, but took off his glasses gracefully. Che Hao answered for her and said, boy, if you don't have any ability, don't be too arrogant. Bingqing gave you a chance, you should cherish it. If you miss it, you will regret it. Lang Bingqing cast a look at Che Hao, these words touched her heart deeply. Gu Ming walked straight up the stairs and said, stop talking nonsense and go in to handle the divorce procedures. Lang Bingqing said coldly, don't try to provoke me, the only one who will get hurt is you. He. Gu Ming walked in front without looking back at her. Lang Bingqing said softly, Che Hao, I'm going in. Che Hao reluctantly let go of her hand, I'll wait for you. Two people walked into the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, one in front and one behind. The divorce process was so smooth that they completed it directly without any hesitation. After completing the divorce procedures, Gu Ming was completely free. His steps were very steady as he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lang Bingqing walked behind, her steps were also very steady, as if to drown out the sound of Gu Ming's footsteps. Seeing Gu Ming walking faster and faster, she couldn't help but ask, are you leaving just like that? What else? Gu Ming changed his address and said, Ms. Lang, what else do you want to do? Lang Bingqing took out a bank card from her bag and said, I don't want your things, so I'm giving them back to you now to save you from gossiping about them outside. Gu Ming took the bank card and waited twice. Didn't he want it? Why don't you continue to be stubborn? Lang Bingqing felt a little relieved when she saw this. She knew men well, and they often said one thing and meant another. She guessed that Gu Ming would ask how much money was in the money and ask her to add more money. She was just waiting for Gu Ming to come and beg her. However, the next moment, with a click, Gu Ming broke the card with force and threw it on the ground without even looking at it. He said, Boss Lang, this is the card you opened for me. I don't want it anymore. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets, turned around and left in a casual manner. He wanted to cut off everything related to Lang Bingqing and completely disconnect from this female president. Lang Bingqing froze for a second and said to Gu Ming's back, it's useless to be brave, you will come back to beg me soon. After she finished speaking, she touched her ears habitually. When she touched the pair of golden earrings, she suddenly remembered something. She took them off quickly and threw them on the ground with disdain. Che Hao rushed over to help pick it up and said, how did such a nice pair of earrings fall to the ground? Lang Bingqing held his hand, shook her head and said, no, those are the earrings I bought on my wedding day. Now that we're divorced, they'll become trash. I'll buy you whatever earrings you want in the future. Che Hao spoke. As long as you buy it, it will be 100 times better than this. Lang Bingqing smiled and stared at the direction where Gu Ming left. Did he really think that he couldn't bear to let him go? After separation, Gu Ming smiled. They have already divorced, and the next step is the company's affairs. Chapter 4 I formally inform you that you are fired. Che Hao put his arm around Lang Bingqing's shoulders and suggested, Bingqing, shall we go celebrate? Lang Bingqing happily agreed, okay. Cheha was so proactive that he went to Lang Bingqing's villa as soon as he returned to Pingcheng. It was not because he liked her, but because he had other purposes. The reason he returned to Pingcheng was because the Che family was facing a capital chain crisis and there was a huge gap that needed to be filled. He wanted to ask Lang Bingqing for help, but he couldn't ask directly, he needed to take her down first. As long as he captures Lang Bingqing, he can resolve the crisis of the Che family. But he has no feelings for Lang Bingqing. 6 years is enough to change a lot of things. He is Lang Bingqing's white moonlight, and he himself also has a white moonlight, which is why he went abroad 6 years ago. For the sake of money, he became more proactive than before and was no longer the high-spirited man he was 6 years ago. Lang Bingqing has not yet realized Chehao's change and thinks it is a romantic love. They went to celebrate together. After completing the divorce procedures, Gu Ming came to a courtyard. The courtyard was very ordinary. It was not in a bustling area, but in a village in the city. There lived an old man here, whom he met when he was caught in the rain. The old man fainted in the rain, and he sent him to the hospital. That's how they became acquainted. The old man's name was Gu Changling. The old man has no children and likes to play chess. When Gu Ming is free, he will come to play chess with the old man. In the past 6 years, he has entered and exited the courtyard hundreds of times, and he even has the key to the courtyard. Now, Gu Ming took out the key, opened the door of the courtyard and walked in. The flowers and plants in the yard looked very familiar. Some of them were planted by him himself. Now he looked at them and smiled. Inside the room, the old man's voice sounded somewhat surprised. Is Gu Ming here? Gu Ming replied, Mr. Gu, it's me. Gu Changling came out with a cane, looked at him, and thought of the huge family he once had, and the burden on his shoulders, which might fall on the young man in front of him. He smiled and said, You haven't been here for a long time. You have changed a lot and become more energetic. The old man could tell his difference at a glance, which showed that he was familiar with him. Gu Ming didn't have time to appreciate the flowers and plants, and hurried forward to support him and said, Mr. Gu, be careful, don't fall. Ha ha. It's okay. Gu Changling didn't care at all, he smiled and said, I'm in good health, since you are here, then come and play chess with me. Gu Ming helped the old man into the house and said, Okay, playing chess is no problem. They got inside. Gu Changling had already set up the chessboard, but no one wanted to play against him. Now, Gu Ming came and he also found his opponent. Two people sat down, facing each other. Gu Changling was happy and said, To begin with, you can't let me go today. Gu Ming said, Mr. Gu, I won't let you. The two people started playing chess with laughter. Of course, Gu Ming's chess skills are more advanced, but he always likes to let others win. Therefore, he often let Mr. Gu win. He doesn't have too much obsession with winning or losing. As expected, Mr. Gu won this game again. Gu Changling was very satisfied with Gu Ming's modesty. If he were a few decades younger, they might become close friends. He smiled and said, You're giving in to me again. Gu Ming forced an explanation, No, this is your own ability, Mr. Gu. Your chess skills have improved recently. Gu Changling laughed heartily and invited, Come again. Gu Ming waved his hand, No, Mr. Gu, you can't be too excited. I will help you clean up. Thank you then. Gu Changling felt a little disappointed, knowing that he was in a hurry to leave. Then, Gu Ming cleans for Gu Changling. He has been without a grandfather since he was a child. His grandfather was gone when he was born. The appearance of Gu Changling filled the gap in this aspect. In a way, it made him feel like he had a grandfather. Cleaning is complete. Gu Ming prepared to leave. Gu Changling was a little reluctant and asked, Gu Ming, when will you come next time? Gu Ming said, I'm free recently. Gu Changling was slightly delighted and said, Okay, you can come to see me anytime. You are welcome here. Goodbye. Goodbye. Gu Ming waved his hand. He was going to resign, but he had not yet completely severed ties with Lang Bingqing. The company was also a part of it. Gu Changling looked at his back and said with a firm gaze, I don't have much time left. There is no use keeping those things. I will give them to Gu Ming. Gu Ming went directly to Lang Group. Unlike before, he was quite emotional today. Along the way, many people greeted him, not knowing that he and Lang Bingqing were divorced. Secretary Gu. Manager Gu. Manager Gu. Sales. Manager Gu. Their name awakened his memory. In 6 years, Gu Ming has done a lot for the Lang Group and held many positions. However, he knew he was paying off a debt, so he did things halfway and with some reservations. No matter what position Lang Bingqing gave him, he would deliberately mess up some things and finally return to her and continue to be her secretary. After working in sales for 3 months, he came back. After working as a manager for a month, he came back. Gu Ming didn't want Lang Bingqing to see through him completely. He was leaving a way out for himself. Everything he did was based on his own considerations. After all, he couldn't stay with Lang Bingqing forever, and he knew this well. After joining the company, he went directly to the Human Resources Department. The head of the HR department said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. You have to ask General Manager Lang for permission. I will approve it for you only if she agrees to release the person." Good. Gu Ming knew that he couldn't get around Lang Bingqing, so he called her and said, "Boss Lang, hello, I want to resign and quit." Lang Bingqing was drinking with Che Hao intimately when he suddenly received a call. He was a little disappointed and said to the phone domineeringly, "I, Lang Bingqing, am not someone who can't let go. I have thousands of people under me. I don't want to waste time on you. I formally inform you that you are fired. Hurry up and leave. Don't let me see you again." The head of the HR department said, "Can you give me the phone? I want to talk to the president." Can. Gu Ming agreed and handed the phone over. The head of the HR department advised, "President, don't joke. Secretary Gu is very important to the company. Do you really want to fire him?" Lang Bingqing said ruthlessly, "Yes, you deal with it immediately. If you don't deal with him, I will fire you." The head of the HR department asked again, "Such an important matter, do you want to hold a meeting to discuss it?" Lang Bingqing said forcefully, "No, I fire my secretary without anyone's consent. Goodbye." At this point, the head of HR had no choice but to return the phone to Gu Ming. Gu Ming said, "Can you process my resignation procedures?" Can. The head of the HR department sighed. He was a talent and was very important to the company. He said, "Since CEO Lang has fired you, I won't keep you. I will help you complete the resignation procedures immediately. From now on, you will no longer be a member of the Lang Group." People around looked over and asked, "Gu Ming was fired. Is this true? Is the company not going to open anymore?" The other side. Lang Bingqing knew that she couldn't hesitate. If she hesitated, she would lose. She is more decisive, more ruthless, and more straightforward than Gu Ming. Therefore, when Gu Ming proposed to resign, she agreed without hesitation. Che Hao smiled and said, "Bingqing, how capable is that boy in your company?" Lang Bingqing thought of Gu Ming's ability and said contemptuously, "He is only half-baked and can't do anything." She had given Gu Ming many chances, but this guy couldn't seize them. In her eyes, Gu Ming was just like that. It can be said that there is no difference whether the company has Gu Ming or not. Lang Bingqing felt that bringing Gu Ming into the company was an unnecessary decision. While Che Hao was pouring her some wine, he said, "I see. Bingqing, if you need anyone, I can introduce you to some. They are all very capable people and will definitely not let you down." At this moment, he received a message on his mobile phone and he quickly looked down. Lang Bingqing raised his glass and invited, "Stop looking at your phone. Come on, let's continue drinking." Good. Che Hao smiled and put away his phone, then slid one hand from her shoulder to her waist. It looks like his plan will succeed today. He needed a large sum of money to deal with Lang Bingqing, so he treated it as a business transaction. Then they drank happily. When Che Hao was about to hug Lang Bingqing's waist, her phone rang, leaving him with nothing to hug. Lang Bingqing leaned aside, answered the phone, and said, "Aunt Jiang, what's the matter?" Aunt Jiang said in a panic, "Boss Lang, it's bad. Jinlan is on a hunger strike. No matter what I feed her, she won't eat." Lang Bingqing was very calm and said, "Don't panic, I'll rush back." Chapter 5, Jinlan bites someone, the female president questions Gu Ming. Jinlan went on a hunger strike, forcing Lang Bingqing to return to the villa. It was obvious that the cat food that Gu Ming prepared for it had been eaten up. Got off the car. Che Hao said confidently, "It's just a cat. Let me take care of it. I have been in contact with other pets abroad and have some experience." He was happy and felt this was an opportunity. As long as you perform well, you will be able to take down this icy president in one fell swoop. He wanted to thank Gu Ming for giving him the opportunity. Lang Bingqing held his hand and said affectionately, Chehao, let me see how you perform. If you let Jinlan have a meal, I can meet one of your conditions. Chehao was full of expectations, he wanted both the person and the money. They returned to the villa. Aunt Jiang stood in front of Jinlan, looking helpless. Seeing them coming back, Aunt Jiang said hurriedly, You're back just in time. Jinlan is in this state now. I don't dare to get close to it. Lang Bingqing and Chehao came in together. Now she let go of Chehao's hand and asked, What's wrong? Aunt Jiang looked at Jinlan and said, It just wanted to bite me. Bite? No way? Lang Bingqing didn't have that feeling and said, I don't know how many times I've held it, but I've never seen it bite me. Aunt Jiang didn't understand and said, Maybe it's more familiar to you. Chehao wanted to show off, so he volunteered, I'm not afraid of it, let me feed it. Lang Bingqing nodded, Chehao, then you come, I really don't know how to feed her, I have never fed Jinlan before, it has always been Gu Ming who was in charge. She felt humiliated. Why was she asked to feed the cat as she was a CEO? So, when Gu Ming was around, it was always Gu Ming who fed him. Then, Chehao started to work. He was really good at mixing cat food. As he prepared the cat food, he said, It's very simple. After you watch it, you will know how to do it. The next moment, he smiled and put the cat food in front of Jinlan, expecting the cat to eat it. But Jinlan, however, had no interest at all and was not at all fond of the cat food he prepared. The smile on Chehao's face disappeared, and he asked doubtfully, Does he need to hold him? I saw that boy holding him. He remembered the way Gu Ming fed Jinlan and became more energetic. Lang Bingqing said, Jinlan, stop being so angry and eat your meal. She loved this pet cat very much, and Gu Ming's status was even lower than that of the cat. Jinlan can enter her room at will, but Gu Ming cannot. Even when she went to bed at night, she asked Jinlan to accompany her. Therefore, she often told Gu Ming, if Jinlan loses even a hair, he must bear the consequences. Chehao imitated Gu Ming, picked up Jinlan, and coaxed it to eat cat food with a smile, saying, Eat quickly. Next second, Jinlan pounced directly at Chehao and started biting him. Ah! Chehao couldn't dodge at all and let out a scream as he was bitten. Finish biting. Jinlan ran out. Aunt Jiang was scared, it really bit people, just like I said. Lang Bingqing was anxious and rushed forward and said, Chehao. Her beloved man was bitten, which broke her heart. She hugged Chehao and said, Aunt Jiang, bring some tissues and stop the bleeding for Chehao. Aunt Jiang agreed, Okay, I'll be there right away. Soon, the tissues arrived. Lang Bingqing was very worried, as if she was injured, and asked, Chehao, are you okay? Chehao covered his nose. The part that was bitten was his nose, which directly disfigured his face. This sudden change made Chehao look ugly. He no longer had the confidence he had before and he regretted approaching this pet cat. He was shaking with pain and said angrily, This cat hates me. It may have been trained by someone. Do you suspect Gu Ming? A layer of frost appeared on Lang Bingqing's face. The man she loved was hurt, which made her unable to calm down. The love she had for him turned into anger. Chehao took a tissue to wipe the blood and said, Who else could it be except him? Did Gu Ming really train Jinlan to bite people? Lang Bingqing felt that Chehao's words made some sense. Gu Ming fed Jinlan every day, which must have led Jinlan astray. She was furious and kissed Chehao, and promised, Chehao, don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Chehao was happy in his heart. This time, he turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He was kissed by the president. He pretended to be calm and said, Bingqing, I believe you. Lang Bingqing was burning with anger and picked up her phone to call Gu Ming. Lang Group. The news of Gu Ming being fired spread. Gu Ming came to the familiar office again, smiled, packed up his things, and prepared to leave. Normally, when he comes to the company, he always has a lot of things to do, but today he is relaxed. When I came out, I saw a group of people gathered outside. Secretary Gu, please don't leave. Secretary Gu, the company can't do without you. Yeah, what will happen to the company if you leave? Maybe the president is angry and will figure it out soon. I just called to persuade the president. Secretary Gu, please don't leave yet. Give the president some time. Gu Ming looked around at his former colleagues, smiled and said, Thank you, but I really have to leave. Everyone was reluctant to leave. Can the company really function well without him? The whole company is in a panic now. The president's firing of Gu Ming was like cutting off one of his own arms. Gu Ming knew that Leng Bingqing was very conceited. In the past 6 years, she had fired many key members and driven away those capable people. Her father saw that the company was running smoothly and did not interfere. But no one knows how big a role Gu Ming played in it. The more people she fired, the more things Gu Ming had to do, and he unknowingly supported half of the Leng group. At this time, Gu Ming's phone rang. He walked out and said, "Boss Lang, is there anything else?" Leng Bingqing asked loudly, "Jinlan is on a hunger strike, and Che Hao was bitten when he fed it. Did you teach it to bite people?" Gu Ming snorted coldly and said, "Boss Lang, there is no evidence, so don't slander me." Leng Bingqing became even angrier when she saw his tone, and ordered coldly, "Gu Ming, I give you 1 hour to return to the villa for investigation, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Gu Ming smiled, "Sorry, I can't do that. I don't have time." Leng Bingqing looked at the injured Che Hao and said angrily, "Gu Ming, you touched Che Hao, which angered me. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you don't come back." Gu Ming thought she was self-righteous, but he said, "Boss Lang, I know you are very fierce. Don't look for me if you don't have anything. Goodbye." After saying that, Gu Ming hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. He dared to hang up on me? Leng Bingqing hadn't finished her words yet, and she knew that Gu Ming's actions were irritating her, so she immediately called him and said, "Gu Ming, I'll give you one more chance, come back quickly." This time, Gu Ming didn't say anything and hung up immediately. Then, Gu Ming blocked her phone number to prevent the president from calling her constantly. Leng Bingqing called again and found that the number had been blocked. He actually dared to block me? Leng Bingqing was so angry that she was about to explode. She felt provoked. Was Gu Ming going to play big with her this time? Snap. She was so angry that she couldn't vent it, so she threw her phone to the ground and broke it into pieces. Gu Ming. Leng Bingqing's eyes were dangerous and his whole body exuded a chilling chill. Aunt Jian looked at her and staggered back in fear. Now. Leng Bingqing's chest rose and fell violently, his eyes spitting fire as he said, "Gu Ming, you were simply courting death." She still believed that Gu Ming would come back. After all, where could a person go when he was alone and penniless? Gu Ming has lived here for 6 years, and she is very angry about the situation. Then, she hugged Che Hao with great distress and said, "Che Hao, give me your phone so I can notify your family?" Che Hao held the phone and smiled, "It's just a small matter, no need." He couldn't let Leng Bingqing look at his cell phone, as there were many secrets in it. It would be bad if she knew that I have a white moonlight. Leng Bingqing had no doubts and said, "Then I'll send you to the hospital first, and we'll talk about other things later. I said I'd give you a satisfactory result, and I'll definitely do it." Che Hao only felt the soft fragrance in his arms and said, "Okay, I believe Bingqing, you will not let that boy go." When Gu Ming knew that Jin Lan bit Che Hao, he felt no sympathy but only gloating and shared the matter with Qin Mengyao. "Qin Mengyao, you are so mean. Why did you train Jin Lan to bite people?" "Gu Ming, this is to prevent strangers from stealing cats." "Qin Mengyao, this is a very sufficient reason." I suddenly feel a little supportive. Gu Ming said, "How about I help you train your fat orange when I'm free?" Qin Mengyao agreed, yes, fat orange's fighting power is too weak, I hope it can become a strong cat." "Gu Ming, I haven't trained yet, I don't know if fatty orange will bite me." Qin Mengyao, "Don't worry, fatty orange 1T bite you." Gu Ming felt that this rich girl was quite cute and it was a pleasure to get along with such a beauty. Unlike Leng Bingqing, that woman, who is cold all day long, like a piece of ice that has been frozen for thousands of years, and has no femininity at all. Gu Ming felt a lot of warmth and joy from Qin Mengyao. After leaving Leng Group, Gu Ming turned his head and looked at the building behind him. Where will he go in the future? Change jobs for a different company? Give up? Or start a business? At present, he has not thought about it yet. With his abilities, he will be popular wherever he goes and can do anything. He left without any reluctance, and strode away, gradually moving away from the Leng Group. He knew that he would never come back again. Many people in the Leng Group were worried about his departure. Without Gu Ming, how long can the company last? Chapter 6, Rescuing Jinlan. Leng Bingqing was furious. Leng Bingqing was very angry and immediately asked someone to find an iron cage to lock Jinlan up. She held a stick and hit Jinlan's body, saying viciously, "I told you to bite. I told you to bite. Keep biting, do you know who you are biting?" Jinlan was beaten by her until she bled and even some of her fur fell off. The man she loved was hurt, and the cold and arrogant president became furious and extremely vicious. Aunt Jian was so scared watching from the side that she didn't dare to try to persuade them. Then Lung Bingqing sneered, "In this case, I wonder if you, Gu Ming, will come back?" She took a photo and sent it to Gu Ming's WeChat. Gu Ming was furious. She actually treated a cat so cruelly just to force him to go back? She is indeed a cool female CEO. For the sake of the man she loves, she is willing to beat up even her beloved cat. Gu Ming overestimated Long Bingqing's bottom line. She was much worse than he thought. She was not aloof, but cold-blooded. Lung Bingqing threatened in a voice message, "Gu Ming, you have also seen what happened to Jinlan. It's all because of you. If you don't come back, I will take further action. Jinlan's fate is in your hands. You decide for yourself." To be honest, Gu Ming has raised Jinlan for such a long time that he has feelings for it. It is the only warmth he feels in the villa. So, he went back. Gu Ming returned to the villa at night. The villa was brightly lit. Lang Bingqing was waiting for him. Seeing him come back, she sneered, "You're finally willing to come back? A dog is a dog. No matter how far it runs, it will come back in the end." When Gu Ming saw Jinlan locked in a cage, he felt a sense of sympathy and said angrily, "Give Jinlan to me, I'll take it away." "You don't want it, but I do." Snort. Lung Bingqing walked up to him, looked at him and said, "You are dreaming. Jinlan is mine. It is my pet in life and it will die in the villa." Gu Ming ignored the woman, walked to the cage, and said distressfully, "Jinlan, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you." Meow. Jinlan called out to him, with a little more brilliance in her eyes. Gu Ming squatted down and comforted her, "Jinlan, it will be fine." Lung Bingqing crossed her arms and said angrily, "When you asked Jinlan to hurt Che Hao, did you ever think about this outcome?" Gu Ming reached into the cage and stroked Jinlan, saying, "I didn't expect you would embarrass a cat." Lung Bingqing seemed to have found his weak spot, and said with a smile, "If you want me to let Jinlan go, you can go back to the villa, listen to my orders, kneel down to apologize to Che Hao, and ask for his forgiveness. Gu Ming, you can't escape from my grasp. I told you to come back, and you came back obediently. Now, you have no other choice but to submit to me again. You can only blame yourself for being too soft-hearted to empathize with a cat." Her voice was so cold, like the whisper of a devil. Gu Ming felt sad and angry, and asked, "Lung Bingqing, are you still human?" Lung Bingqing said in a cold voice, "Whether I am a human or not is not your place to judge. From the moment I found you 6 years ago, I never treated you as a human being. I still treat you as a pet now." Her beloved was hurt, so she wanted to retaliate doubly. This was just the beginning. Gu Ming looked at Jinlan with gentle eyes and said, "Jinlan, you and I are both locked up in the villa. It doesn't matter if we are humans or pets." After saying that, he held Jinlan's paw, touched Jinlan's head, and interacted with her. Lung Bingqing said coldly, "Don't struggle anymore, come with me to the hospital and kneel down to apologize to Che Hao." In fact, Gu Ming refused and said, "Sorry, I can't do that. It's up to you to decide how to deal with Jinlan." "Really? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill Jinlan?" She shouted threats. Gu Ming turned around and walked away silently, as if he didn't hear her words. Lung Bingqing was so angry that she was shaking. She thought he would give in. The next step is to let Gu Ming go to the hospital and kneel down to apologize to Che Hao. That's her idea. After all, Che Hao is her white moonlight. Gu Ming and Jinlan together are not 1% as important as Che Hao. This man and this cat are just a diversion for her when she is bored, but Che Hao is the person she wants to be with for the rest of her life. But she was wrong. Gu Ming just left without caring about Jinlan's life or death? "Gu Ming, I'll give you another chance, come back." Lung Bingqing opened the cage, took Jinlan out and prepared to kill him. Gu Ming turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "Kill it, I see if you dare." Tomorrow's news may be the incident of Lang's president torturing a cat. Lung Bingqing narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you threatening me?" "It's not up to me to decide. It's up to you," Gu Ming said as he continued walking outside. Lung Bingqing stared at his back, hesitated, and fell into deep thought. She did not deal with Jinlan immediately. After all, she had feelings for this cat. Aunt Jian watched all this from afar and didn't understand why Gu Ming came back. Is it worth it for a cat? When Gu Ming reached the door, he whistled. Jinlan seemed to have heard some kind of signal. It lay on all fours, then suddenly rushed out of the villa and disappeared into the darkness in just a few seconds. It was hard to imagine that it was so fat and could run so fast. Jinlan ran away? Leng Bingqing reacted, his eyes gradually became dangerous, and he asked, Gu Ming, what did you do? Gu Ming spread his hands nonchalantly and said with a smile, what does it have to do with me? Your cat ran away, go find it yourself? I understand. You touched Jinlan and whistled just now to give her a signal to escape. You know me too well. You knew I would let Jinlan out, so you planned everything out. Leng Bingqing woke up as if from a dream, and gritted his teeth and said, it runs so fast, and you still say you haven't trained it? Gu Ming pretended to be confused and said, I don't know what you are talking about. In fact, what she said was almost the same as the truth. Now that the cat has run away, what can she threaten herself with? Gu Ming smiled. In a rage, Leng Bingqing picked up a high-heeled shoe and threw it hard at Gu Ming's face. Unexpectedly. This time, it is completely different from the past 6 years. Gu Ming didn't indulge her anymore. He just dodged to the side and dodged easily. He watched the high heels fall into the darkness with a thud. Then he smiled and said, Leng Bingqing, you are still as violent as ever. You don't act like a woman. Asshole. She is so beautiful, I wonder how many men's dream goddess she is. Gu Ming actually questioned whether she was a woman? Leng Bingqing lost the composure that a CEO should have, and shouted angrily, you let my cat run away, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Gu Ming was not afraid at all, okay, call the police, I'll wait. After saying that, he turned around and slowly walked out of the villa. Later. Leng Bingqing screamed, Gu Ming, come back here. Gu Ming never looked back and truly left. After he left, Leng Bingqing lost her temper and threw things around, even her favorite teacup. Gu Ming, if you don't come back, you will regret it. I'm going to get someone to arrest you and accuse you of stealing my cat. I'm going to make you beg me. Having thought of a solution, Leng Bingqing's eyes were filled with coldness, and he felt that this time Gu Ming was seeking death. Late in the evening. Gu Ming found Qin Mengyao holding a cat. Wow, what a cute cat, fatter than Fatty Orange. Qin Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she liked the cat in Gu Ming's hand very much. Then she felt distressed and said angrily, how did this cat get hurt? Who beat it? Gu Ming said, it is Jinlan, and it was beaten by a woman. I hope you, Miss Qin, can take it in for the time being. Qin Mengyao was worried, I have good intentions and want to take it in, but what if its owner comes looking for us? Gu Ming looked at Jinlan and said, don't worry, I already have a solution. This is not its original appearance. I need to change it. Change it? Qin Mengyao didn't quite understand. Afterwards, Gu Ming used practical actions to tell Qin Mengyao what Jinlan was like. Gu Ming took out a potion and gave Jinlan a hot bath. The color of its fur changed from dark blue to gray. It was very different from before. Qin Mengyao opened her mouth wide and asked, is this what it originally looked like? Yes. Gu Ming nodded. Jinlan's fur was dark blue when she was little, and then it gradually turned gray. But I didn't want others to know, so I used paint to camouflage her, making her look like a dark-colored big cat. I also gave her a whisker and made some changes just for this day. Qin Mengyao was very impressed and gave him a thumbs up. You can actually think of such a long-term thing, so amazing. Gu Ming touched Jinlan and said, there is no problem now. Even if the original owner comes, he won't recognize it because I am Jinlan's real owner. I trained it to obey that woman. Now I have stopped these orders, and Jinlan no longer recognizes her. Chapter 7 Leng Bingqing's headache came back. Gu Ming found Qin Mengyao and asked her to help take in Jinlan. He said to the young lady, now, I will let Jinlan recognize you as its master and teach you how to mix cat food. It will stay with you for the time being. Qin Mengyao patted her chest and said, no problem, I'll take care of it. In that case, Gu Ming didn't hesitate and started to teach her how to mix cat food. They had communicated a lot before, and Qin Mengyao was a pet lover, so she understood it at first sight and didn't need a second instruction at all. When Jinlan rubbed her legs intimately, Qin Mengyao smiled brightly, success. Gu Ming praised, Miss Qin, you are amazing. Qin Mengyao hugged Jinlan, her heart blossoming, and said with a smile, thank you for the compliment, I like it so much. Then, Qin Mengyao asked Pingju to come out and meet Jinlan. Both cats were fat and were sniffing each other with a certain wariness. Meow. Fat Orange looked at Jinlan, got a little scared, and retreated back to his owner, his fur standing on end. Shin Mengyao squatted down, touched Fatty Orange, and said softly, Fat Orange, Jinlan will be your partner from now on, no fighting, do you hear me? Fat Orange gradually relaxed and stopped getting angry. Gu Ming also gave Jinlan instructions, asking it to live in harmony with Fat Orange. In this way, it's finally done. At this point, Gu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, Miss Jin, I'll leave Jinlan to you. Please give it a new name to avoid being exposed. Okay. Shin Mengyao agreed happily. Her clear eyes turned around and she said, it has the same fur color as my previous one. I'll call it Fat Gray. Gu Ming touched Jinlan and said, did you hear that? From now on, you are Fat Gray. Meow. Jinlan had a new name and called it out, seeming somewhat happy. Gu Ming said, I'm leaving. These words made the air quiet for a few seconds. After. Shin Mengyao smiled and nodded, yeah, you have to be careful and pay attention to safety. Goodbye, Miss Chin. Gu Ming walked out. Shin Mengyao escorted him out and asked playfully, handsome Gu, I'm taking a big risk to help you take care of Jinlan. Do you have any reward? Remuneration? Gu Ming really hadn't thought it through, so he said, let us talk about it later. I'm totally broke right now. Shin Mengyao chuckled and waved at him, okay, I won't embarrass you. I just said it casually. How do you explain Jinlan's injury? I think the smart and beautiful Miss Chin will find a way. Goodbye. Goodbye. Gu Ming formally said goodbye to this fair, wealthy and beautiful woman and returned to his residence. The place where he lives now is not far from Gu Changling's yard because he has to take care of the elderly. Lang Bingqing called the police. In order to find Jinlan, she went to great lengths and asked the police to find Gu Ming. Several police officers came to the door. A tall policeman said, Sir, Ms. Lang Bingqing called the police and said that you stole her cat. Please cooperate with the investigation. Gu Ming said calmly, if you have evidence, arrest me. Search. The police came in and searched his house. But after searching the whole house, no clues were found. Lang Bingqing received a call from the police and rushed to Gu Ming's residence, asking, did you find it? The policeman said, sorry, Ms. Lang Bingqing, we couldn't find it. Lang Bingqing faced Gu Ming and mocked him, you live in this kind of shabby apartment? What happened to the apartment? Gu Ming said calmly, I live in an apartment and spend my own money. I am proud of it. Lang Bingqing stared at him, the toilet in my villa is 100 times better than this, you should know that. Gu Ming said, no matter how good the toilet in your villa is, it still stinks. This place smells good. Lang Bingqing snorted coldly and said with a smile, you are such a waste that you have fallen into such a state. Gu Ming said, you have no evidence, you can get out now, this is my rental house. Lang Bingqing never expected that one day she would be kicked out. In the past, when she was in the villa, she always acted domineeringly. As long as she said a word, Gu Ming would obey like a dog. Now, the dog she raised also learned to bite people. Thinking of this, Lang Bingqing's face turned cold and he said, Gu Ming, don't be too proud too soon. I will have someone check the surveillance and let me find evidence, so that you will be punished. The man she loved was bitten by a cat. Her cat was kidnapped by her dog. This is all hatred. So, in addition to dissatisfaction, she also felt hatred towards Gu Ming. Before leaving, Lang Bingqing stared at the apartment in front of him and said, Gu Ming, I will buy this place tomorrow. You will have no place to stay and you will have to come back to beg me. Gu Ming smiled and said, is it that serious? He. Lang Bingqing walked away with her waist twisted. Her body was beautiful and her face was beautiful, but she failed to arouse Gu Ming's interest. This aloof CEO is simply a piece of ice that has been frozen for thousands of years. How can she survive without my care? Lang Bingqing left. The police also left. Night. Everyone went to sleep. But Lang Bingqing couldn't sleep. She slammed open the bedroom door, covered her head and shouted, Gu Ming, give me the medicine. But Gu Ming is no longer here, and she is used to calling him. She had a headache disease and was often woken up by the pain at night. Every time, Gu Ming prepared medicine for her. Now, Lang Bingqing was in great pain. She hurriedly turned on the lights in the hall and looked at the floor, but Gu Ming was no longer there. Originally, Gu Ming should have slept on the floor there. And tonight it was empty. As a president, she was wearing pajamas with a half-open neckline, revealing her mature, charming, and hot body. This was a very erotic scene. But no one appreciated it tonight. Her hair was messy and she couldn't find her medicine. Aunt Jian was awakened, opened the door and came out, and found her slumped on the sofa. She hurried over and asked, "Boss Lang, what's wrong with you?" Lang Bingqing looked pale and said weakly, "Help me find some painkillers." Good. Aunt Jian was also unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where the painkillers were, so she could only look for them randomly. Gu Ming got up to go to the bathroom and said with a smile on his face, "At this time, Lang Bingqing will probably have a headache." Although he left the villa and left the cold president, he still remembered many things. He knew that Lang Bingqing needed someone to take care of her. Lang Bingqing never does those trivial things herself, so she is actually a giant at work and a giant baby in life. Lang Bingqing took a long time to take the medicine. She was still shivering and sweating profusely. She was in a very bad state. She used her newly bought card to call Gu Ming and said viciously, "Gu Ming, are you satisfied? Is this the result you want?" Gu Ming had just fallen asleep when she woke him up again. He said impatiently, "I can tell you're in pain, but Mr. Lang, please don't call me again. I'll change my number. Don't hang up the phone, I order you to listen to me." Lang Bingqing said through gritted teeth. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Ming hung up the phone with a smile on her face. She was indeed troubled by headaches. Asshole. Lang Bingqing was so furious that he was shaking all over. The bastard hung up on her. She was still in pain and couldn't help but say, "Aunt Jiang, one more pill." Aunt Jiang said regretfully, "Boss Lang, the medicine is gone." What? Lang Bingqing clenched her fists. It must have been Gu Ming who did it. She felt that she was teased by Gu Ming, who deliberately left one pill for her, and most of the other pills were thrown away by Gu Ming. She was so angry that she called Gu Ming again. However, Gu Ming had already removed the card to prevent being disturbed. Lang Bingqing was so angry that he was raging like thunder, and he said, "Gu Ming, even if you come back, I won't let you come back." As she spoke, she gripped the edge of the sofa tightly with one hand, her nails digging deep into the leather. The physical pain and mental torture made her very tormented, and she hated Gu Ming very much. Chapter 8, Winning Over Gu Ming, But You Are Not Qin Mengyao. Morning. Gu Ming came to Gu Changling's yard, carrying a bag. Gu Changling woke up early and asked, "Gu Ming, are you in trouble?" Gu Ming said frankly, "Mr. Gu, yes, I want to live with you for a while, is that okay?" Gu Changling was happy, "Sure, no problem." He doesn't have much time left and really wants some company. And it was at this time that Gu Ming arrived. Gu Ming came in, put down his bag, and said, "Mr. Gu, have you had breakfast?" Gu Changling said, "Not yet, I'm waiting for the breakfast seller to pass by." Gu Ming offered, "I'll make you breakfast, no need to buy it." Good. Gu Changling nodded. He was looking forward to having the chance to eat the breakfast made by Gu Ming today. He knew that Gu Ming was a young man who was very caring. Gu Ming can be said to have found a blessing in disguise. After staying with Lang Bingqing for 6 years, he learned almost all life skills. He is especially good at cooking. For breakfast he cooked meat porridge and pancakes. After finishing, they ate happily. Gu Changling took a bite of the pancake and gave a satisfactory evaluation. "You made it really delicious, sweet, soft and tender, melts in the mouth, more authentic than the one sold outside. I like this taste." Gu Ming was also eating a pancake and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gu. If you like it, eat more." Ha 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 ha. The other side. Lang Bingqing looked at the breakfast on the table and said, "Why isn't there the egg sandwich I like?" She subconsciously wanted to eat egg cards. Because every time, Gu Ming would make egg cards for her. Aunt Jian was embarrassed and said, "Boss Lang, I'm very sorry, I don't know how to make egg cards." Lang Bingqing sat down and started eating reluctantly. She was upset. She didn't sleep well last night. She got angry when she thought of Gu Ming. While eating, she ordered, "Aunt Jiang, please wash my clothes for me. I have a pile of clothes that are not washed. They are all in my room." Good. Aunt Jiang went to her room and was shocked. The room of a female president was actually very messy and no one cleaned it up. Lang Bingqing didn't know how to clean up at all. In the past, Gu Ming would help her clean up after she went out. Now, without Gu Ming, she felt a little uncomfortable. Lang Bingqing was eating when she received a call from Che Hao and asked, "Che Hao, what's wrong?" Che Hao asked, "Has that Gu Ming been arrested?" Lang Bingqing just remembered and apologized. "Che Hao, I'm sorry, I'll go see you later. There is no evidence for Gu Ming's matter yet, so." Che Haoran was still in the hospital and said, "Bingqing, I was injured because of you." "I know what you mean." Lang Bingqing got angry again and clenched his fists and said, "Che Hao, give me some time, and I will give you a satisfactory result." "Good." Che Hao agreed. He really hated Gu Ming, who was bitten by a cat and now had a disfigured face. After hanging up the phone, Lang Bingqing was extremely angry. But finally, there is good news. The police informed her that the surveillance footage had revealed a clue and asked her to come over. Lang Bingqing smiled. "Gu Ming, you can't run away. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. You are still too young to fight me." She made preparations for both situations. While going to the police station, he asked someone to buy the apartment where Gu Ming lived. However, when she went to the police station and watched the surveillance footage, she fell silent. The surveillance camera only captured Jinlan sneaking into a residential area, and there were no other clues. A policeman asked, "These are the clues we have at the moment. Do you still want to investigate?" Lang Bingqing felt that he was getting closer to the truth, and said, "Keep investigating. That cat also bit a friend of mine. Please help me, comrade." "Okay, we will continue to investigate this case and notify you as soon as we have any clues," police said. Lang Bingqing provided a bunch of photos of Jinlan and said, "These are photos of Jinlan's daily life. I hope they will be helpful to you." Then, she left. Next stop, she is going to visit Che Hao in the hospital. Lang Bingqing arrived at the hospital, walked into the ward and said, "Che Hao, I'm here." Che Hao had a bandage on his face and asked, "What's wrong?" Lang Bingqing hugged him and said, "We are almost there. We have found Jinlan's whereabouts and will soon discover the truth." Che Hao was a little disappointed, but he couldn't stop his plan, so he took the opportunity to say, "Bingqing, I'm working on a project and I need some money, but I'm injured now and can't ask my friends for it." "How much?" Lang Bingqing tensed up and started to worry about him. Che Hao said slowly, 900 million. 900 million? Lang Bingqing felt that this was a little beyond her expectations, but Che Hao was her beloved man, her white moonlight. Seeing this, Che Hao said, "I'd better ask someone else for it. It seems that Bingqing, you are also in trouble." "No." Lang Bingqing said quickly, "It's only 900 million. It's not like I can't come up with it. Give me some time, and I can still come up with it." "Thanks." Che Hao was delighted. It looked like he was going to succeed. He wanted to thank Gu Ming. On the surface, he held Lang Bingqing's hand and said, "Having you in my life is enough. I don't feel any pain at all." Lang Bingqing felt warm. Love blinded her eyes, leaving her with only sweetness and no other feelings. She said, "I'll go to the company first and try to find a way to raise money for you." "Well, I'll wait for you." Che Hao touched her face and felt very happy. It was originally difficult to succeed because he was bitten by a cat, which was considered a self-torture tactic. As long as he can resolve the family crisis, he can do what he likes. Because she liked him and because they met again after a long separation, Lang Bingqing was completely defenseless against him. Gu Ming left the courtyard and changed his phone number. The first person he called was Chen Shiyu. Chen Shiyu asked, "Gu Ming, did you change your phone number?" Gu Ming said, "Yeah, I don't want to be disturbed." "I understand. Your ex was too fierce." Chen Shiyu joked and immediately invited, "Come out for a drink." "Can." Gu Ming agreed. Soon, they met in a tea house. After Gu Ming came in, he met a colleague. "Guan Meiji?" Gu Ming was a little surprised and asked, "Chen Shiyu, your girlfriend?" "Almost." Chen Shiyu smiled. At this time, Guan Meiji knocked him on the head. "No." Chen Shiyu quickly covered his aching head and corrected, "Actually, she is my sister. She got lost when she was a child and was only found recently." Gu Ming looked at Guan Meiji. She was one of the few top beauties in the Lang group. She had short hair and liked to wear a pair of big earrings. She had a high nose and fiery red lips. Her figure was perfect. Her breasts were very plump and her waist was very thin, forming an S-shaped curve. "This is a queen. She is in charge of finance in Lang group." Gu Ming couldn't help but say, Shen Shiyu, your sister is an undercover agent. Shen Shiyu smiled and said, it's just a coincidence. Gu Ming asked, what is your purpose in looking for me? Guo Meiji looked at Gu Ming and said, others may not know, but I know that you are very capable and a business genius. 2 years ago, you came to the finance department and resolved 3 crises of the Lang Group. For the first time, the gap of 50 million was filled. The second time, we filled the gap of 30 million. The third time, we filled the gap of 200 million. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the pillar of the Lang Group. Gu Ming leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin and said, I'm not afraid of my enemies, I'm most afraid of the people around me. When he was in Lang Group, he worked in the finance department for a year, which was also the position he held the longest. Of course, he did a lot of things during this year. More often than not, Gu Ming followed Lang Bingqing to various occasions. He responded flexibly and helped Lang Bingqing countless times in those occasions. She had always been used to him and was accustomed to Gu Ming's help, so she didn't remember his kindness at all. However, bystanders see more clearly, and those who are interested can discover Gu Ming's talents, such as Guo Meiji in front of him. Ha ha! Shen Shiyu said, my sister came here to help me poach people. Guo Meiji approached Gu Ming and said, I just received news that Lang Bingqing is planning to embezzle a sum of money, about 900 million. Can you assess how big the risk is? 900 million? Gu Ming frowned. He didn't know much about the Lang Group. Although he had left, he knew a lot of things. After thinking for a while, he said, if she really took away 900 million, the Lang Group would face a huge crisis. What does she want to do? Guo Meiji asked in his ear, what do you think she wants to do? Gu Ming is no fool, and he quickly found the answer, it's probably related to Che Hao. He suddenly returned to China, and the first thing he did when he came back was to find Lang Bingqing. Guo Meiji leaned closer to him and teased, our boss Lang is so pitiful. She's about to be cheated of her money and sex. Aren't you going to come back and help her? Snort. Now that Gu Ming is divorced from Lang Bingqing, he naturally won't interfere. Let her suffer a little. If she doesn't fall, she won't know the pain. Chapter 9 Lang's group left Gu Ming and went bankrupt. Guo Meiji is so enthusiastic, I wonder what her intention is. Gu Ming gently pushed her away and said, don't get so close. Guo Meiji smiled and said, we are acquaintances. Don't be so polite, really. Acquaintance? Who is her acquaintance? Before this, Gu Ming and Guo Meiji were not very familiar with each other. After all, he is Lang Bingqing's personal secretary and her husband. So, when he was in the company, he kept his distance from other women. If any woman wants to have a relationship with Gu Ming, she will be punished. Lang Bingqing fired several girls because they chatted too much and were too intimate with Gu Ming. This female president is very sensitive. Gu Ming said, aren't you afraid of being fired? Guo Meiji smiled and said, just fire me. I'm planning to return to the Chen family's company anyway. Gu Ming looked at the siblings and asked, so, you guys are targeting me? Chen Shiyu said, about the same, mainly because my sister wants a man. As soon as he said this, Guo Meiji twisted his ear and said, what nonsense are you talking about? It's you who want it, not me. Sister, be gentle, my ears are going to break. Shen Shiyu immediately changed his words, well, we want to win over you, Gu Ming, and make you our manager. Not only do we not have to pay back the 100,000 yuan we borrowed from you, we'll also give you a contract with an annual salary of 1 million yuan. Do you want to come? No. Gu Ming understood what was going on. They all wanted to win him over, so he asked Shen Shiyu to invite him out for tea. Seeing that her brother failed to persuade the other party, Guo Meiji smiled and said, Lang Bingqing doesn't want you, but I do. You will get many benefits if you come to our Chen family's company. It will definitely be much better than being in the Lang Group. A salary of 100 or 1 million is not the limit, it is just the most basic condition. There are other things. For example, if you like me, it is not a problem for us to be together. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? When she finished speaking, she pursed her red lips and gave Gu Ming a wink. Her expression and movements were extremely charming. Is this a honey trap? Gu Ming looked at this royal sister. This was a straight shot, without any detours. In his heart, there is a figure that cannot be erased. Therefore, he could not have any thoughts about Guo Meiji. Guo Meiji looked seductively and said, you can think so. Gu Ming waved his hand and said, I can't go, because you are using me as a bargaining chip to return to the family company, and I don't like this. Sister, let go and let me do it. Chen Shiyu said. Guo Meiji was discouraged. With her beauty, she couldn't make Gu Ming fall in love? She had no choice but to let go, wanting to see what this brother could achieve. Just see. Chen Shiyu said seriously, Gu Ming, we are good friends. You and my sister are together. We will be a family in the future. This is better than anything else. Guo Meiji did not disturb her brother. She crossed her arms and looked at Gu Ming quietly. Gu Ming felt that things were not that good. There was no free lunch in the world. If he went to Chen's company now, he would have to do a lot of things in exchange for the corresponding treatment. If it were Qin Mangyao, he might have agreed. Therefore, Gu Ming clearly refused. Forget it, I want to rest for a while now. Guo Meiji saw his determination and said with a smile, okay, we won't force you. When you have made up your mind, you can come to us. You are welcome at any time. Chen Shiyu didn't understand why his sister suddenly changed her mind. Today, the brother and sister tried to take down Gu Ming, but ended up returning empty-handed. Although the deal was not concluded, it did not stop them from continuing to drink tea. Line Group. Lang Bingqing found that things were a mess and asked the secretary, Xiaodang, can't you do it? Secretary Xiaodang stood there, shrinking his neck and said, President, I haven't done much. Secretary Gu was in charge before. Gu Ming. Lang Bingqing's mouth twitched, and he said, without him, will our company fail? Why did you mention him? Don't mention this person again in the future. Secretary Xiaodang trembled and quickly apologized, President, I was wrong. I won't mention it again. Snort. Lang Bingqing patted her shoulder and said, I'll give you an hour. You must handle it. An hour? Secretary Xiaodang is a young girl and she is under a lot of pressure now. How can she handle so many things in just 1 hour? Lang Bingqing didn't care about the worry on her face and she gave Gu Ming half an hour. If Gu Ming can handle it within half an hour, why can't Xiaodang take twice as long? After Gu Ming left, he left behind a lot of things. Secretary Deng felt very uncomfortable and was pulling her hair. Then, some people say that the company's backend has collapsed. Lang Bingqing rushed to the scene, slammed the table, and said coldly, Is there no one who can handle it? The person in charge of the backend said tremblingly, Boss Lang, that part of the code was written by Gu Ming. You always asked him to handle it before, but now no one can handle it quickly. As the man spoke, his voice became much softer. Lang Bingqing stared at him, asked him to lower his head, then looked around at everyone and said, Gu Ming has been in the backstage department for less than half a year. Are you good for nothings? How can you be worse than him? No one dared to say anything, after all, she was telling the truth. They really can't compare to Gu Ming. Many of them admired Gu Ming's strength. Not only the back-end department, but people in other departments also admire him. Privately, many departments are spreading the stories of Gu Ming. During his 6 years in the Lang Group, he has gained a lot of experience, and any one of his abilities is enough to make others envious. Lang Bingqing wanted to punish Gu Ming by occasionally demoting him to temporary positions in various departments, but she didn't expect that he would be so successful. This was just like when she threw Gu Ming outside on a rainy day. Her original intention was to punish him, but unexpectedly it brought benefits to Gu Ming. At that time, Lang Bingqing just thought that Gu Ming was an indestructible cockroach, so she punished him even more ruthlessly to fill the emptiness left by Yue Guang's absence. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lang Bingqing shouted, Speak? How long will it take to solve the problem? I still have to go to a meeting and don't have time to wait with you. The head of the backstage department gritted his teeth and suggested, Boss Lang, why don't you call Secretary Gu back? He will solve the problem the fastest. Snort. Call him back? Lang Bingqing poked the man and said coldly, Impossible. I don't want him to come back. If you can't solve it, then all of you should work overtime until it is solved. After saying that, she walked away in her high heels, and that cold voice seemed to still echo in everyone's ears. They feel it is too difficult and they have no idea what to do. In the back office, a girl whispered, Manager, check Gu Ming's computer. I think you'll find something. Yes, which computer is Gu Ming using? Find it out now. Manager, that computer seems to be in the president's office. Go get it back. Lang Bingqing had just returned to the office when someone came from the backstage. The girl whispered, Boss, can I borrow your computer? Lang Bingqing stared at her, cold and pressing, What are you doing? The girl was very reserved and said carefully, "Boss, there is a code left by Gu Ming inside that can solve the background problem." Lang Bingqing felt nervous because she needed to use this computer for a meeting. Now that the computer had been taken away, what would she say during the meeting? Usually Gu Ming helps her with it, but now it's a mess. But there were problems backstage that needed to be resolved, and she was furious. "Take it." "Thanks." The girl from the back-end department took the computer and felt very lucky. Lang Bingqing couldn't lose face and said to Secretary Xiaodang, "Don't do it yet, find the USB drive. I need the information for the meeting. Help me find where the USB drive is." "USB drive?" Xiaodang knew that the president was the one who made the decision, so he agreed, "Okay." Then Lang Bingqing sat there with her legs crossed. She had to wait for Xiaodang to find the USB drive before she could go to the meeting. Over in the conference room, a group of people had been waiting and were getting annoyed. They were whispering. After Secretary Gu left, the company was in chaos. It seems that the president really can't do without Secretary Gu. She used to leave too many things to Secretary Gu, and she was very relaxed. Now that Secretary Gu is gone, the drawbacks are coming out. I wonder when the president will ask Secretary Gu to come back. I heard they are divorced, and I guess they won't be able to come back. Secretary Deng finally found the USB drive, but when she opened it, it was empty. Lang Bingqing put her legs down, and her high heels kicked the ground with a thud. Her face was covered with frost, and she said, "Gu Ming, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Before leaving, you didn't forget to delete the files in the USB drive? Do you want to embarrass me? I can still hold the meeting without your speech and materials." In fact, it wasn't deleted, but Gu Ming hadn't done it yet. Secretary Xiaodang poured her a cup of tea and said, "President, please have some tea." Lang Bingqing took it and took a sip. Puff. The next moment, she gushed it all out and said angrily, "What's the temperature?" She was used to the tea that Gu Ming adjusted the temperature of, and she felt uncomfortable suddenly drinking Secretary Deng's tea. Secretary Xiaodang immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know. You're so clumsy and useless." Chapter 10 Secretary privately contacts Gu Ming, Lang Bingqing breaks down. Day. In the conference room, the hurried sound of high heels rang in everyone's ears. Everyone stopped talking and turned their eyes to the door. A woman appeared in front of my eyes. She was wearing a black business suit, her long black hair was tied up, and her face was beautiful yet cold. She had a great figure, her curves swayed as she walked, her breasts bouncing, she was extremely seductive. But people didn't dare to look at her too much because of her identity. She is Lang Bingqing, the president of Lang Group. Lang Bingqing walked in, swept his cold eyes over everyone, and went straight to the main seat in the conference room. Then he said, "Everyone, today's meeting officially begins. We have been busy with business recently and have several projects to discuss, so no one is allowed to slack off. Now let's talk about the projects of Tianluan Group." Everyone looked at others and no one spoke. This scene made Lang Bingqing a little annoyed, and he said, "Managerly, you are in charge of the Tianluan Group's project, so you tell us." A middle-aged man with a handsome appearance stood up. He was managerly. He explained, "President, last time you asked Secretary Gu to talk to me, but I was just there to assist. The one who really did the hard work was Secretary Gu." Everyone looked at him. This was a difficult situation. The president fired Gu Ming, but he didn't know how important he was to the company. Lang Bingqing was already angry, and now he slammed the table and asked, "I asked him to accompany you to discuss the project, how did you become an assistant?" Managerly said politely, "President, I can't do anything about it. Tianluan Group believes Secretary Gu, not me. He had a lot of grievances. Every time he asked Gu Ming to take on a project, he just let him do his best. This has become an unspoken rule in the Lang Group." In fact, at the beginning, Lang Bingqing deliberately made things difficult for Gu Ming and sent him to take charge of various projects. Unexpectedly, Gu Ming was able to handle it every time. Over time, she used Gu Ming more often and made it a habit. After Gu Ming left, the disadvantages of this approach became apparent, causing a number of problems for the company. Lang Bingqing was quite overbearing and said to managerly, "I don't care. Anyway, you have to be responsible for this project to the end." Managerly looked bitter and felt very difficult. He said, "President, why don't you ask Secretary Gu to come back? The group cannot do without him." Snort. Are you questioning my decision? Lang Bingqing's chest rose and fell, and he said in a cold voice, I have already fired him, and I will not let him come back. Before Gu Ming was gone, the Lang group was also doing well. Do you think it will not work without him? It won't work without Gu Ming. This is what everyone thinks in their hearts, but they dare not say it out loud. Manager Li sat down helplessly inside. Then, Lang Bingqing didn't know what to say. At this time, Gu Ming should have prepared a PPT for her. However, when she looked in the direction of the projector, there was nothing there. There was silence in the conference room for more than 10 seconds, which was quite depressing. Everyone looked at Lang Bingqing, waiting for her to speak. But Lang Bingqing felt increasingly uncomfortable. She felt that she was being maliciously retaliated by Gu Ming. She stood up abruptly and said, after Gu Ming left, the group encountered many problems. You can summarize these problems and report them to me. Today's meeting ends here. Dismissed. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the meeting room, full of anger. As she walked away, she couldn't help but look back in the direction of the projector. Usually, Gu Ming would organize things there and keep up with her. But not today. After she left, everyone started a discussion. No, is this the end? The president is not right today. He seems to be angry. The state is not right. The president is usually confident and cold, but today's president can't find the feeling. I guess he's not ready yet. Yeah, after Secretary Gu left, who will make the PPT for her? Alas, Secretary Gu really can't come back? Manager Li, you are in trouble. Manager Li is in a really miserable situation. Everyone sympathizes with him. It is impossible for him to complete the project by himself. Speaking of which, Secretary Deng looked worried because there were many things she didn't understand about the pile of documents. Seeing that there was no one else in the office, she had an idea. She remembered that she added Gu Ming's secondary account. It should be okay to contact Gu Ming secretly as long as we are not discovered. Thinking of this, she was very conflicted and bit her lip. Finally, she took out her cell phone and contacted Gu Ming. Gu Ming had finished his tea, said goodbye to Qin Shiyu and his sister, and walked towards home. Miss Deng Ximin, do you have something to talk to me about? Secretary Deng is called Deng Ximin. She has added Gu Ming for more than a year, but they have never chatted. This is the first time. Gu Ming, I am the president as secretary now. She asked me to deal with a lot of documents. Help, I really don't know how to do it. Gu Ming thought she was very cute and replied, you can play slowly and you will understand. Deng Ximin, handsome Gu, please give me some advice and help me. Gu Ming couldn't bear it. Okay, I'll teach you a little, and you can figure out the rest by yourself. Deng Ximin was happy. Thank you very much. Next, Gu Ming taught the beautiful woman how to handle the documents, telling her each step very patiently. Deng Ximin was very excited. She followed his instructions and did it step by step. Sure enough, things went much more smoothly. After a short while, she had processed several files. Just when she was particularly happy, Lang Bingqing came back. When Lang Bingqing arrived at the door, he noticed something was wrong with the secretary and walked in slowly without disturbing Deng Ximin. Then, the president discovered the truth. His secretary actually had a private contact with Gu Ming? She was already very annoyed, and now she couldn't help but say coldly, Xiao Deng, are you happy? Yes. Ah. After saying that, Deng Ximin was startled, and then she realized that it was the president who came back, and she quickly stood up and said, President, why are you back? Normally, the meeting would not end so quickly. It would take at least half an hour, and sometimes even an hour. Today. However, the president came back early, catching her off guard. Lang Bingqing stared at her with sharp eyes and sneered, Who are you chatting with? Deng Ximin hid her phone behind her back and said weakly, No one, just a friend of mine. Friend? Lang Bingqing sneered, walked forward and stretched out his hand, saying, Do you think I don't know it's Gu Ming? Who asked you to contact him? Give me your phone. Deng Ximin could only hand over the phone obediently and said fearfully, CEO, I was wrong, please don't fire me. Snort. Lang Bingqing patted her face, snatched the phone, looked at the chat screen, and said sarcastically, You two are chatting so happily, you must be very familiar with each other. No. Deng Ximin said tremblingly. I've confiscated your phone, just keep doing your work. Lang Bingqing threw down a sentence, took his phone, sat aside, and started typing on the screen. Deng Ximin didn't dare to object. Gu Ming received a message, noticed something was wrong, and replied, Lung Bingcheng? Lung Bingcheng sent a voice message, you figured it out so quickly, you're worthy of being my dog, your sense of smell is so keen. Chapter 11. Lang Bingcheng was furious. Why are you still mentioning Gu Ming after he left? Gu Ming felt that Lung Bingcheng had gone mad and replied, be a human being. Lung Bingcheng was furious. She happened to find him, so she naturally couldn't let him go. She said, Gu Ming, do you think you are so great? Gu Ming, no, you're overthinking it. Lung Bingcheng was angry and said coldly, do you think that without you, the office will be full of documents? Do you think that without you, I can't hold a meeting? Do you think that without you, the company will stop operating? This series of questions reflected Lung Bingcheng's inability to remain calm. When she found Gu Ming, she naturally went crazy and vented all her anger. She now hates Gu Ming very much. Gu Ming was too lazy to argue with her. No, Lung Bingcheng, you are too suspicious. The Lang Group will be defeated by you sooner or later. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I am the president. Gu Ming, you overestimate your role. Your departure will not cause any loss to the group. I will let you see that the Lang Group is heading for unprecedented glory. You are just an insignificant person. Lang Bingcheng was like a powder keg. For every word he said, she would say 3 words back, venting all the anger in her heart towards him. Gu Ming was calm and not angry. He didn't know at first that he was a business genius. All his talents were squeezed out by Lung Bingcheng. When he was in the group, Lung Bingcheng demoted him to various departments in order to punish him and asked him to complete designated tasks. In order to complete those tasks, Gu Ming studied day and night, absorbing all kinds of knowledge. He has to work harder than ordinary people, almost to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Those were days of hell. Almost everyone thinks he is great, but they only know the glamour on the surface but not the bitterness behind it. After completing the task, he went to find Lung Bingcheng, but what he got was her cold stare. She was dissatisfied with him again and again, which whipped him to move forward. Therefore, every progress made by Gu Ming was accompanied by cold reprimands. To put it bluntly, Lung Bingcheng completely treated him as a robot and didn't consider his feelings at all. In Lang Bingcheng's words, he owed her that. Gu Ming did not refute, because he was paying off his parents' debts, and no matter how she squeezed him, he endured it silently. This is how Gu Ming was forced by Lung Bingcheng to become a business genius. He has worked in many departments of the Lang Group and has achieved many outstanding results. If an ordinary person were subjected to that kind of oppression, he would have gone crazy long ago. Gu Ming endured it, walked out of the dark days and saw the light. Later, he became adept at everything and thrived in the Lang Group. Doing anything was like playing. Seeing him silent, Lung Bingcheng couldn't help but sneered, speak up, why don't you speak? Even if you come back to beg me now, I won't accept you. You want to use the group to threaten me? You're dreaming. Blackmail? Gu Ming felt that she was a little crazy. He did not have such thoughts and would not return to the Lang Group. He said, Lung Bingcheng, don't let your defense break. The more you talk, the more you lose. We are divorced. Give yourself some dignity and say goodbye to the past. After saying that, Gu Ming blocked the other party. Although it was Deng Ximin's account, there was nothing he could do. Lung Bingcheng was furious and wanted to go back and scold Gu Ming, but after she said a lot of things, when she finally sent her message, she was prompted that she had been blocked, which made her look very upset. She threw her phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Her eyes were red as she said, Gu Ming, you conceited bastard, I have the final say over the Lang Group. Deng Ximin exclaimed, my phone. Lung Bingcheng glared at the secretary and said, I'll compensate you 10,000 yuan, and you can buy a mobile phone. Are you satisfied? Deng Ximin could only say, satisfied. Lung Bingcheng's eyes were dangerous, and she said with a smile on her face, Gu Ming, I want to prove to you that without you, the Lang Group is still doing well. You are nothing. She scolded Gu Ming, but she didn't feel any better at all, as if she was scolding a ball of cotton. At this time, Manager Li came in and saw the broken phone on the floor. Not knowing what happened in the office, he said respectfully, President, the project of Tianwan Group. Don't worry. Lung Bingcheng was very conceited. He raised his hand and said, when the time comes, I will go and talk to you. If Gu Ming can make it happen, so can I. Ah. You want to talk? Manager Li was in disbelief, thinking he had heard it wrong. Leng Bingqing narrowed his eyes and said, "Why, you don't trust me? Haven't I negotiated enough projects?" Manager Li waved his hand. No, I believe in the president. I believe in you very much." In fact, he didn't quite believe it in his heart, because the president always brought Gu Ming with him when he negotiated each project. Will it be possible without Gu Ming this time? Leng Bingqing is very confident and she will prove herself. Then, someone from the finance department is here. The one who came was a very pretty lady with short black hair, a pair of big earrings, a pretty face, a high nose, and fiery red lips. She was Guo Meiji. She had a plump figure and walked in with a slender waist. She had a special temperament and dared to look the president in the eye, which was different from the past. Leng Bingqing stared at Guo Meiji and asked, "Deputy Director Guo, what do you want?" Guo Meiji looked at the cold CEO, raised her lips slightly, and said, "CEO, I'm here to resign." Resign? Leng Bingqing was already familiar with her, and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to leave? Is it because the Leng Group can't give you the treatment you want?" "No." Guo Meiji said vaguely, "I want to go home to be with my family. I don't want to be a financial officer anymore." Leng Bingqing looked condescending. "What if I don't resign for you?" Guo Meiji did not give in at all, and said nonchalantly, "Boss, if this is the case, then I can only leave by force." Leng Bingqing felt disgusted. She actually had the same attitude as Gu Ming when he left. She immediately waved her hand and said, "Humph, I, Leng Bingqing, am not that kind of person. Go to the Human Resources Department to resign and then get out." Guo Meiji smiled and said, "Thank you, President. I have something to say to you, but I don't know if I can say it." Leng Bingqing folded his hands over his chest and asked, "What are you talking about?" Guo Meiji said what was in her heart. Gu Ming is very important to the Leng Group. If the president wants the group to be good, he should let him come back. Leng Bingqing's mouth twitched, and he said, "Enough of the nonsense, you can get out now." "Goodbye, President." Guo Meiji walked out with a smile. "Get out of here now, and don't let me see you again tomorrow." Leng Bingqing looked at her back, and the anger in his heart erupted again because of her words. Why do they all want Gu Ming to come back? Are they all against her? At this moment, Leng Bingqing felt that she was provoked, because she was the controller of the Leng Group. Thinking of this, she was filled with anger and immediately ordered, "Manager Li, go and inform everyone in all departments that from today on, they are not allowed to mention Gu Ming again. If I hear it, the consequences will be serious." "Yes." Manager Li agreed, but felt that she was too angry and quickly left. Leng Bingqing stared out the window with a cold look on her face. She wanted to eliminate Gu Ming's influence and make him disappear completely from the Leng Group. Chapter 12. After being tricked, Leng Bingqing warns Gu Ming. Gu Ming went to buy a wheelchair and returned to the old man's yard. Gu Changling asked with a smile, "What are you doing? Why did you buy a wheelchair?" Gu Ming said, "Mr. Gu, you have been staying in the yard for a long time. You must be bored. I will take you out for a walk." After hearing his explanation, Gu Changling's eyes lit up. He really needed to go out. "I haven't been out for a long time and don't know what it's like outside. It is spring now, and everything outside should be reviving, with the scent of birdsong and flowers." His desolate heart also ignited a touch of enthusiasm, and he said, "Okay, let's go out for a walk." Then, Gu Ming helped Mr. Gu sit on the wheelchair and said, "Be careful, don't bump into it." It's okay." Gu Ming took Mr. Gu out of the yard and admired the scenery outside. A smile would appear on Gu Changling's old face from time to time. He liked the scenery along the way. They watched others fishing, peach blossoms blooming, and birds flying around, and witnessed the bustle of this world. If only I were younger. Appreciating these views, Gu Changling was very moved and said, "Gu Ming, thank you for bringing me out." Gu Ming smiled, "It's okay, if you want to come out later, I will take you out." The other side. Leng Bingqing left the Leng Group. Even though the company's affairs were not settled, she had to leave because she had someone by the apartment building, and she wanted to find Gu Ming and settle accounts with him. In less than half an hour, Leng Bingqing arrived at the place. She asked the original landlord, "Is Gu Ming still here?" The landlord said, "I'm sorry, Ms. Leng, Gu Ming has moved out." "What? He moved away?" Leng Bingqing's face turned cold. Moving out so quickly was not like Gu Ming's style. Wasn't he quite tolerant? So, did I buy this for nothing? At this moment, Leng Bingqing felt that she had been tricked and was so angry that she began to tremble all over. Lang Bingqing wanted to come here to tell Gu Ming that the Lang Group would forget him and erase him. But now, she had a lot to say, but she didn't know who to talk to. The original landlord asked, "Ms. Lang, do you still want to go up?" Lang Bingqing waved her hand coldly and said, "No need." The moment she turned around, she gritted her teeth and muttered Gu Ming's name viciously. Then, she got in the car, slammed the door, and drove away. After driving for a while, she saw a familiar figure on the sidewalk. Her anger suddenly disappeared and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. She found it. Gu Ming. Gu Ming was pushing his wheelchair when he heard someone calling him. The voice was full of hatred. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lang Bingqing coming. Seeing the beautiful figure in the Ferrari, Gu Ming said calmly, "Boss Lang, what's the matter?" Lang Bingqing didn't speak immediately, but looked at his figure for a moment, then sneered, "Gu Ming, it's useless for you to escape to anywhere, even God is helping me, letting me meet you. So you are so poor that you have to live by taking care of the elderly, do you regret it? What does it have to do with God? This road is the only way in and out of the courtyard. What's so strange about encountering it?" Gu Ming didn't regret it at all. The other party had misunderstood something. He didn't earn a living by taking care of the elderly. He said, "Lang Bingqing, you came here just to tell me this? Are you bored? Don't you have anything to do in your company? You." Lang Bingqing was so angry that she was out of breath after hearing him say that. After a while, she said, "Gu Ming, I tell you, not only can you not go back to my home, you can't even go back to the company. Your influence in the company has been wiped out by me, and no one will remember you in the future." She thought that after saying this, Gu Ming would have some special reaction, such as feeling uncomfortable. In fact, Gu Ming was very calm, which surprised her. "Don't pretend to be calm. Your bargaining chips are getting fewer and fewer. The only way out is to go to the hospital, apologize to Che Hao, and then return to my villa. I will let you live in a doghouse." Lang Bingqing had already thought of the next path for him. Gu Ming shook his head and said, "Lang Bingqing, you are too conceited. When I first joined the company, you hadn't secured the position of president yet, and your father hadn't completely let go. You never really managed the Lang Group well." Lang Bingqing laughed angrily, pointed at him and said, "You mean, it's your credit?" Gu Ming said, "I didn't say that." Lang Bingqing walked up to him, stared at him, his eyes gleaming with coldness, and asked, "You mean, the Lang Group is not ready?" Gu Ming nodded, "That's about right, so you should go back and think about the group's affairs now, and stop staring at me." "Who's been watching you?" Lang Bingqing warned him, "I'm telling you, you are not allowed to contact anyone from the Lang Group. Whoever you contact, I will fire him. I mean what I say." Gu Ming pushed the wheelchair away and said, "It's up to you. Gu Ming, stop pretending. You are in such a bad state now. Is it difficult for you to come back and beg me?" Lang Bingqing shouted from behind. This time, Gu Ming turned back without looking back and did not answer her. Lang Bingqing stamped her feet in anger, then snorted coldly, "Gu Ming, you are in such a miserable state now, you will be back in a few days." She was trying to find ways and more bargaining chips to force Gu Ming to bow his head. At this moment, good news came from the police station that there had been progress. Some cats that looked like Jinlan were found there, and she was asked to go over and identify them. Lang Bingqing got into the car decisively and said with a smile, "As long as we find Jinlan, Gu Ming, you are finished." Click. She stepped hard on the accelerator and the car sped away. Gu Changling asked, "Who was that woman just now?" Gu Ming said, "It's nothing. She helped me pay off my debts before, so I worked with her for 6 years. Now we are even, it doesn't matter anymore." You just said those words to prevent her from asking her family for help, right? With her arrogance, she must have kept it a secret from her family and acted recklessly in an attempt to prove herself. The more she does this, the more she loses. Good. Gu Changling didn't ask much. After all, he was in his twilight years and there weren't many things that could interest him. When they returned, they saw a beautiful woman standing outside the courtyard. The woman was carrying a briefcase and dressed formally, like a white-collar worker. She has long hair, wears glasses, and has regular facial features. She is very dignified and pretty. She has the temperament of a rich girl and a top student, a combination of the two. This was Gu Ming's first feeling. When the beautiful woman saw Gu Changling, she said respectfully, "Mr. Gu, you are back." Gu Changling smiled, "Lawyer Shui, I didn't keep you waiting for long, did I? The beauty's name is Xu Elin, she is a lawyer." She said gently, no, I just got here a few minutes ago. Lawyer? Gu Ming knew the profession of this beauty and had a vague guess in his mind that it might be related to Mr. Gu's property. At this moment, without thinking too much, he opened the door of the courtyard and came back to push the wheelchair. Gu Changling said, Lawyer Shui, let's talk inside. Good. The beautiful lawyer entered the courtyard with them. Gu Ming poured her tea. Xuelin nodded to Gu Ming and said, thank you. I think you must be Gu Ming. You know my name? Gu Ming was surprised. Xuelin said, yes, Mr. Gu mentioned you to me. Gu Changling smiled and said, let's talk business. Xuelin drank the tea and immediately took out some documents and said, Mr. Gu, this is your will. We need to confirm it again. Do you really want to leave those things to Gu Ming? Gu Ming was a little surprised. From the way this beautiful lawyer dressed and the watch she wore, one could tell that she came from a wealthy family. And the way she treated the elderly with such respect showed that she had good upbringing. Gu Changling said seriously, yes, I think it very clearly. When Gu Ming heard this, he showed a surprised expression, thinking, could it be that Mr. Gu wanted him to inherit some property? He didn't want it because it was a little inappropriate. Chapter 13, Gu Lao's advice, is it destined to start a business? Gu Ming said, Mr. Gu, I don't want to inherit anything. There is no purpose for me to take care of you. Ha ha. Gu Changling smiled and said, look how nervous you are. Actually, these are not valuable things. They are just some souvenirs. Memorial? Gu Ming looked at the old man, waiting for his answer. Just see. Gu Changling said slowly, there are 4 items in total. One is the golden dragon ring, the second is the golden dragon statue, the third is the golden dragon flag, and the fourth is the golden dragon order. Gu Ming asked again, what is their origin? Gu Changling continued, my family was once a golden dragon family with strong business capabilities. These 4 items have different uses. The golden dragon ring is a symbol of status, the golden dragon statue represents a noble spirit of credibility, and the golden dragon flag is used when conducting business activities. In addition, we can use the golden dragon order to raise a sum of money. As for the object of raising money, I have a single name. It is the family of someone who belonged to the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce 100 years ago. Gu Ming said, Old Gu, why do you let me inherit them? Gu Changling sighed, once upon a time, our Golden Dragon family was very powerful and supported many people. At most, we had more than 100 members. Later, we declined. I hope that one day the Golden Dragon family will be glorious again. Gu Ming understood that Mr. Gu always hoped that one day someone would be able to restore the glory of the Jinlong family. Did this heavy burden fall on his head? Mr. Gu talked about his own experience. He was instilled with the idea of rebuilding the Golden Dragon family since he was a child. However, he encountered setbacks throughout his life and failed to realize his wish. At this point, Gu Changling actually knelt down and said, Gu Ming, I'll leave this important task to you. This is my last wish before I die. Gu Ming was startled and quickly supported him, saying, Mr. Gu, this won't work. Hurry up and get up. I can't do anything about it. Gu Changling said, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Xuelin couldn't help but persuade him, just promise him. If you can't fulfill it yourself, you can pass it on to your children or students. Gu Changling echoed, yes, Gu Ming, I don't ask you to realize it, I only ask you to inherit it and let these things continue to be passed down in the world. Gu Ming thought about it seriously. He was planning to start a business, and these items might come in handy at that time, so he agreed, okay, Mr. Gu, I will inherit these items. Gu Changling was so moved that he shed tears and said with a smile, Gu Ming, thank you. I have no regrets now. Gu Ming helped him up and said, Mr. Gu, don't say such things. Gu Changling sighed, I know my body. After. Gu Changling told Gu Ming a lot about the Golden Dragon family and the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, sharing what he knew about their glorious past. Gu Ming listened patiently and sighed from time to time. The Golden Dragon family was once stabbed in the back, and since then, it has begun to decline. So, you have to be vigilant and not trust anyone absolutely. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. The Golden Dragon family has done favors for the people on the list, and their family has inherited those favors. But my father and I have asked many families to repay their kindness in supporting us. Now there are only more than 10 families left for you. Please remember them all. Okay. On this day, Gu Ming became more determined to start his own business. His ability does not allow him to work for others. Qin Mengyao was right, he wanted to be the big boss. If he wants to do business, it will have an impact on him. If he keeps giving up, these items will just be souvenirs. 4 items were placed in front of Gu Ming. He looked at them. They were all gold-plated. Among them, the golden dragon ring was the most dazzling and gleaming. It was plated with the most gold. Then there is the golden dragon statue, which also has some gold plating, but it can only be seen on the edges. The gold plating on the golden dragon flag and the golden dragon order is even less. Gu Laodao, Gu Ming, try putting on the golden dragon ring. I'll wear it. Gu Ming has a sense of mission. He knows that once he puts it on, it will be something he can never get rid of, and he has to be responsible. Despite this, he still picked up the golden dragon ring and, following the elder's instructions, slowly put it on the thumb of his left hand. Good. Gu Changling was relieved, and a stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He finally completed his mission and passed these things to Gu Ming. The other side. Lang Bingqing arrived at the police station and she wanted to identify the person. She really wanted to find Jinlan so that she could punish Gu Ming. A female police officer pointed at the big screen and said, "They are all here. You come and identify them. Is this the one?" Lang Bingqing looked at it vertically and horizontally and said, "It looks a bit like it, but it's not it. Jinlan is fatter than it. What about this one? The fur color is not as beautiful as the brocade blue one. And this one? The beard on his face is different from Jinlan's. It's not this." After some identification, Lang Bingqing's face turned ugly. She did not find Jinlan. Jinlan seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Where did it go? Lang Bingqing thought of a solution and said, "How about you investigate Gu Ming's movements that day and start with him?" The policewoman agreed, "Okay, we will handle this impartially. Ms. Lang, you can go back and wait for the news." Good. Lang Bingqing walked out. When she got outside, she smiled, "Gu Ming, the monk may run away but the temple cannot. I don't believe that we can't find Jinlan." She felt that this time it was safe and it would be the last time. Since it must be Gu Ming who took Jinlan away, there will be no problem in following the clues this way. Next, she was going to the hospital to visit the man she loved. Lang Bingqing bought some flowers and fruits and took them to the hospital. Small courtyard. Shuailin finished her work, came out and said, "Goodbye." Gu Ming and Gu Changling waved together, "Goodbye, Lawyer Shui." After Shuailin walked out, she received a call and asked impatiently, "What's the matter?" "Shuailin, I told you I was in the hospital and I was seriously injured. Why didn't you come to see me?" A man's voice came from the phone. Shuailin said in a cold tone, "Che Hao, what does your hospitalization have to do with me? Stop pestering me. From China to abroad, and then from abroad to China, aren't you bored?" The man was Che Hao. It turns out that Shuailin is his white moonlight. 6 years ago, Che Hao went abroad with Shuailin and only returned recently. Che Hao said into the phone, "Shuailin, you lied to me. A year ago, you secretly returned to China, causing me to stay abroad for an extra year." Shuailin knew that he was a scumbag, so she didn't like him. She said, "Scumbag, I'll say it again, there's no way I can be with you, just give up on this idea." Che Hao tried to explain, "I'm not a scumbag." Snort. "Don't think I don't know that you are in contact with the president of the Leng Group." Shuailin saw through this man, and this time, unlike before, she spoke out directly. Che Hao looked a little painful, and said quickly, "Shuailin, you are my favorite person. She and I are just ordinary friends. Don't explain, scumbag." Shuailin finished speaking and hung up the phone. Shuailin. Che Hao was unwilling to accept this. At this time, his phone rang. It was Lang Bingqing calling. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, "Che Hao, I'm on my way to the hospital, are you okay?" Che Hao tried to calm down, changed his tone, and said gently, "It's okay, my nose still hurts a little. Bingqing, come here, I miss you." Lang Bingqing felt quite sweet, "Okay, I miss you too." Chapter 14. Lang Bingqing is still looking for Jinlan, Gu Ming's countermeasures. Gu Ming bought a lot of delicious food and cooked his signature dishes for Gu Chanling, making him eat to his heart's content. "Gu Ming, the braised pork you made is so delicious, fatty but not greasy. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time." Gu Changling praised, his face full of smiles. Gu Ming said, "Mr. Gu, if you want to eat it, I will make it for you every day in the future." Gu Changling looked at him and said, "You said so. Don't think I'm troublesome. No. They are not relatives, but they are better than relatives. Mr. Gu asked him to inherit those 4 items. In Gu Ming's view, this meant that he was treated as a relative. What else could such a respectable elder have to hold back? They are all poor people. One is childless, the other is without parents. Being together is a kind of fate, which can make our life less regretful and more happy. Mr. Gu doesn't have much time left. After thinking it through, Gu Ming tried his best to take care of Mr. Gu, played chess with him, took walks with him, cooked delicious meals for him, and tried his best to make Mr. Gu's last moments more fulfilling and happier. After eating, Mr. Gu returned to his room and said, "Gu Ming, I need to rest for a while. You can go and do your own thing." Good. When Gu Ming came out of the courtyard, it was already evening. After coming out, there was one thing he wanted to do, which was Jinlan's problem. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Lang Bingqing called the police. If the problem is not resolved, it will never end. In order to put an end to this incident, he decided to come up with a plan to escape. Before that, he needed a cat corpse, and it should be as similar in shape as Jinlan's. After thinking it over, he started to act. With Gu Ming's experience of frequently visiting various pet places in recent years, he actually found a corpse that was almost the same as Jinlan's. When there is hair, it is not brocade blue at all, but if it is burned, it cannot be distinguished. Then, Gu Ming started his perfect plan. He burned the corpse, leaving only a skeleton. It was so unrecognizable that it was impossible to tell its original appearance. He placed such a skeleton in an unfinished building not far from Lang Bingqing's villa. Finally, he erased his traces and retreated. During these 6 years, he had been dependent on others and it was not an easy life for him. In order to pay off his parents' debts, he endured too much and learned too much, but his mind was always clear. Otherwise, he would have died one night when Lang Bingqing threw him out. All kinds of life skills are essential for him. This time, solving the crisis for Jinlan can be regarded as a practice of his ability. He hid a lot of things that Lang Bingqing couldn't see. In that villa, he was always in a state of disguise. Now, he is free. Finally, I can release myself without reservation. Gu Ming was thinking about his next move. Should he use those 4 items? He wants to start a business? Does he want to restore the glory of the Jinlan family? If so, he will become more prominent. In the past, he was just a secretary beside Lang Bingqing, and was extremely low-key. He decided to wait until the situation calmed down. Right now, taking care of Mr. Gu was his top priority. He returned to the courtyard. At this time, Lang Bingqing arrived at the hospital and hugged Che Hao. Che Hao asked, "Bingqing, what happened? Have you found Jinlan?" Lang Bingqing said regretfully, "I didn't find it." Che Hao held her hand and said, "Jinlan is your favorite cat. I won't mind if it bites me, but I can't let that boy go. He holds a grudge and wants to take revenge on Gu Ming." Lang Bingqing's face was cold and he said, "Che Hao, we will find evidence soon. Gu Ming can't get away. I will make him pay the price and vent your anger for you." Che Hao nodded, "Okay, I believe you, don't talk about him, sit down and let me take a good look at you. Have you lost weight?" "No." Seeing that he cared about her so much, Lang Bingqing felt her heart fluttering. This was the man she liked. Then, they sat down and talked. Che Hao used all kinds of sweet words to make Lang Bingqing very happy. He wants money, so he has to please this woman. Really? After he flattered her, Lang Bingqing mentioned the money and said, "Che Hao, my company is already raising money. It will take about 2 days. Please wait. I will keep my word." Che Hao touched her beautiful cheek and said with a smile, "Bingqing, money doesn't matter. You are the one I care about most. Don't be haggard for me, otherwise I will feel bad." Aha! At this moment, Lang Bingqing leaned in his arms, enjoying this sweet time. Che Hao hugged the female president with a slight smile on his face. He wanted to thank Gu Ming. If he hadn't been bitten by the cat, how could he have staged such a self-torture trick? Gu Ming indirectly helped him. He doesn't want to be discharged from the hospital. At least, he cannot be discharged from the hospital until he gets the money, and he has to carry out this self-torture tactic to the end. The only regret was that his white moonlight did not come to the hospital to visit him. Che Hao was a little worried about other men appearing around Xuelin. But he couldn't get away now, so he could only solve the family crisis first and deal with other things later. After staying in the hospital for a while, Lung Bingqing returned to the villa. Night. Someone knocked on the door of Qin Mengyao's villa. She came out to open the door and saw two policemen. She said respectfully, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Her heart was in her throat. How did they find out here? Will there be any trouble? She thought this in her mind, but appeared calm on the surface. One of the policemen said, "Hello, ma'am. We are here to check on a cat. I hope you can cooperate with us." Qin Mengyao lifted her hair and said with a smile, "Okay, you guys check it out, please come in." She ushered in the two policemen. In order to avoid suspicion, she and Gu Ming did not talk about Jinlan online or on the phone, but only handed over Jinlan offline that day. When the police entered the house, they found her two cats. Gray, that's not it. Wait. A policeman came forward, looked at the gray cat, and said, "Ma'am, do you have a license for this cat? Where did it come from?" Qin Mengyao said expressionlessly, "There is a certificate, I will go get it." There was a reason why Gu Ming found her. Before, Qin Mengyao had raised a cat of the same breed as Jinlan, with also gray fur, but unfortunately it died later. She still kept the cat certificate, and it came in handy now. Qin Mengyao took out the cat's ID and showed it to the police. The two police officers confirmed. That's right. There is such a cat, we have no doubt about it. The situation was confirmed and the police left. Qin Mengyao smiled as she saw them off and said, "Brother policeman, take care." After seeing them off, she slowly turned around and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She weighed the cat license in her hand. Fortunately, she didn't throw it away, otherwise she would not be able to explain it. I helped Gu Ming a lot this time. How will he thank me? With a strange feeling, she squatted down and touched Jinlan's head, and said with a smile, "Fat Gray, do you miss him?" Meow. Jinlan screamed and rubbed her hand, as if what she said was right. Qin Mengyao pouted, "I miss him too. This guy didn't even come to see me. Although he did it to avoid suspicion, it's also hateful. He put all the pressure on me." Chapter 15, Unable to even wash clothes properly, Lung Bingqing cuts Gu Ming's clothes. When Lung Bingqing returned home, it was as if the sky had fallen. Because she saw that her favorite skirt was washed by Aunt Jiang. She was very angry and immediately rushed into the kitchen, shouting, "Aunt Jiang, who asked you to wash my skirt?" Aunt Jiang stammered, I saw it was dirty, so I thought of washing it for you. I'm sorry. Is that all that's left of me being sorry?" Lang Bingqing was so angry that she grabbed Aunt Jiang's collar tightly and said, "That's my favorite skirt. I wanted to wear it to show Che Hao. Now you've ruined it. What do you want me to wear?" The president was so angry that Aunt Jiang was scared. She hadn't been scolded like this for a long time. She couldn't help crying, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Lang Bingqing was so angry that she almost lost her mind. She cursed without thinking, that skirt cost more than 100,000 yuan. What's the point of you saying sorry? You are such a loser. Aunt Jiang sobbed and trembled as she said, "Boss Lang, I can't do it anymore. Please let someone else do it." These words calmed Lang Bingqing's anger a lot, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. Gu Ming is gone, and if Aunt Jiang leaves too, who will cook for her? At this time, Lang Bingqing realized her mistake and let go of Aunt Jiang, saying, "You can't leave. This skirt can still be ironed. I forgive you for your mistake today. I hope you won't make it again in the future." Her chest heaved, and her reason allowed her to temporarily control the anger in her heart. If Aunt Jiang left, she really didn't know where to find someone who could cook to her taste. Should she ask her parents to come back and cook for her? How could she have the nerve to ask when her parents were traveling? Now, she couldn't hold her face. If Gu Ming hadn't left, none of this would have happened. Her life became very uncomfortable because of Gu Ming's departure. When Gu Ming was around, she didn't have to worry about anything, and everything could be done well. In contrast, Aunt Jiang did very poorly. Aunt Jiang was not sure, really? Lang Bingqing still had a cold face, but she was not so angry anymore. She said, "Aunt Jiang, next time you do something, remember to ask me for permission before doing it, so as to avoid mistakes." "Yes, Mr. Lang." Aunt Jiang agreed. Lang Bingqing walked out. She looked at the beautiful dress and felt angry again. She couldn't help but pick up a pair of scissors, rushed into where Gu Ming put his clothes, and started cutting them randomly. Crack, crack. There were pieces of clothes everywhere. She was so angry that she had no place to vent it, so she could only vent it this way. Guming, I cut up all your clothes. Don't even think about wearing anything when you come back. Guming, you asked for this. Aunt Jiang outside could tell that she was taking her anger out on Guming's clothes and said all kinds of harsh words. It was simply horrible. Lang Bingqing cut all the clothes that Guming often wore into pieces, then walked out and ordered, Aunt Jiang, clean up the inside. I don't want to see those things anymore. Throw them into the kennel in the back. Yes. Aunt Jiang had no choice but to agree. The meal was ready, and Lang Bingqing went to eat. Her hair was a little messy, and she looked much less elegant than before. Now she looked much less graceful. She only hoped to raise money for Che Hao as soon as possible. As for Gu Ming, she would slowly settle accounts with him. Gu Ming returned to the yard, took a shower and prepared to rest. Then, Sherlin sends him a message. Shualin, Gu Ming, if you want to start a business, please consult me on related issues. Gu Ming, Lawyer Shui, do you treat me as a client? Shualin, yes, our company is expanding and we can't miss any potential customers. A year ago, she returned to China and founded a law firm. Now, her team has more than 30 people. With so many people to feed, you can't be too picky. So, she worked for Gu Changling. This kind of business didn't actually make much money, but she still did it. She didn't know much about Gu Ming, but she also wanted to keep this client. Today, Gu Changling was talking about the functions of 4 items including the golden dragon ring, and did not avoid her, so she knew their uses. Gu Ming, sure. If I start my own business, I will first ask Lawyer Shui to help me customize various contracts. Xu Elin, thank you. I hope you remember what you said and don't go back on your word. Gu Ming felt that the lawyer was too polite. They chatted for a while, just some polite words and nothing else, before they ended the conversation. The other side. Che Hao sent several messages but got no response, and he was very unhappy. Xu Elin, who are you busy chatting with? A man or a woman? Xu Elin had just finished chatting with Gu Ming. You are so boring. What does it have to do with you who I chat with? Che Hao, no, I just want to chat with you. Xu Elin, I don't have time to talk to you. If it weren't for the fact that they had a group of mutual friends, Xu Elin would have wanted to ignore this person. Everyone around her was more or less entangled by Che Hao. Whenever her friend has a birthday party or something like that, Che Hao also wants to go. Anyway, this bastard tried every possible way to get into her life and there was no way to persuade him. Since some of them have been friends for many years, she didn't want to ruin the relationship, so she didn't point it out. A year ago, she quietly returned to China under the pretext of a business trip. Even after returning to China, she did not go to see her acquaintances and started her own business quietly. But recently, she met a good friend, and it was this meeting that ruined everything. Che Hao got the news and rushed back to China. She was considering whether she should find a boyfriend so that this guy would completely give up on her. However, none of those familiar people were suitable for her. She reflected on herself and thought that perhaps her sights were too high. Gu Ming got up early in the morning and knocked on the door. Mr. Gu, are you okay? He was a little worried and had to knock on the door. Mr. Gu hadn't made any noise the whole night, which made him feel uneasy and he thought something had happened. For a while, Gu Changling's voice came from inside. I'm fine, I just woke up. What are you thinking about? Just see. Gu Changling opened the door and walked out, leaning on a cane. Gu Ming looked him up and down and asked, are you really okay? It's okay. I'm fine. Mr. Gu smiled and said, have you prepared breakfast? Gu Ming said, it's ready, I'll help you eat. Good. In order to give Mr. Gu a better life, Gu Ming makes breakfast in different ways, not making the same thing every day. Gu Changling looked at the several delicacies on the table and praised, it's great, what a pity. Gu Ming asked, why is it a pity? Gu Changling looked at him and said, it's a little boring for only the 2 of us to eat. You didn't even bring back any beauties. Let me see them. After hearing this, Gu Ming felt as if he was being urged to get married by an elder, so he said, Mr. Gu, you eat first. I'll bring my friends back another day. Just friends? Gu Chanling picked up the spoon. Today's porridge had a different taste. It was filled with chopped green onions, and it was fragrant. Gu Ming said, we are friends. The friend he was talking about was naturally Qin Mengyao. He wanted to bring Qin Mengyao back so that Mr. Gu could see her, which would make up for one of Mr. Gu's regrets. As for other beauties, I don't have a good relationship with any of them at the moment. Because he was under the control of Lang Bingqing before, he didn't know many beautiful women. Now that he had left Lang Bingqing, he began to make friends freely. It was not until he left Lang Bingqing that he realized how beautiful the world was. Just as he was thinking about it, Mr. Gu suddenly said, "Lawyer Shui is not bad. She is dignified and beautiful, and has a good temper. How about you talk to her?" Gu Ming was stunned for a second, then waved his hands and said, "Mr. Gu, don't joke with me. He's a famous lawyer and a top student. How could he be interested in me?" Chapter 16. After leaving Lang Bingqing, Gu Ming is free to make friends. I hope the body will be found soon, so I can go see Jinlan. And Miss Qin, she must have some complaints against me. Gu Ming looked at the drizzle falling outside. Unlike at the beginning when he hated the rain, he now had a special feeling towards it, as if he was facing an old friend. He was hurt by the rain, but he also gained a lot from the rain and made some friends. Rain changed his life and made him successful. He held an umbrella and slowly left the yard. Walking in the rain is also a special experience. Gu Ming walked in the rain and finally arrived at a music hall. He often came here to listen to music, as a way to take a break from his busy schedule. Today, he came again. After putting away his umbrella and finding a place to sit down, he ordered some drinks and listened to the music attentively. After a while, two beauties walked into the music hall. They are all pretty. One of them is dignified and pretty, with the aura of a top student. She is Xu Elin. The other one is her good friend, who is relatively tall and looks like a model. A girl like this should be aloof, but she is a chatterbox and very lively and cheerful. As soon as she entered here, the beautiful lady said in surprise, "Wow, I didn't know there was a music hall here. Lena, you are making such a fuss." Xu Elin was speechless. When they arrived, they found that the place was almost full. Xu Lena looked around the field, trying to find a seat, and said, "Damn, we're late, there's not much room." Xu Elin looked around, then fixed her eyes in one direction, pulled her friend's hand, and said, "Let's go." Xu Lena was pulled by her and walked directly to a handsome guy's table and sat down. She couldn't help blushing and said, "Let's change seats. There is a handsome guy here. He might have a date." Xu Elin smiled and said, "Can we sit here?" Gu Ming came back to his senses, looked at the two beauties, and said, "Please sit down, Lawyer Shui." Xu Elin put away her long legs, sat down, and threw a look at her good friend. Xu Lena pointed at two people and asked, "Do you know each other?" Xu Elin nodded, "I guess we know each other." Xu Lena was no longer shy and stretched out her hand, saying, "Handsome guy, my name is Xu Lena, nice to meet you." "Hello, my name is Gu Ming." Seeing that this tall beauty was so polite, Gu Ming stretched out his hand, shook hands with her politely, and then let go without any reluctance. After shaking hands, Xu Lena smiled and said, "I made a profit. At least I got to touch the hand of a handsome guy. It was not a wasted trip." Xu Elin said, "I don't have such a blessing." Xu Lena whispered in her ear, "Then I'm going to make a fortune. This is the type I like. Don't compete with me for it." At this time, a man came over and said, "Manager Gu, why are you here?" Gu Ming looked up and saw that it was someone he knew, so he said, "Wan Shuwei, I'm not a manager anymore, you don't have to call me that. Wan Shuwei is the financial director of Lang's Group. He asked for leave today to accompany his girlfriend." Unexpectedly, he met Gu Ming. He said excitedly, "Gu Ming, you should go back to the company soon. The president is going crazy. She actually wants to embezzle 900 million funds. With such a big hole suddenly appearing, the company will collapse." Gu Ming waved his hand indifferently and said, "It has nothing to do with me anymore. I won't go back." Wan Shuwei did not give up and continued to persuade, "The company is finished, and many people will lose their jobs. Secretary Gu, are you going to watch the company go bankrupt?" Gu Ming stared at him and warned him, "Go away. If Lang Bingqing knows that you talked to me, she will fire you." After saying that, he ignored the other party. After hearing what he said, Wan Shuwei's face turned very ugly. He sighed and then left. Xu Elin's eyes lit up. It turned out that Gu Ming was not an ordinary person. She knew that Gu Ming was a hidden talent with great strength. Now, she became interested in Gu Ming and took the initiative to ask, "Excuse me, what is your relationship with Lang Bingqing?" Gu Ming told the truth, "We had a contract marriage, and I stayed with her for 6 years, and it just ended." "Is it because of Che Hao?" Xu Elin's heart moved. She knew that after Che Hao came back, he would definitely hook up with Lang Bingqing. So this is the reason why Gu Ming and Lang Bingqing ended? The look in her eyes when she looked at Gu Ming became even brighter. It turns out that Gu Ming is so powerful. She initially thought Gu Ming was an ordinary person, but now it seems he has great investment potential. She felt that Gu Changling gave those items to the right person, Gu Ming. Hello. Zhu Lina patted her good friend on the shoulder and said, Xuelin, why are you looking at me like that? Xuelin came back to her senses and blushed, who looked at me with lustful eyes. Zhu Lina pointed at her and said, don't admit it, you're blushing. Xuelin didn't want to continue talking and turned her head to look aside. Zhu Lina was a straightforward girl. She said seriously, Gu Ming, I admire you, how about being my boyfriend? Gu Ming said, don't joke. Xuelin quickly turned back, her eyes moving between the two people. Zhu Lina stared at Xuelin's expression and teased, look at you, you're panicking, aren't you? No. Xuelin explained, I'm just shocked that you just met someone and you want him to be your boyfriend. You have no shame at all. Zhu Lina puffed out her chest and said with unusual pride, can being shy be eaten? Can it help me find a boyfriend? Xuelin asked, so how many boyfriends have you had? Zhu Lina said, it's better than having no boyfriend at all. Gu Ming felt that this beauty was too socially arrogant and had several boyfriends. She must be rather extravagant, which he did not like very much. So, he totally took what he just said as a joke. At this time, Zhu Lina's phone rang, and she said to them, my ex asked me out, you two have a good chat, bye. Hello. Xuelin quickly said, don't leave me alone. Zhu Lina pointed at Gu Ming and said, you ask him to take responsibility. I'm leaving now. She just ran away when she said so, without any loyalty at all. Then, there were only two people left at the scene. Xuelin looked outside. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and a look of worry appeared on her face. Gu Ming asked, you didn't bring an umbrella? Xuelin said embarrassedly, yes, I forgot to bring it. Gu Ming said, it's okay, I'll take it and send you back later. Thank you then. Xuelin looked at his handsome face, wondering what kind of story there was between him and Lang Bingqing, and asked, didn't Lang Bingqing get pregnant in 6 years? Gu Ming touched his nose and said, no, she didn't let me touch her. She treated me like a servant. Xuelin smiled and said, I see. What is your favorite music? The Chimes of Vienna. What about you? I also like this master's work, his other piece, The Wind in the Harbor Late at Night. They continued to stay in the music hall for almost another 2 hours, listening to music and chatting. Xuelin found that she and Gu Ming seemed to be very compatible and they got along very well when chatting. She asked Gu Ming about his zodiac sign and felt happy again. Her mother said that she is most compatible with people whose zodiac sign is tiger. She was born in the year of the dog, and her mother always nagged her to find someone whose zodiac sign was the tiger. Now she has found one. But she was very nervous and didn't know how to start. After just the second meeting, her liking for Gu Ming doubled. Seeing that the time was almost up, Gu Ming stood up and said, let's go. I'm going back to cook for Mr. Gu later. Good. Xuelin put away her thoughts and stood up quickly. They got outside. Gu Ming opened his umbrella and said, come here. Xuelin stood beside him, her breathing a little rapid. It was the first time she was so close to a man. Although she and Che Hao had known each other for a long time, she did not give him such an opportunity. Gu Ming said, the umbrella is a little small. If you, Lawyer Shui, don't want to get wet in the rain, just move closer. It's okay. Xuelin bit her lip and moved closer to him, then put a hand on his shoulder so as not to look uncomfortable. To ease the atmosphere, she complained, this Zhu Lina, she left me alone and ran away. She is so disloyal. Gu Ming smiled and said, Lawyer Shui, your friend is a bit of a bad friend. Xuelin took a deep breath, looked at him and said, don't call me Lawyer Shui, just call me by my name. Okay, beautiful Xuelin. Gu Ming changed his words. Hearing him call her like that, Xuelin felt a little strange inside. It had finally started. At the same time, Line Group. Lang Bingqing's phone vibrated. It was a call from the police station. She smiled and said, Gu Ming, your death is coming. Chapter 17, Jin Lun's matter is over, Lang Bingqing is no longer a threat to Gu Ming. Lang Bingqing arrived at the police station, but the situation was not what she had imagined. The police officer in charge of the case said, Ms. Lang, you have to be mentally prepared and don't be too sad. Lang Bingqing was puzzled, what's going on? The policeman said, "It's like this. We didn't find a cat that matches your description." Lang Bingqing didn't quite believe it, and further confirmed, "Have you checked Gu Ming's movements?" The police replied, "We checked, but there is no result." Lang Bingqing was not willing to accept it, so he took a deep breath and asked, "What's the situation now?" The police said, "We redirected our investigation and finally found a cat's body near your home." Corpse? Jin Lan is dead? Lang Bingqing was very surprised and felt a sense of guilt. She had killed a cat before. That was several years ago. She killed the cat because it bit someone. Was Jin Lan beaten to death by her this time too? Really? The police officer continued, "The cat's body showed signs of being beaten after forensic examination." Lang Bingqing felt a chill in her heart. After investigating for a long time, she found out that the truth came back to her? The police said, "Ms. Lang, there are two choices now, one is to continue investigating, the other is to close the case. Which one do you want to choose?" "If we want to continue investigating, it will be very difficult because all the clues have been cut off." Although Lang Bingqing was unwilling, he had to make a decision and said, "Don't investigate anymore. Let's close the case." "Okay, if you think it's okay, just sign and close the case." After everything was done, Lang Bingqing came out of the police station, and his pace couldn't help but quicken. If it were found out that she beat Jin Lan to death, it would be a slap in her own face. So, the case is closed. Lang Bingqing got in the car and squinted his eyes and said, "Gu Ming, I'll let you go today, but our business is not over yet. Right now." She received a call from Manager Li. Manager Li said, "President, our cooperation meeting with Tianluan Group will start soon. Can you come?" "Able." Lang Bingqing answered with certainty, "You go first, I will be there." She wanted to prove that she could negotiate the project without Gu Ming. She is the most important person in the Lang Group. Manager Li nodded, "Okay, President." They ended the call. Lang Bingqing stepped on the accelerator, and her beautiful face showed a sense of pride and confidence, like a queen leading an army in person. Speaking of which, Gu Ming sent Xuelin back home and asked, "Is this your home?" Xuelin smiled and said, "Yeah, how about coming in and sitting down? I'll peel some fruit for you." Gu Ming waved his hand, "Forget it, no need to bother, I want to go back early to cook for Mr. Gu, maybe next time." He was just being polite and had no intention of entering Xuelin's house. After all, they are not familiar with it. If Qin Mangyao had invited him, he might have gone in. Xuelin still smiled and said, "Thank you for sending me back. Goodbye then." "Goodbye." Gu Ming turned and left. The beautiful lady seemed to be much more enthusiastic, and he didn't dare to ask. Maybe it was a personality issue. He is not so narcissistic as to be liked by others easily. Xuelin looked at his back until he walked away, then she went into the house. Xuelin's mother asked, "Did you come back alone?" Xuelin was in a good mood and sat on the sofa and said, "No, my friend sent me back." Xuelin's mother came over and asked, "Male or female? Why don't you invite them in and sit down?" Xuelin said, "Men, I'm busy." Xuelin's mother asked, "Is that man born in the year of the tiger?" "Yes." "That's great, you two should start dating soon, Mom can't wait." "We're just ordinary friends, don't think too much about it, Mom." Gu Ming returned to the courtyard and bought a lot of ingredients to make delicious food for Mr. Gu. Gu Changling sat there, in a daze for a while, and said, "I feel like I don't have much time left. Why haven't you brought the beauty back yet?" "Soon." Gu Ming thought, could this become Mr. Gu's obsession? He continued cooking, trying to find a way to confirm whether the cat's body was found over there. If it is discovered, it means the case has made progress and is most likely over. But that's not very safe. He thought it would be better to find a way to meet Lang Bingqing by chance. It would be safest to learn the truth from this woman. Based on his understanding of Lang Bingqing, it would be extremely easy for him to meet her by chance. Think of this. Gu Ming speeded up his cooking. The other side. Lang Bingqing arrived at the scene and met with people from Tianluan Group. Manager Li breathed a sigh of relief as the president finally arrived. Lang Bingqing walked over with her waist twisted. She had a hot and perfect body, which was very eye-catching. Those people were looking at her, unable to take their eyes away. Lang Bingqing sat in the first seat of the Lang Group team and said proudly, "Boss Su, we meet again." Mr. Su was the person in charge of the meeting at Tianluan Group. He asked, "Mr. Lang, are you alone?" Where is your secretary named Gu Ming? Lang Bingqing said calmly, he can't come, he was fired by me, let's get started. Mr. Su had a strange look on his face. He didn't expect that Gu Ming was fired. Their collaborative conversation will begin. The more they talked, the greater the differences between the two sides became, and there was no way to ease them. At last, Mr. Su from Tianluan Group said, I'm sorry, Long Group didn't offer a matching bargaining chip, so we decided to give up this contract renewal and terminate the partnership. Lang Bingqing was a little angry and asked, Boss Su, don't you trust me? Mr. Su explained, it's not a question of trust or not. It's mainly because there are some problems in our cooperation, and you obviously can't solve them. He didn't tell the other party that if Gu Ming hadn't taken the lead last time, they would not have agreed. Can't solve it? Doesn't that mean you don't believe me? Lang Bingqing looked at the group of people opposite and said, okay, forget it if you don't cooperate. You will regret it. President Su smiled and said, President Lang, look at what you said, we have no choice. In fact, he didn't want to cooperate until he saw Gu Ming. Because he knew the Lang Group better, and the most capable person in it was Gu Ming. Only Gu Ming could solve the problems in their cooperation, no one else could do it, including the President Lang Bingqing. Here, he didn't want to say anything hurtful, so he expressed it more tactfully. And just like that, they parted on bad terms. After coming out, Lang Bingqing walked very fast. Manager Li chased after her and asked, Boss Lang, where are you going? Snort. Lang Bingqing said without even turning his head, it's none of your business, you guys go back to the group first. She got into the car full of anger, feeling uncomfortable. Then, she called her best friend and said, Manny, let's go to the hot springs. A beautiful woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, I thought you weren't going to the hot springs this week. I was planning to go alone, and it's just right that you called me now. Of course, I'll wait for you at the old place. Good. Lang Bingqing is going to take a hot spring bath. It is her habit to take a bath at least once a week. After hanging up the phone, she sneered, Gu Ming, the Tianluan Group's project is a failure. Is this the result you want? Chapter 18 Conflict breaks out, Gu Ming slaps Lang Bingqing. Gu Ming felt that he should find an opportunity to teach Lang Bingqing a lesson. After the divorce, she beat Jinlan and locked her up to threaten herself to pay the price. He knew that she liked to take a hot spring bath. Calculating the time, he knew that she would take a hot spring bath today, which was 99% certain, so he waited for her at the hot spring bathing place. Really? Within half an hour, Lang Bingqing arrived. She was so beautiful, although she was aloof and gave people a chill from afar. In the past, when Gu Ming was with her, he not only had to be her driver, but also her bodyguard, protecting her anytime and anywhere. Every time she went to take a hot spring bath, Gu Ming would come with her. He was quite loyal. Now, she came alone. But as long as she is with Che Hao, there will be someone to protect her. She looked forward to being with Che Hao. Gu Ming did not show up immediately. Another car appeared and a beautiful woman of medium height got out. She had a mature aura and was dressed very brightly, wearing all kinds of accessories and had curly hair. This is a young woman. Manny, you are finally here. Lang Bingqing was happy and walked up to hold the hand of this good friend. Wang Mani smiled and said, when will you get married? Lang Bingqing thought of Che Hao and said, it will be soon. I won't keep you waiting for long. Wang Mani said, I heard that Che Hao is back. Would he be like the previous guy and make a contract marriage with you? How is that possible? Don't mention that bastard. Lang Bingqing glared at her and said, if Che Hao and I were together, we would have a grand wedding that would shock the entire Pingcheng. Wang Mani laughed and said, really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, yes. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gu Ming came out of a cafe opposite and went straight to the hot spring center. He's here, looking for you? Wang Mani patted her good friend on the shoulder. Lang Bingqing turned around abruptly, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold look, and said, Gu Ming, you dare to appear in front of me. Gu Ming said calmly, do I need your approval to come and take a hot spring bath? They are enemies that have met on a narrow road. Lang Bingqing let go of his good friend's hand, turned to face Gu Ming, and said angrily, Gu Ming, do you know how much I want to hit you? Gu Ming deliberately asked, why did you hit me? He came here just to get information, so naturally he had to say a few more words to the female president. Lang Bingqing stared at him and said, the Tianluan Group's project failed. Are you very proud of it? Gu Ming crossed his arms. That's it? You want to hit me because of it? Can't you afford to play? Jinlan is dead. Lang Bingqing uttered these 4 words viciously, his chest heaving violently with great resentment. Hearing this, a look of sadness appeared on Gu Ming's face. Naturally, he had to cooperate, otherwise he would be exposed. Moreover, he also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Lang Bingqing a lesson, so he clenched his fist and said, "It's all because of you. You beat Jinlan to death, you vicious woman." "I." Lang Bingqing pointed at herself and said without any guilt, "It was you who killed Jinlan. If you hadn't kidnapped it, it wouldn't have died. Gu Ming, you have to compensate me with a Jinlan." Her attitude was like turning the tables and putting all the blame on Gu Ming. Gu Ming was very angry. He walked forward and approached her step by step, saying, "Lang Bingqing, you beat Jinlan to death. Can you sleep well at night? Won't Jinlan appear in your dreams? Jinlan accompanied you day and night, don't you feel sad and guilty? Is your heart made of iron?" Lang Bingqing raised his hand and said sternly, "Gu Ming, shut up. It's yours, why do you say it's mine? Are you still a man? I'll beat you to death." She wanted to hit Gu Ming. She had done it often before and was very skilled at it. She slapped Gu Ming in the face with great force. If Gu Ming was hit, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. However, this time, Gu Ming didn't spoil her anymore. Snap! Gu Ming grabbed her wrist and slapped Lang Bingqing hard in the face with his backhand. The slap was very crisp. Lang Bingqing was completely stunned. Gu Ming seemed to be filled with grief and anger. He pointed at her nose and cursed, "Lang Bingqing, I slapped her on behalf of Jinlan. You owe it to me." Lang Bingqing finally realized that she was beaten by a dog she had raised for 6 years. At this moment, she felt very humiliated, her face was instantly filled with anger, and she screamed, "Gu Ming, you dare to hit me." Gu Ming still had a sad face. He slapped her again and said, "Lang Bingqing, I raised Jinlan. You owe me this slap." With a pop. Lang Bingqing was confused again. Was he beaten again? The pain on her face told her that this was real. Gu Ming hit her. And it was 2 slaps in a row. Is Gu Ming going to rebel? In the past, no matter how she beat or scolded him, Gu Ming always endured it. Today, Gu Ming stood up. In an instant, she was filled with anger and shame. Many people were watching. She was the president of the Lang Group. How could she be slapped by a man? She rushed over and yelled, "Gu Ming, I'm going to kill you." Gu Ming grabbed her wrists, pushed her to the ground, and said, "Lang Bingqing, do you think you are so powerful? You beat Jinlan to death, why don't you try to touch me again? I am furious now, if you dare to touch me, I will kill you." His threatening words sounded so ironic to Lang Bingqing's ears. Now that you have obtained the information you want, why bother with her? Gu Ming walked into the hot spring center with swagger. "Gu Ming, you are my dog, why do you hit me? Gu Ming, don't run." Lang Bingqing has never been a timid person. After she got up, she immediately rushed after Gu Ming without hesitation. Wang Mani was stunned and shouted quickly, "Bingqing, don't go. None of your business." Lang Bingqing was very angry and didn't care about anything else. She was going to settle the score with Gu Ming. However, she miscalculated. Because Gu Ming went straight into the men's locker room. Bang! The door to the men's locker room was violently pushed open. A group of men looked out, and their true pervert nature was revealed. "Where did this crazy woman come from? What do you want to do? You look pretty, do you want to play with us? Ha 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 ha." A group of men burst into laughter. Lang Bingqing realized something at this moment and retreated out with a face full of shame and anger, shouting outside, "Gu Ming, you coward, get out of here if you dare." Gu Ming smiled and said, "Come in, I'll show you if I'm a man." Lang Bingqing felt offended and extremely angry. He stamped his feet fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Gu Ming, just wait for me. I will take revenge sooner or later." The other men looked at Gu Ming and praised him. "Brother, you are awesome. He is truly a role model for my generation. Such a top-notch woman will be won by you sooner or later." Gu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them. He changed his clothes and went to take a hot spring bath. This time, he got the upper hand. Not only did he get the news about the case, but he also slapped Lang Bingqing twice, which was quite satisfying. Gu Ming could pretend that the previous grudges had never happened because he was paying off his debts at that time. In the future, he will not give in to Lung Bingqing in any way. As long as Lung Bingqing dares to deal with me, I will make her suffer. Then, Gu Ming enjoyed himself in the hot spring. His muscular body was not something that an ordinary man could possess. A handsome face, a muscular body, and 8-pack abs, these are Gu Ming's assets and he doesn't need to hide them anymore. Gu Ming plans to start a business soon and make his name known throughout Pingcheng. Golden Dragon family, let me restore your glory. After beating Lung Bingqing, his whole spirit and energy improved. The other side. Lung Bingqing also took a hot spring bath. She pounded the water surface to vent her anger, cursing all kinds of dirty words. Gu Ming, you bastard, I will not let you go later, just wait and see, you are just a dog, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Wang Mani advised, Bingqing, calm down, don't be like this. Lung Bingqing's eyes were red. She tried hard not to cry and said, man and I, can you help me think of a way to deal with him? Wang Mani said helplessly, I don't know, don't you have any leverage over him? She just saw it clearly and thought in her heart that Lung Bingqing could not defeat Gu Ming. Because Gu Ming slapped Lung Bingqing twice and escaped unscathed. But due to friendship, she didn't dare point it out. Lung Bingqing thought about it carefully and felt a chill in her heart. She had no evidence against Gu Ming, but Gu Ming had a lot of evidence against her. Now, she began to waver and wondered if her past decision was correct. No, I, Lung Bingqing, am right, always right. Soon, she got rid of those distracting thoughts and became confident and cool again. Why should a penniless man fight with her? Who is she? She is the president of Lang Group. Chapter 19, Bai Fumei calls Gu Ming to hold her. After Gu Ming finished soaking in the hot spring, he came out of the hot spring hotel. He knew that Jean Lan's case was over, so he could naturally go find Qin Mengyao. Immediately, he called Qin Mengyao and said, beautiful Qin. Qin Mengyao snorted, you are such a heartless person, why are you calling me now? Gu Ming explained, I'm not free, sorry. In fact, Qin Mengyao was not very angry, but just had a little temper. Now she smiled and said, forget it, I forgive you. I am a lady who does not bear grudges. Why did you call me? Gu Ming said directly, I want to go to your house to play. You're coming to my house? Qin Mengyao was happy, she had finally waited for these words. Does that mean Jean Lan's business is over? Before. When the police came to her house, she was very panicked, but luckily she managed to get through it. Gu Ming hinted, I'm done with my work, so I can go find you now without anyone gossiping about me. He had hinted so much, Qin Mengyao was not stupid, she knew it was over, and said with a smile, okay, you are very welcome to come and play with my fat orange, it misses you. Yeah, I'll go over now. Gu Ming said. Qin Mengyao said into the phone, come quickly, don't stand me up, I'll prepare food for you. Good. They finished talking and hung up the phone. Qin Mengyao was happy, holding her cell phone and smiling, that guy was finally coming. She urgently needed Gu Ming's help with something, and if he didn't come, there would be no way to resolve the matter. Gu Ming looking for her now was just the right time. She was so excited that she didn't know what to wear. You can't be too casual, after all, you want to meet the man you like. Immediately, she ran back to her room to dress up. Gu Ming went to Qin Mengyao's villa. Speaking of which, Lung Bingqing was beaten and was very angry. When she came out, she did not wait for Gu Ming. She knew that this guy had run away. She was furious and called Che Hao. Che Hao said gently, Bingqing, what's the matter? Lung Bingqing felt a little aggrieved and complained, Che Hao, I was beaten. Che Hao suddenly became angry and asked, who hit me? Lung Bingqing squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, it's Gu Ming. Che Hao said indignantly, Bingqing, don't worry, when I am discharged from the hospital, I will fight back for you and make him kneel down and beg for your forgiveness. Lung Bingqing was delighted and felt very safe. She said, thank you, Che Hao, you were so kind. Che Hao asked again with concern, is your face okay? Did you get hit? Lung Bingqing reached out and touched her face, where Gu Ming had hit her. She felt resentful and said, it's okay, but Gu Ming has humiliated me, I must pay him back double. In the past, she was the one who beat Gu Ming. Today, the situation is reversed. How could this be tolerated if the dog she raised dared to resist and attack her? So, Lung Bingqing decided to find a way to get Gu Ming back and be her dog again. She once stepped on Gu Ming's face and pushed him out of the car, causing him to fall and be bedridden for a whole month. These were part of her punishment for Gu Ming. She thought about punishing Gu Ming even more cruelly after he came back. She said into the phone, "Che Hao, I'm almost able to raise the money, I hope you can get better soon." Che Hao was looking forward to it and was about to succeed. He smiled and said, "No matter whether we can raise the money or not, I will always like you and it will never change." These words fell into Lang Bingqing's heart, making her feel very useful. She raised the corners of her mouth and said, "Che Hao, wait for me." After she hung up the phone, Wang Mani said, "It looks like you're about to get married." Lang Bingqing smiled, "Maybe, not that fast." Wang Mani held her hand and said, "Don't let me down, our president." Lang Bingqing regained the demeanor of a CEO, his eyes emitting 2 rays of light, and said, "My wedding will definitely attract worldwide attention." Wang Mani praised, "That's right. He's still the CEO I'm familiar with." Lang Bingqing thought of Gu Ming in her heart. She didn't need to rely on him. The project of Tianluan Group was just a small failure. The overall situation was still in her hands. Soon, Lang Bingqing returned to Lang Group and asked the finance department to raise money as soon as possible. Gu Ming arrived in front of a villa. A tall girl in a pink dress came out to greet him. You can see her beauty from a distance. She is like a rose, passionate as fire. Her face was filled with a smile, sunny and bright. She and Lang Bingqing have completely different temperaments, one is cold and the other is hot. This made Gu Ming like her. Qin Mengyao smiled and said, "Gu Ming, you are here." Gu Ming walked forward and said, "Mengyao, you look so beautiful today." "Thanks for the compliment, no." Qin Mengyao touched the hair beside her ear, feeling a little shy. She bit her lip gently, looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become much more handsome." The two of them looked at each other. Gu Ming saw that there were 2 blushes on her pretty face, a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose in the middle, and 2 thin lips below shining with vermilion light, which was very attractive. She lowered her head slightly, and her chin was almost hooked on her tall chest. The moment she lowered her head, the silver earrings on her ears swayed, as if something was wrong. She raised her hand to lift the black hair at her neck. The light from the watch on her wrist and the golden necklace on her neck entered Gu Ming's eyes. Gu Ming couldn't help but retract his gaze and said, "Okay, let's go in. I want to see Fatty Orange." Qin Mengyao pouted, turned around slowly and said, "Please follow me in." He didn't even look at me for a few seconds, and was only thinking about Fatty Orange? Am I not as good looking as Fatty Orange? She felt unsatisfied and dressed up nicely, only to have him stare at her for a few seconds. Then, they entered the villa. There are 2 cats in the villa, one orange and one gray. Now, they all saw Gu Ming. Among them, the gray cat cried out excitedly and then ran towards him. Gu Ming smiled and said, "Jinlan, long time no see, did you miss me?" The gray cat rubbed against him affectionately, looking very happy. Qin Mengyao said in a sweet voice, "It runs to the door every day to look out, wanting you to come earlier." After Gu Ming found out, he picked it up with a smile and said, "There will be no Jinlan anymore. Jinlan is dead. There is only Fatty Gray." Meow. The gray cat meowed as if in response. At this time, Qin Mengyao said something shocking. "Gu Ming, I'm doing you a big favor, but you only hug Fatty Gray and not me? Let me hold you?" Gu Ming looked at this beautiful lady. Was she serious? These days, she has been thinking about Gu Ming. It's different from before. Because Gu Ming got divorced, she no longer restrained her thoughts. She just likes Gu Ming. She would think of him from time to time, just like Fat Gray. Both the person and the cat were thinking of the same person. Facing Gu Ming's gaze, she nodded and said, "Yes, I'm helping you, can't I ask for a little reward?" Gu Ming thought about it and realized that why should others help him for free? At this time, Gu Ming put Fat Gray down and said, "Then hold me?" Good. Qin Mengyao walked up to him, a little shy. Gu Ming opened his arms, hugged her, and said, "Thank you, beautiful Lady Qin. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do." It was the first time that Qin Mengyao was hugged by a grown man, and the man she loved. Her heart beat faster, her chest felt like a deer beating wildly, and her pretty face turned red. She said, "It's nothing. We are friends. It's what I should do." After Gu Ming hugged her, he found that Qin Mengyao had a better figure than he had imagined. Feeling her abnormality, he could not help but let her go and said, "Mengyao, is there anything to eat?" Qin Mengyao felt a little reluctant. He let go so soon. Couldn't he hold her a little longer? Thinking this in her heart, on the surface, she stared at Gu Ming and said, "You didn't bring anything, but you came to my house to eat and drink. I only prepared durian today. Do you want to eat it?" "Durian? I don't like it." Gu Ming looked somewhat helpless and said, "Next time I will bring some things so I won't come empty-handed." Qin Mengyao rolled her eyes at him, then couldn't help but chuckle. "Okay, besides durian, there are also apples." "I just lied to you." Miss Qin took Gu Ming's hand and led them to sit on the sofa in the living room, and invited him to have an apple. After not seeing each other for a few days, their friendship did not fade but deepened because both sides had no reservations. Chapter 20: Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao's confession. Before this, Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao had known each other for a long time, but they always kept their distance. At that time, Gu Ming and Lang Bingqing had a marriage contract. Now, he was liberated and became a free man. Qin Mengyao asked, "Gu Ming, have you made any new friends these days?" The new friend she was referring to was, of course, a beautiful woman. She cares about these things about Gu Ming and obviously cares about them very much. Gu Ming said, "There are old friends and new friends. Which one do you want to listen to first?" Qin Mengyao thought about it, picked up Fatty Orange and said, "Then I'd better listen to my old friend first." Fat Gray was still clinging to Gu Ming, so he picked it up as well and said, "That's a colleague from the company. She wants to win me over and work for her company." "Their company? Why would they work for someone else's company when they have their own?" Qin Mengyao became slightly interested. Gu Ming explained, "It's like this, she was lost when she was little, and was only recently found by her family." Qin Mengyao was a little surprised. She rolled her eyes and said, "She is lucky to have such a thing. How much salary did she give you?" 1 million per year. Gu Ming said that there was nothing to hide from her. Qin Mengyao was confused. "You won't go even if the annual salary is 1 million. What are you thinking?" Gu Ming patted Fat Gray's head and said, "I just want to rest for a while." Qin Mengyao added, "It must be more than this, is there anything else?" Gu Ming added, "If I work there, I'll have a successful career and love life, that's about it." Qin Mengyao was anxious and asked, "Then you won't go?" Gu Ming looked into her eyes, "Because of you." "I." Qin Mengyao's pretty face turned red. Did he really refuse such a great benefit just because of her? If so, she was somewhat touched. Here, she was very satisfied with Gu Ming's answer, and smiled faintly. "What about the new friend?" Gu Ming said slowly, "The new friend is a lawyer friend." Qin Mengyao put Fatty down and let him play aside. She asked, "Is she pretty?" Gu Ming said honestly, "She is very beautiful, rich and beautiful, a returnee who has studied abroad and opened her own law firm." Qin Mengyao raised the corner of her mouth and said sourly, "You can recite his deeds by heart. It seems that your relationship is not simple." Gu Ming said, "No, we just met a few times." Qin Mengyao asked a very profound question, "Who was prettier, her or me?" Gu Ming was stunned and asked, "How do you want me to answer?" He and the beautiful Qin were close friends, so he said so much. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother to say it. Qin Mengyao snatched Fat Gray from his hand and said, "You can do whatever you want. Fat Gray and I are going to play," she said, and stood up from the sofa. "You're beautiful." She had just turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps when she heard Gu Ming's answer. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly raise. Gu Ming spoke out his inner answer, feeling relieved, and said seriously, "I still remember that rainy night when you handed me an umbrella. You opened the car window and got drenched in the rain. That scene was beautiful." Qin Mengyao slowly turned around, faced him, and said with a smile, "Thank you, I am very satisfied with this answer. I will not ask again in the future. I believe you." At this time, Gu Ming's phone rang. He looked at the number and said, "It's the beautiful lawyer calling." Qin Mengyao really went to play this time and said, "Don't look at me." She put Fat Gray down and let him play with Fat Orange, while she watched them from the side. Gu Ming answered the phone and said, "Hello, Xuelin, what's going on?" Xuelin said, "Nothing else. Tomorrow is my birthday and I want to invite you to my birthday party." Gu Ming thought for a moment and said, "That's not a good idea. We are not very familiar with each other. It would be awkward for me to attend your birthday party when I don't know anyone else." Xuelin said, "It's okay, come on, I'll introduce you to everyone." Gu Ming said, "I'm at my friend's house. Let me think about it and I'll tell you later." Friend's house? Hearing these 3 words, Xuelin couldn't help but think of Gu Ming knowing other women, and didn't have time to ask more. "Okay." They hung up the phone. Qin Mengyao looked at the two cats and said, I'm at my friend's house. Gu Ming came over and asked, why are you imitating my tone? Qin Mengyao looked at his face and couldn't help laughing, no. In fact, she also had something to ask Gu Ming. So, without waiting for Gu Ming to say anything, she spoke again, I want to participate in a cute pet competition in 3 days. I need your help to train Fatty Orange. Gu Ming said bluntly, I don't have much time, why don't I help you train Fat Gray directly, it will be faster this way. Qin Mengyao agreed, okay, you and Fat Gray have a tacit understanding. If it's Fat Orange, you need to start from scratch, which is really difficult for you. Next, Gu Ming passed on his instructions for training Fat Gray to Qin Mengyao. If you want to make Fat Gray obedient, you need a whole set of actions and words. Since Qin Mengyao and Pang Hui don't have much tacit understanding, they need to build it up slowly. Fortunately, Fat Hui has a training foundation, so as long as Qin Mengyao does well, everything will go smoothly. They took their time and were quite patient. Qin Mengyao held a circle and said to Fat Gray, jump over here. Fat Gray rushed over, then stopped, stood there staring at the circle with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, Qin Mengyao pouted, it seems that I need to practice more. Gu Ming smiled and said, take your time. I'll show you how to do it. When he demonstrated, Fat Gray did it in one go, rushing over and jumping over the circle. Amazing. Qin Mengyao clapped and said, will you go to that beautiful girl's birthday party? Go ahead. Gu Ming nodded, I will need to trouble Miss Xuelin in the future to establish some friendship. It is very necessary. Qin Mengyao continued training and Gu Ming followed her. This made the beautiful Lady Qin wonder, what's the matter with you? Gu Ming said, I want you to go to my house, is that okay? Qin Mengyao saw how serious he was and asked, when? Gu Ming said, as soon as possible. Qin Mengyao stood up and said, let's go to your house. Now. Yes. Gu Ming felt that everything was going smoothly. She wanted to take the young lady back to meet Mr. Gu and fulfill her promise. Qin Mengyao also had a request to him, so she happily agreed. She left enough cat food for the two cats and left the villa with Gu Ming. On the way, Gu Ming called Xuelin and agreed to attend her birthday party tomorrow. Small courtyard. Gu Chanling looked outside. Although spring had arrived and flowers were blooming, he had to say goodbye to this world. Facing death, he was not afraid, but was worried that he would have some regrets. He was waiting, and now every second was precious. He looked at the world and everything became calm. It seemed like a long time had passed. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Then someone opened the door of the courtyard. It was a familiar young man. Gu Ming. Gu Chanling uttered 2 words. Gu Ming smiled, Mr. Gu, I'm back, and I brought someone with me. A beautiful woman came out from behind him, smiled and said, hello, Mr. Gu. She is Qin Mengyao. Gu Chanling smiled and said, hello, you are most welcome. Chapter 21, Meeting Mr. Gu, Qin Mengyao's Confession. Gu Chanling was happy that Gu Ming finally brought the beautiful woman back. He felt that his life was complete. Gu Ming said, Mr. Gu, I didn't break my promise. Qin Mengyao stepped forward and said with a smile, Mr. Gu, you must have been very handsome when you were young. Gu Chanling laughed, I never thought that even though I'm old, I can still be praised like this. After saying that, he coughed. Gu Ming stepped forward and said, Mr. Gu, don't get excited. Take it easy. Gu Chang agreed, okay. Gu Ming said, it's a bit chilly outside, I'll help you get back. In this way, Gu Ming helped the old man back to the house. Qin Mengyao also followed him in. She felt that this was a kind and amiable old man. Although she is fair, rich and beautiful, she doesn't mind at all coming to such a small courtyard. It turns out that Gu Ming lives here. But she knew that Gu Ming had his own difficulties. With Gu Ming's ability, it would be very easy for him to find a good job. Even when someone offered him an annual salary of 1 million, he was not tempted at all, probably because of Mr. Gu. Thinking of this, Qin Mengyao said in a sweet voice, Mr. Gu, you are really a respectable elder. Gu Chanling sat down slowly and said, thank you. He looked at Gu Ming, then at Qin Mengyao, and felt that they were a good match. Gu Ming asked Qin Mengyao to sit down and said, Mengyao, this place is simple and not as good as your villa. I hope you don't feel uncomfortable. Qin Mengyao said, no, it's great here. Gu Ming asked, Mr. Gu, are you feeling well? Gu Chanling shook his head, just looked at them and sighed slightly. He might not be able to wait until they get married. After a brief lull, Gu Changling asked, "Will you be together?" "I think so," Qin Mengyao answered. These words made Gu Ming a little surprised. Did she say this on purpose to take care of Mr. Gu's feelings? Gu Changling said, "Gu Ming is a good boy. You will be happy with him in the future." Gu Ming was moved that Mr. Gu spoke for him. Gu Changling added, "I want to see you holding hands. Let me think about it." Qin Mengyao said to Gu Ming, "Let's go out and talk." Good. Gu Ming knew that she had something to say in private. Then, the two people walked out of the house, one in front and one behind, and went outside. Gu Changling sat there without moving. He gave them time and was not in a hurry. He didn't want to do something bad with good intentions and scare the girl away. Now, Gu Changling has an expectation that the Golden Dragon family will regain its glory in Gu Ming's hands. Because that day Lang Bingqin came and scolded Gu Ming, letting him know that Gu Ming was not simple. Outside, Qin Mengyao said seriously, "Gu Ming, if we win the cute pet competition in 3 days, I can be your girlfriend." Gu Ming didn't understand and asked, "Why? Is it too sudden?" Qin Mengyao explained the reason and said, "I made a bet with my friend that if she wins first place in the competition 3 days later, she will introduce me to a boyfriend. If I win first place, I will decide my own happiness." Gu Ming asked again, "Is there anything bothering her?" Qin Mengyao added, "My friend has been pursued by a man for a long time, so she resorted to this desperate measure." "What's your bond with her?" "When I fell into the water as a child, it was my friend who risked her life to grab my hand and rescue me. I owe her a favor." At this point, the two people looked at each other. Gu Ming understood the whole story and said, "So, you can only win in 3 days?" "Yeah, we can only win." She nodded. Gu Ming thought of a question. "What will happen to your friends after you win?" Qin Mengyao smiled and said, "If we win, my friend will have to be with that person. But don't be too happy too soon. My friend is very good at training pets. She won the championship in the last cute pet competition. It's a bit stressful." After discussing this, Gu Ming held up his chin and said, "But it's not a big problem. I believe in myself and I also believe in Fat Gray." Both of them opened up and did not hide anything from each other. Gu Ming looked at her and said, "If you want me to help you, you need to give me some benefits in advance." Qin Mengyao raised her head and chest and said, "I can hold hands and hug you in front of Mr. Gu. Is that okay?" Gu Ming thought about it for a few seconds, and made a decision, saying, "Okay." Qin Mengyao was happy, "Thank you." They looked at each other and then went back into the house. After entering the house, Qin Mengyao said directly, "Mr. Gu, I have thought about it. I am willing." Gu Changling smiled. Although his face was full of wrinkles, he looked kind. At this moment, Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao held hands together, and he felt her hands were soft and warm. Qin Mengyao felt something strange in her heart. Although she was doing it for Mr. Gu to see, it also made her feel emotional. Shaking hands with Gu Ming made her feel quite safe. This is the person she likes, so after holding him, she hopes to hold on a little longer and not let go so quickly. The two looked at each other and both smiled. "Okay, very good." Gu Changling looked at them and thought they looked like a couple, so he couldn't help but applaud. Then, they sat down. Gu Changling asked, "Is your family rich? What's your great-grandfather's name?" Qin Mengyao replied, "My family is indeed very rich. My great-grandfather's name? I don't know. I can call and ask my dad." She immediately called her father. "Your great-grandfather's name is Qin Fengyuan." "Qin Fengyuan, I understand. Thank you, Dad." "Wait a minute, Mengyao, why are you asking this?" "Nothing." Qin Mengyao hung up the phone. Gu Changling took out an old book and started searching. "Qin Fengyuan? I am getting old and confused, but I seem to remember this person." After a while, he said in surprise, "Found it, so your great-grandfather was also a member of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce." "Really?" Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao both came forward to watch. Gu Ming felt it was a great coincidence that the bond between him and Miss Qin had deepened a little more. Qin Mengyao hurriedly asked about the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After discussing with Mr. Gu, Gu Ming told her about the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The other side. Hospital. Several people came to visit Che Hao. One of them said, "Che Hao, are you still in the hospital? Don't you know whose birthday is tomorrow?" Che Hao's mind raced, and he remembered something. He immediately sat up from the bed and said, "It's Shuelin's birthday." The man laughed and said, "Yeah, if you behave well this time, maybe you can catch up with her. What's the point of continuing to pretend to be sick here?" Chehao rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "I must give Shuelin a surprise and make her accept me. Shuelin, that is his real white moonlight." As for Lang Bingqing, he preferred her money to other things. Shuelin, he must pursue her. Therefore, he must go to Shuelin's birthday party tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chehao said to several friends, "I need to go to Shuelin's birthday party, you all help me." "Can. As long as you give enough benefits, I can help." "Me too. The same reward as last time is about right." They had received many benefits from Chehao and helped him time and time again, but unfortunately this guy never succeeded, which disappointed them. Chehao laughed and said, "No problem. There will be a lot of benefits. We are all acquaintances. You know me. Right now." Lang Bingqing called and said, "Chehao, the money has been raised. I will contact you tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Can't today be possible?" Chehao felt embarrassed as he had plans for tomorrow. Lang Bingqing had made up her mind and didn't want to change it, so she said, "Tomorrow, Chehao, is it inconvenient for you?" Chehao was a little embarrassed, but he still agreed and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you tomorrow." He had to deal with 2 women in one day, which was a bit difficult, but not impossible. At worst, he can become a master of time management. He wants Lang Bingqing's money. He also wants Shuelin's people. Chapter 22 Two Time Management Masters. Xin Mengyao stayed in the courtyard for more than an hour and was about to go back. Gu Ming walked her out and said, "I will go to the birthday party of the perfect female lawyer tomorrow and then I will come to you to help train Fat Gray." Xin Mengyao chuckled, "You seem to be a master of time management." Gu Ming said, "There is no other way. This is the only way." Xin Mengyao waved at him, "See you tomorrow then." "See you tomorrow." They parted ways. Lang Bingqing was happy because tomorrow was the weekend and she would be with Chehao the whole day. She was looking forward to being with the person she loves tomorrow. Lang Bingqing couldn't help but call Chehao and said, "Chehao, tomorrow is the weekend, I won't go anywhere, I'll just stay with you." Hearing this, Chehao felt a headache. Why did it have to be the weekend? This is a big trouble. He had to find a way to leave Lang Bingqing, otherwise he would not be able to attend the goddess birthday party. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, "Chehao, why don't you speak?" "Ah." Chehao forced a smile and said, "Nothing, I was just thinking about spending time with you tomorrow and making you happy." Lang Bingqing asked, "Really?" Chehao said, "Yes." He coaxed Lang Bingqing in various ways to keep her steady and not make any mistakes. Time flies and it is the next day. The sunshine swept away the haze of spring and shone upon the earth. In a villa in Pingcheng, Shuelin was preparing for her birthday party, and many friends came to her house one after another. Shuelin entertained them warmly. These friends include those from law firms and her good friends of many years. "It's 9 o'clock. Excuse me." Shuelin turned around with a smile, went to the balcony and called Gu Ming. Gu Ming said, "Hello, beautiful Shuelin." Shuelin asked, "When will you come over?" Gu Ming asked, "Will the birthday come so early?" Shuelin glanced at the crowd in the living room and said, "It hasn't started yet. Wait for you to come over. I had planned to start at 12:28. Gu Ming said bluntly, "I'll be there soon. I have something else to do in the afternoon, so I have to leave early." Shuelin thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll start early. How about starting at 10:28? As a guest, Gu Ming would not interfere in other people's affairs and said, "It's up to you. You decide for yourself." Sherlin decided to start early for his sake so that he could have his cake and eat it. For Gu Ming, she was willing to change her plan. Her liking for Gu Ming was simply too good. Last night, she dreamed that Gu Ming confessed his love to her at her birthday party. When she opened her eyes, she realized it was a dream. She was thinking that maybe Gu Ming had someone else he liked. Is Gu Ming going to his friend S house this afternoon? Thinking of this, Shuelin felt a little pressured because there were other beauties around Gu Ming. The other side. Lang Bingqing had already arrived at the hospital. She was very happy and went straight to Chehao's ward, saying with a smile, "Chehao, I'm here." Chehao held her hand and said, "I missed you." Lang Bingqing asked, "Am I beautiful?" Chehao praised, "You are so beautiful, you are like a fairy, every inch of your skin is glowing, especially your mouth. It is so beautiful, I want to kiss you. Lang Bingqing was distracted for a while, and smiled. If we get married in the future, we must hold a big wedding, what do you think? Che Hao let go of her hand. He hadn't thought about getting married at all. He looked aside and said, Bingqing, I'm still in the hospital. Let's not talk about this for now. It's unlucky. Lang Bingqing restrained his smile and blamed himself. I'm sorry, I shouldn't mention this kind of thing here. Che Haotsai looked back and said, well, it's okay. Lang Bingqing didn't think much about it, raised the bag in his hand and said, I brought you a lot of delicious food, you should like it. So much? Che Hao wanted to save some space for cake. Lang Bingqing blinked and said, a lot? Not at all. You usually eat this much. Her hot body pressed against me, and it was hard to tell that she was being cold and aloof. She is very enthusiastic when facing the man she likes. She has completely lost her arrogance and pride, which is really rare. Then, Lang Bingqing began to feed him and said, eat it. I ran a long way to buy it for you, and I even waited in line. Che Hao opened his mouth and said, thank you. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and her plump figure, but he was thinking about another woman. Too bad she's not Sherlin. If it were Xuelin, he would definitely die of happiness. Now, Che Hao could only pretend to smile and hug Lang Bingqing perfunctorily. Xuelin told her friend, I want to advance my birthday party. It will start on time at 10:28. Everyone was surprised. So soon? Didn't it say it starts at 12? It's suddenly early. Seriously. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. A man stood up and walked outside. He wanted to inform Che Hao that there was a change of plan. A red-haired beauty looked at him and said, Zhou Hao is going to tip off Che Hao again. Another beauty said, that's very normal. Xuelin showed no strange expression on her face and said, I knew it a long time ago. Outside, Zhou Hao called Che Hao. Che Hao was chatting with Lang Bingqing. Lang Bingqing closed her eyes and said, Che Hao, kiss me. Good. Just as Che Hao was about to kiss him, his cell phone rang, which made him say, excuse me, I'm going to make a call. He let go of Lang Bingqing's hand on his waist and went to make a phone call. Lang Bingqing originally had a lot of enthusiasm, but now it was slowly extinguished. Looking at his figure, she felt a little strange in her heart. Zhou Hao said quickly, Che Hao, come quickly, the birthday party has been moved up to 10:28. If you don't come, I'm afraid it will be too late. Che Hao whispered, why is it so early? Tell the brothers to get ready and wait for me. Yes. Zhou Hao agreed. After the call, Che Hao came back as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, Bingqing, let's continue. No. Lang Bingqing refused and asked, who's calling? Her tone was a little cold. Che Hao smiled and said, no one. Now. Lang Bingqing involuntarily switched modes. She turned into the mode of getting along with Gu Ming. This was a sequelae. Although Gu Ming left her, her habits have not changed. Lang Bingqing asked again, whose call is it? Seeing this, Che Hao's smile slowly disappeared. It seemed that he had no choice but to say, a friend of mine, his name is Zhou Hao. Lang Bingqing asked, what's the matter? Che Hao felt like a prisoner being interrogated. He finally understood Gu Ming's feelings and said, it's like this. It's his birthday. Lang Bingqing said, I'll help you give him a gift. Che Hao quickly grabbed her hand and coaxed her, Bingqing, you are the most important in my heart. If you are unhappy, I will be sad too. I will call and scold him right now. Lang Bingqing became happy again, leaning gently in his arms, and said, well, I believe you, I won't go anywhere, I will stay with you. Che Hao hugged the beautiful female president, thinking about how to get out of this situation. Speaking of which, Gu Ming arrived at Xuelin's house. Xuelin came out to greet him personally and said with a smile, Gu Ming, you are here. Wow. Handsome guy. So handsome. Several beauties looked at Gu Ming. When did Xuelin meet such a handsome guy? And it looks a bit like Che Hao. Gu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and said, Miss Xuelin, I'm sorry to bother you. Xuelin was very happy and said, no, you are very welcome. In her eyes, although Gu Ming and Che Hao are a little bit similar, there is a world of difference between them. She hates Che Hao very much, but has a lot of good feelings towards Gu Ming. Zhou Hao looked at the two people flirting with each other and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xu Elin fell in love with this man? What about Che Hao? No. He had to ask Che Hao to come over quickly. Thinking of this, he immediately made a phone call. Lang Bingqing's mood recovered and he said, Che Hao, come again. Good. Che Hao agreed. The two people were just about to kiss, their lips were close to each other, only a few centimeters apart, and they were about to kiss each other. Lang Bingqing already had a beautiful fantasy in his mind. However, at this moment, Che Hao's cell phone rang again. Chapter 23 Che Hao confesses, Lang Bingqing takes out 900 million. Once again I was interrupted by the phone ringing. Che Hao and Lang Bingqing were both stunned. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Then, Che Hao asked, my dad is calling, do you want to answer it? Lang Bingqing nodded and said, well, take it. Che Hao smiled, Bingqing, I'll be back soon, wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran out to answer the phone. Hello, Dad. Hao, you promised me that you would get the money, what's going on now? Che Wenshan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Che Hao took a deep breath and said, Dad, it's almost successful. Then he remembered his oath. He once made an agreement with his father that as long as he got the money and solved the company's crisis, his father would no longer care about his life. In order to achieve freedom in marriage and control his own life, he must succeed no matter what. So, he must get 900 million funds from Lang Bingqing. Che Wenshan said, it's up to you to decide what to do. I'm just reminding you. Che Hao vowed, Dad, just wait for my money. Che Wenshan said, okay, I won't say much, you hurry up. Beep, beep, beep. The two ended the call. Another call came in. Zhou Nihao said quickly, Che Hao, Xu Elin's birthday party will start early. I understand. Tell them that no one is allowed to call me. Bye. After saying that, Che Hao decisively hung up the phone and turned off the phone. His eyes were determined, and now he was going to do something big. Then, he returned to the ward and said with a smile, Bingqing, nothing can disturb us now. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Lang Bingqing said calmly, it's okay, I don't take it to heart. Che Hao held her hand and said affectionately, Bingqing, you have to believe me, I love you, this will never change, you are the only one in my heart. For the sake of money, he risked everything. Lang Bingqing was moved by his words and felt better. Che Hao continued to confess his love, wishing he could take his heart out. During these 6 years, I have often thought about you. The days without you were very difficult for me. I finally made it through. The first thing I did when I got back to Pingcheng was to come look for you. My longing for you is as unstoppable as the waves of the sea. Bingqing, I promise you, as long as I am here, no one can hurt you. I want to be with you forever, no matter where we are, rich or poor, I only want you. I swear, Che Hao, will only be good to Lang Bingqing, I will be completely devoted to you, and I will make you happy for the rest of your life. If I can't do this, let me be struck by lightning. For the sake of money, Che Hao did everything he could and said all kinds of affectionate words. Lang Bingqing was very moved, with a smile on her face. She felt that the past 6 years of waiting were not in vain, as she finally got by Yue Guang's confession. Che Hao knelt down on one knee and said sincerely, Bingqing, be my girlfriend. From now on, we will share the joys and sorrows and be together through thick and thin. With no way out behind him, Che Hao could only move forward and confess his feelings to Lang Bingqing. Lang Bingqing had tears in her eyes and asked, will you help me deal with Gu Ming? Meeting. Che Hao nodded directly. She added, Gu Ming hit me, will you help me beat him up? Meeting. No matter what she said, Che Hao just agreed. Will you always protect me? Meeting. Don't hurt me, don't lie to me, don't make me cry. I promise, I will do it. Che Hao agreed to everything without leaving himself any way out. He had no intention of being a good person anyway. Lang Bingqing was so moved that she asked, will you give me a grand wedding? Che Hao still agreed and said, yes, I will let the whole city of Ping know about our marriage, let thousands of people bless us, and let them know that you are the most beautiful and happiest bride. At this point, Lang Bingqing was truly moved and said in tears, well, Che Hao, I will be your girlfriend, get up. That's great, Bingqing, I knew you would agree. Che Hao was ecstatic and stood up holding her hand. Lang Bingqing closed her eyes and said, Che Hao, come, kiss me. Boo. This time, Che Hao didn't hesitate anymore. He went straight up and kissed the female president on the mouth, kissing her passionately. Lang Bingqing had an illusion that she was the happiest woman in the world. Her heart has fallen. The two kissed for a long time before separating. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, "Che Hao, we are already together. I will transfer the 900 million I promised to lend you right away. I'll write an IOU." Che Hao was ecstatic in his heart, but his face looked as if he had to write an IOU. Lang Bingqing pulled him and shook his head. "No need, I believe you." Che Hao was happy and said, "Then I'll write to you later." Lang Bingqing's smile and tears blended together. "Okay." And just like that, Lang Bingqing transferred the money. 900 million. Finally got it. Che Hao was so happy that he hugged her and kissed her fiercely. "Bingqing, I don't think I will ever be separated from you." Lang Bingqing was now completely defenseless against him and immersed in the atmosphere of love. However, Che Hao just wanted to get away, and said, "Bingqing, I want to go out." Lang Bingqing was puzzled. "Why do you want to go out?" Che Hao was very gentle, his voice was full of magnetism, and he said, "I will go buy you a gift. I will go to the garden and pick flowers for you myself, go to the jewelry store and pick out a necklace for you myself, and go to the mall and pick out the most beautiful dress for you myself." He really wanted to go out, find his white moonlight, and attend her birthday party. In order to get out, he made up a beautiful lie. Lang Bingqing felt very sweet and said with a smile, "I'll go too." "No." Che Hao said firmly, "Just wait for me here, I will buy the gift for you, this is part of my love." Lang Bingqing agreed without saying anything. "Okay, Che Hao, you go early and come back early." "Good." Che Hao smiled, held her beautiful face, and said, "Wait for me. I'll wait for you to come back." The two people hugged each other tightly. Then, Che Hao went out. As soon as he left the ward, his face was full of smiles and he had a sense of success. He looked back at the ward and was going to see Bai Yue Guang. As he walked down the stairs, he whispered, "Lang Bingqing, I'm sorry. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid to believe me." Once outside, he walked to a car parked on the side of the road, opened the door and got in. A man in the car said, "Che Hao, you just came out? The phone call is not working, and I don't dare to go up to find you. Xu Eline's birthday party is about to start." Snort. "Let's go, I want to see Xu Eline as soon as possible, everything goes according to plan." Che Hao had an indifferent expression. No problem. This friend had made an appointment with him, so he started driving fast, taking Che Hao to Xu Eline's house. Xu Eline's house. Gu Ming was sitting among a group of people, but he didn't know them. Xu Eline introduced them. "He is Gu Ming, my good friend." As she spoke, she put her hand on Gu Ming's shoulder and said, "You may think he is not powerful now, but you will change your mind in the future. He will definitely rise, because he is going to start a business." "Gu Ming, you want to start a business? If you were the boss, could you hire me?" "Yes, I want to work in your company. I don't want any salary. All you need is to give me some shares." Ha 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 ha. A group of people started joking around, and the atmosphere became somewhat joyful. Gu Ming said, "I want to start a business, but I guess it's just for fun. I'm afraid you will have to work for me." Xu Eline said, "Gu Ming, if you start a business, I will be the first to invest." Gu Ming politely refused, "No, I haven't thought about it yet." As expected, "Are you still a little resistant?" Xu Eline felt very uncomfortable, looked at the watch on her wrist, flicked her hair, and said, "It's time, our birthday party will start." Good. Everyone applauded. In the crowd, Zhang Yihao was anxious, wondering if Che Hao could make it. He really wanted to tell Che Hao that Xu Eline had been seduced away by someone else. Chapter 24, Annoyed by the scumbag, Gu Ming directly exposes him. The red-haired beauty asked, "Gu Ming is so handsome, can I pursue him?" Beside. Julina smiled and said, "Jia Jia, you can try to see if you can beat Xu Lin. Don't be careless or you will get into trouble and ruin our friendship." Gu Ming had seen this beautiful lady before at the music hall. Wang Jiajia waved her hand and said, "Forget it then." Seeing that they were about to start, Zhou Nihao hurriedly said, "Xu Lin, wait a minute, someone hasn't arrived yet." Xu Lin said, "I know, but I have to start the birthday party." Zhou Nihao said, "Che Hao is our friend after all. We have known each other for many years. Are we really not going to wait for him? He is here, wanting to help Che Hao delay time as much as possible." After all, they had discussed it. Zhu Lina snorted, "Xu Lin didn't invite him, why are you waiting for him?" Wang Jiajia is one of Xu Lin's few good friends, and she is not the type that can be bribed. She said, yes, no need to wait, Shualin, just start. Shualin announced, begin. Then she took out the cake, lit the candles, and went through the formal process, putting on a birthday hat. The birthday atmosphere came out all of a sudden. When Gu Ming heard them mention Che Hao, he became interested. Apparently, Che Hao likes Shualin. The surname Che is very rare, so it is probably not someone with the same name. Then Che Hao is a scumbag. He deceived Leng Bingqing's feelings while thinking about Shualin. Thinking of this, Gu Ming felt that Che Hao was very bad and he despised this man very much. They didn't wait for Che Hao anymore. Shualin began to make a wish and then blew out the candles. Everyone sang the birthday song, clapped and cheered, giving Shualin a romantic birthday atmosphere. Several beauties hugged Shualin and gave their blessings. Of course, the handsome guys also gave their blessings. Happy birthday, boss. Happy birthday, Shualin. Happy birthday, Shualin. My dear Lin Lin, happy 28th birthday. Everyone sends their blessings, making this place very romantic. At this time, Shualin looked at Gu Ming and said with a smile, Gu Ming, where are your blessings? Gu Ming said, happy birthday, beautiful Shualin. I hope you will always be young and beautiful, and your law firm will become stronger and more prosperous. Shualin was happy and smiled, thank you. Shulina pushed her from behind and said, give me a hug. Give me a hug. Wang Jia clapped vigorously. Shualin came over, looked at Gu Ming, and said seriously, can I have a hug? Gu Ming said, a handshake is fine, but a hug is fine. When Shualin heard this, her heart tightened, she felt rejected. Does Gu Ming have a girl he likes? Here, she did not embarrass Gu Ming anymore, but stretched out her hand and said with a smile, okay, let's shake hands. Thanks. There is no need for Gu Ming to say everything, she is a smart person. The two men shook hands. Julina was a little surprised. Shualin was so beautiful, but she was rejected? Is there something wrong with this Gu Ming? She and Wang Jia looked at each other and were both surprised. Zhou Nihao breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed that Che Hao still had a chance. Immediately, they loosened their grip. Shualin lifted her hair and said to everyone, come, let's cut the cake and eat together. Good. Everyone got a piece of cake and started eating. Shualin handed a piece of cake to Gu Ming and said, it's very delicious, try it. Gu Ming said, thank you, Miss Shualin, for the cake. Everyone got a piece of cake and sat down to eat. Julina scooped a little cake and said to Shualin, no one loves you, so I will love you. Have a bite. Shualin opened her mouth and ate. Wang Jia did the same and said, I wish our friendship will last forever. Okay, thank you. Shualin was happy, after all, today was her birthday. She was well-mannered and did not show any sadness because of Gu Ming's rejection. After eating the cake, Gu Ming stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Shualin nodded. Not long after he left, several men came in, all carrying things. Zhou Nihao's eyes lit up, it's finally here. The leader was Che Hao, who said with a smile, Shualin, you didn't even invite me for your birthday? Shualin looked at him and said, today is my birthday, don't mess it up. Che Hao took a bouquet of roses from a friend behind him and said, I'm not making trouble, Shualin, I'm serious. Julina and Wang Jia both sided with Shualin. Wang Jia said, Che Hao, you want to use force, right? Che Hao glanced at her and said, Jia, don't say anything yet. Wait until I finish confessing to Shualin, then I'll talk to you. Let you confess? Can you do it? Wang Jia despised. Julina pointed out, your company is in financial crisis, and you confessed your love to Shualin probably for money. Many people here know about the crisis facing Che Hao's company. There's no way, all these people are acquaintances. The men who came with them spoke up at this time. Shualin, Che Hao has been pursuing you for so many years. We all know his sincerity. Just give him a chance. Shualin, you don't have a partner, and Che Hao is also single. We know each other well, so why don't you choose him? Shualin, I think you and Che Hao are a perfect match. They took advantage of Che Hao and are now making efforts. Shualin was a little unhappy and asked, Che Hao, what do you mean? Che Hao came forward with a rose in his hand, knelt on one knee in front of her, and said sincerely, Shualin, be my girlfriend, I will make you happy. Shualin looked aside calmly and said, I have rejected you dozens of times, why don't you give up? Che Hao was very obsessed with her. He stared at her beautiful face and said, Shualin, even if you reject me 10,000 times, I will not give up, because you are the white moonlight in my heart and cannot be replaced. Zhu Lina snorted, sweet talk, you can tell at a glance that he's a scumbag. Xu Elin waved her hands and said depressedly, okay, get up, I won't be your girlfriend, I would rather be single for the rest of my life. Che Hao held a bouquet of roses and said to his friends behind him, hurry up and bring the gifts over so Xu Elin can see them. Several men came forward together and took out the gifts they had prepared. There were particularly large diamond rings, rare pearl necklaces, and a person opened a box and scattered it on the ground. Some crystal fragments fell and formed a heart shape with the word Xu Elin, I love you in the middle. Wow. Wow, it's magic. Che Hao is so sincere, Xu Elin, please agree quickly. Xu Elin, I think you should reconsider. Che Hao is serious this time. Some people spoke for Che Hao. They had received benefits, so they naturally could not remain silent. Now was the time for them to take action. Che Hao was very satisfied with the effect and said again, Xu Elin, be my girlfriend. Xu Elin was a little annoyed. She glared at him and said, Che Hao, I will never like you. Just give up on this idea. You are not my type. Che Hao asked, what type do you like? I can change. Right now. Gu Ming came out of the bathroom and walked over here. Xu Elin pointed at him and said, I like men like him. Can you do it? Che Hao looked over and was immediately shocked. He asked, why are you here? Gu Ming came back from the toilet and ran into this kind of thing. He felt very interesting and said with a smile, I am Xu Elin's friend. She invited me to her birthday party. Che Hao was quite shocked because Gu Ming was the one who was driven away by Lang Bingqing. How could Xu Elin like such a man? He couldn't calm down and said angrily, Xu Elin, this guy is a poor guy. He must want to deceive your feelings so that he can marry you and live off you. You tell him to get out. Unexpectedly, Xu Elin didn't listen to him. Instead, she slammed the table and said unhappily, Che Hao, Gu Ming is my guest. If you don't respect him, you are disrespecting me. Zhu Lina said quickly, Che Hao, Xu Elin didn't invite you, you came here on your own, you should be the one to leave. Wang Jiejie also said, Che Hao, please get out quickly. After comparing them, they found that Gu Ming was much more pleasing to the eye and not as bad as Che Hao. Although what Gu Ming was wearing was not some top brand name, he had a special temperament, unlike Che Hao who had a nose sticker on his head and looked more disgusting than before. They have long been fed up with Che Hao, and now, while Gu Ming is around, they use him to attack Che Hao. Gu Ming also felt that Che Hao was going too far and couldn't help but say, Che Hao, you were hugging and cuddling with Lang Bingqing over there, and now you're here to confess your love to beautiful Xu Elin. You're really a talent. After these words were spoken, Che Hao had no way to defend himself and even wanted to kill Gu Ming. So Che Hao, you are this kind of person. Che Hao, I despise you. Zhu Lina and the others were surprised. They didn't expect that Gu Ming would assist them at the critical moment. Gu Ming exposed Che Hao's shameless side, which made all his friends depressed. Xu Elin became angry, looking at Che Hao with disgust, and pointed outside and said, Che Hao, get out of here, leave my house, you are not welcome here. Chapter 25 is further exposed, and Che Hao's character collapses. After Gu Ming exposed his scumbag behavior, the goddess even told him to get out, which made Che Hao very uncomfortable. With a bitter expression on his face, he defended himself, Xu Elin, it's not like that. This is a misunderstanding. Xu Elin's chest rose and fell. She looked at Gu Ming and said, Gu Ming, please continue. Zhu Lina said angrily, yes, Gu Ming, there is no need to give him face anymore, expose him severely, this bastard should have received retribution long ago. Everyone looked at Gu Ming, waiting for him to be further exposed. Gu Ming said, after Che Hao returned to China, he went to Lang Bingqing's villa as soon as possible. Everyone sighed. They didn't expect Che Hao to be such a person. The look they gave Che Hao was full of contempt. Che Hao got angry, pointed at Gu Ming and said, boy, don't talk nonsense, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Gu Ming ignored his threat and continued calmly, I stayed with Lang Bingqing for 6 years, all because of Che Hao. I will always remember the suffering I endured, because I am a bit like Che Hao. I became his substitute and suffered everything I shouldn't have suffered. Although Gu Ming and Lang Bingqing are over, they are even now. However, the situation between Gu Ming and Che Hao is not over yet. If it weren't for Che Hao, many things would not have happened. Here, he had to get it off his chest. 6 years of suffering is not something that an ordinary person can endure, and he was able to endure it only because he was paying off his parents' debts. Hiss. Everyone's face changed slightly. They didn't expect there would be such an inside story. They looked at Gu Ming and Che Hao. There was also a grudge between these two men. Gu Ming, once a substitute for Che Hao. Che Hao felt that it was all over. The flowers in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. He was burning with anger. He clenched his fists and stared at Gu Ming. Gu Ming said expressionlessly, "You are the original sin of everything. You are Lang Bingqing's white moonlight. She has always liked you, but she can't get you, so I have to take your place." He explained the cause and effect of the past 6 years here. Everyone sees a clear line. They know more. I see. Julina slapped her thigh and said, 6 years ago, Che Hao followed Xu Elin to go abroad together, which led to Gu Ming's tragedy. Wang Jia angrily said, "Che Hao, you always say how much you like Xu Elin, but after you returned to China, the first thing you did was to go to Lang Bingqing's villa to reunite with her. You are such a scumbag, so ridiculous." At this moment, everyone pointed at Che Hao. "Che Hao, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. I misjudged you. I take back what I said before. It's not a good idea to make friends carelessly." A personal statement, including those who supported Che Hao before. Zhou Nihao took a deep breath. He wanted to express his position, because if he didn't, he would have no friends. He said, "Che Hao, you are such a scumbag. I was deceived by you so badly." The few people who arrived with Che Hao were also eager to express their opinions. "I thought we were in the same group, but now it seems I was wrong. Che Hao, I don't have you as my friend anymore." Che Hao's personality collapsed, and one person after another distanced themselves from him. It can be said that when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Che Hao's face turned pale, his anger subsided, and his lie was exposed. He felt weak all over, and his fists loosened involuntarily. A trace of regret grew in his heart. If I hadn't provoked Gu Ming in the first place, nothing would have happened now. He should let Lang Bingqing deal with Gu Ming before going to the villa. He met Gu Ming and mocked him again. Che Hao felt bitter in his mouth. If he could go back to the past, he would not mock Gu Ming. He would even give Gu Ming millions and send him off well. If Gu Ming became his friend, today's confession would be successful. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became, and his heart was overwhelmed with regret. He can bribe other people, so why is Gu Ming missing? He blamed himself for being confused for a moment, losing his composure and making a big mistake. Actually, when he returned to China, the first thing he wanted to do was to be with Lang Bingqing, so when he saw that there was a man by her side who was actually a substitute for himself, he was hostile. Che Hao's face was gloomy and he looked very tormented. He reflected on the past over and over again. He had 2 chances to turn the situation around, one at Lang Bingqing's villa and one at the Civil Affairs Bureau. If he had given Gu Ming some benefits and sent him away in a friendly manner, today's situation would have been different. But he didn't. So, today, his confession failed and was ridiculed by everyone. In addition, his friends also distanced themselves from him. He couldn't help but kneel down. Gu Ming smiled and felt relieved, as if he had completely said goodbye to the past. He had previously severed ties with Lang Bingqing, completed the divorce procedures, and resigned from the company. As a result, there was still some Jinlan left to be dealt with. Next, he was threatened. Lang Bingqing threatened him with Jinlan and asked him to go back. He cleverly resolved the situation and rescued Jinlan. However, this is not a complete decoupling. There is another person, that is Che Hao. There was also a grudge between Gu Ming and Che Hao. He had endured 6 years of torture because of him. Today, he let out all the bitterness, as if he had released the last shackles and completely broken away from the past. From then on, he was a free man. He will live for himself, not for anyone else, and not bow to anyone. At this moment, Gu Ming's whole spirit and energy were improving. Xu Elin looked at Gu Ming. He seemed to have undergone subtle changes, but she couldn't tell what it was. Zhu Lina's eyes lit up, he became even more handsome. Wang Jia thought, "Gu Ming, why are you so handsome?" Now, Gu Ming and Che Hao, one standing and the other kneeling, confronting each other, can be said to be a special picture. Che Hao suddenly thought of a countermeasure and gritted his teeth and said, "Xuelin, I was wrong. I will always love you. I will break up with Lang Bingqing right now." Zhu Lina smiled, folded her hands in front of her chest, and said with disdain, "Do you believe what you said? Che Hao looked at Xu Elin obsessively and said, "You have to believe me, I can do it." He was furious. Now he could only choose one between Xu Elin and Lang Bingqing. So, I can only abandon Lang Bingqing. There is no way, Xu Elin is his white moonlight, he will not give up. Everything he did was for Xu Elin, including the agreement between him and his father. What I did with Lang Bingqing was just to fulfill the agreement and get the money. Now, the money is already in hand. What else is Lang Bingqing useful for? Gu Ming added, "You deceived Lang Bingqing's feelings, cheated her for money and her sex. You are really evil to the core." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone sighed again. They felt Lang Bingqing was so pitiful. Xu Elin felt a chill on her back. She felt that if she didn't refuse, she would be the next one to be cheated of her money and sex. She immediately waved her hand coldly and said, "Che Hao, get out. I don't want to see you again." Wang Jiajia said to her brother, "Pull him out. Don't let him get in the way here. It makes me sick to see him." Shulina also said to her ex, "Take him away, I hate this scumbag." Two men came forward, pulled Che Hao from the left and right, and walked out. Che Hao struggled and shouted, "Xu Elin, believe me." As for Che Hao's things, they were taken away and thrown away, so they would not be kept in Xu Elin's house. This made everyone feel relieved. Xu Elin smiled at Gu Ming and said, "Thank you, otherwise I would be in big trouble this time." Gu Ming said, "It's okay." He looked outside and thought that Lang Bingqing was in trouble. Che Hao's current state is almost like Xu Elin's bootlicker. So, it won't be long before Lang Bingqing will be abandoned. Although he didn't know whether Che Hao got the money, he could make a rough guess from what Che Hao said just now. But Lang Bingqing deserved it. The more miserable she was, the happier Gu Ming was. Chapter 26: Qin Mengyao's First Kiss. Chen's Company. Inside the office, a man and a woman are talking. Chen Shiyu smiled and said, "Sister, we were able to win the Tianluan Group project this time, thanks to you." Guo Meiji put her hand on her brother's shoulder and said, "That's right, don't you see who your sister is?" Chen Shiyu said, "Take advantage of his illness to kill him. The Lang Group will have a hard time in the future." Guo Meiji analyzed, the Lang Group has a lot of loopholes. It's not that they are having a hard time, but that they are about to go bankrupt. Lang Bingqing embezzled 900 million yuan of funds. It is almost impossible for them to make up for it. Chen Shiyu laughed, "Thanks to Gu Ming's resignation, otherwise, we really wouldn't be so successful." Guo Meiji said, Lang Bingqing is really wrong this time, and will never recover." Chen Shiyu thought about this and said with interest, "According to the information Gu Ming said, I checked that Che Hao's company had a major financial crisis and needed a large sum of money, so Lang Bingqing was burst into gold coins." Snort. The Che family's company encountered a crisis, and then they asked Lang Bingqing to fill the gap. What a good plan. Guo Meiji had no sympathy at all. Instead, she slapped her brother's face and said, "Lang's group is going to close down. The more of the vacant market we can take, the better." Chen Shiyu said, "Yes, we have to compete with Lang Group for some recent business, we can't let go of any of them." They made plans for the next period of time. After coming out of Xu Elin's house, Che Hao received a call from Lang Bingqing and asked, "Bingqing, what's the matter?" Lang Bingqing asked, "Why did you take so long?" Che Hao was full of resentment. His confession failed and he was kicked out. He was extremely depressed and didn't want to pay any more attention to Lang Bingqing. But at this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Lang Bingqing can find a substitute, so why can't he? Since he can't get Xu Elin now, he can get Lang Bingqing's body first. Just think of her as Xu Elin. Lang Bingqing, don't blame me, blame yourself for being too stupid. He couldn't get Xu Elin, and his mentality became distorted. He needs to find a place to vent. And Lang Bingqing was the target he chose to vent his anger on. He made up his mind and said with a smile, "Bingqing, I have bought the gift and am on my way back now. Wait for me." Good. Lang Bingqing didn't know that the crisis was coming. She thought it was a beautiful love and happily agreed. Hang up the phone. Che Hao looked at the items that were originally intended for Xu Elin, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking a little evil. Soon, he returned to the hospital. Che Hao was very gentlemanly. He held a bouquet of roses and said, "Bingqing, be my girlfriend." I'm so touched. Lang Bingqing was extremely happy. She had waited for this moment for many years. She said, I agree. She took the bouquet of roses and was very excited. Xiehao took out the gifts that were originally intended for Xuelin and gave them to her one by one. Lung Bingqing was about to fall, tears welled up in her eyes, and she said, Xiehao, I'm so touched. Xiehao hugged her tightly and said, Bingqing, I'm going to be discharged from the hospital and go to your villa to celebrate properly. Okay. Lung Bingqing agreed without even thinking about it. Xiehao held her face and kissed her, imagining Xuelin in his mind. At this moment, Lung Bingqing became Xuelin's substitute. The two people kissed each other. Xiehao decided to capture Lung Bingqing and get her body today. Immediately, they were discharged from the hospital together and went straight to Lung Bingqing's villa. Lung Bingqing was like land that had been dry for a long time, waiting to be nourished by love. She couldn't resist Xiao's confession at all now. She was sinking deeper and deeper. Living a huge lie. The other side. Guming has left Xuelin's house and gone to Qin Mangyao house. When they met, Qin Mangyao saw that he was smiling, so she asked, What are you so happy about? Guming said, Nothing. Qin Mangyao shook her body and said cutely, Go ahead, I'm not an outsider. If you are not an outsider, then what are you? Guming thought for a moment and said, I rejected a beautiful woman, and she thought I had a girlfriend. Qin Mangyao bit her lip, Who does she think your girlfriend is? Guming looked at her, I won't tell you. Snort. Mean. Qin Mengyao's pretty face turned slightly red, she already had the answer. They go inside. Guming picked up Fat Gray and said, We have to achieve a training goal today, otherwise we won't leave. Qin Mengyao asked, Why do you care so much? Guming said, Yes, I must complete what I promised you. Okay, let's start today's training. The two looked at each other and were very fond of each other. Immediately, Guming began to train Fat Gray to build a tacit understanding between it and Qin Mengyao. He thought of the simplest method, which was to put a prop in Qin Mengyao's hand. In this way, with an additional medium, Fat Gray's training becomes smoother and the efficiency is increased many times. Qin Mengyao was happy, wow, Fat Gray listened to me and succeeded. She held Fat Gray in her arms and felt a sense of accomplishment. Gu Ming looked at her. This beautiful lady dressed up so carefully that she was really beautiful. He said, Go on. Don't be proud. His appreciation made Qin Mengyao happy, and she said to him, If you complete the task today, I will reward you. Gu Ming said, What reward? I don't want it. Qin Mengyao pouted, Do you want it or not? Gu Ming liked her and couldn't bear to reject her. If it was someone else, he would definitely reject her. He said, Then take it. We. Qin Mengyao looked aside, her earlobes slightly red. She wanted to give her first kiss to Gu Ming since she had already chosen him. They continued training. Gu Ming's ability exceeded Qin Mengyao's expectations. Under his training, the tacit understanding between Pang Hui and her improved rapidly, and they passed the events of jumping in hoops, climbing poles, and shaking the net smoothly. Qin Mengyao laughed so hard that her waist trembled. She said, Gu Ming, you and Fat Gray have such a good rapport. You are like its relative. Gu Ming touched the Fat Gray who was lying down tiredly and said, I have been feeding it for 6 years. What do you think? Aside. Fat Orange could only watch, staring at Fat Gray with his big green eyes. Qin Mengyao lifted her hair and said, The mission is completed, let Fat Gray take a rest. Good. Gu Ming agreed and touched its head encouragingly. At this time, Qin Mengyao blushed a little and said, Gu Ming, do you still remember what you just said? Gu Ming was puzzled. Which sentence? Qin Mengyao walked to his side, looked at his handsome face, and said softly, Stupid, close your eyes. I'm going to cash in the reward. Oh. Gu Ming closed his eyes. Next second, he felt a soft kiss on his lips. The feeling was wonderful, and a warmth went straight to his heart. He was so surprised that he opened his eyes. Just see. Qin Mengyao was kissing herself, lips touching lips. He suddenly opened his eyes, which scared Qin Mengyao, causing a layer of blush to quickly spread on the beautiful woman's face, as if she was drunk, which looked extremely beautiful. Then, Qin Mengyao shyly let go of him, took a few steps back, looked aside and said, This is my reward, my first kiss, you got it for free. Meow. Fat Gray barked, as if he didn't understand their behavior. Seeing that she was a little embarrassed, Gu Ming said, Fat Gray, why are you yelling? Are you hungry again? You foodie. Puff. His words made Qin Mengyao laugh. She was no longer embarrassed and said, "If Fat Gray wants to eat, give it to him. Don't let him starve." Then, Qin Mengyao walked forward and added cat food to Pang Wei. The atmosphere became cheerful. They fed Fat Gray, and it was so cute to see it eating. At this time, Qin Mengyao received a call from her best friend. She answered the call and asked, "Jirong, do you miss me?" On the other end of the phone, Pan Jirong said, "No, I want to ask how your training is going. Are you still going to participate in the cute pet competition? Are you going to regret it?" Qin Mengyao touched Fatty Hui and said confidently, "Who are you looking down upon?" "Of course I'm participating. Now I have someone to help me train. Let me see how I can defeat you and take first place." "Who is it? Is he handsome?" Pan Jirong smiled. Qin Mengyao looked at Gu Ming and said, "He is a handsome guy. You will know when the time comes." Snort. Pan Jirong was not afraid. "You want to beat me? That's impossible. I'm the champion of the last cute pet competition." Qin Mengyao laughed proudly. "Now is different from the past. I will make you my defeated opponent." Pan Jirong teased, "Miss Qin, you are so eloquent, have you been blessed?" Qin Mengyao laughed so hard that she almost laughed. She had just given her first kiss to Gu Ming. This statement hit her funny spot directly. Chapter 27. Gu Ming invites Lung Bingqing to attend his wedding. The training was over and Gu Ming was ready to leave. Qin Mengyao smiled, looking very beautiful, and said, "To thank you, I will take you back." Gu Ming said, "Okay, thank you Mengyao, but I have to go to the market first to buy some ingredients." Qin Mengyao said, "I'll take you there. I also want to buy some." Good. The two left the villa, and Qin Mengyao drove Gu Ming to the market. Inside Long Bingqing's villa, on the messy sheets, Lung Bingqing looked like she was still unsatisfied. She leaned in Chehao's arms with a blush on her face and said, "Chehao, you were so kind. When are we going to get the marriage certificate?" "Get certificate? That's impossible." Chehao sneered in his heart. He was just playing around. When he gets tired of her, he will abandon this woman and pursue Xuelin wholeheartedly. Now, he just treated her as a substitute. But on the surface, Chehao hugged her and coaxed her, "Wait a few days. I'm not fully recovered yet, and the company's affairs are a mess. There are many places that need money." This made Lung Bingqing worried. She looked at Chehao's face and said, "Chehao, my family actually has a reserve fund. If you really need money, I can lend it to you, but you must pay it back because it's my parents' money." "Still have money?" Chehao was a little surprised. He just mentioned it casually, but Lung Bingqing actually wanted to give him money. "It looks like there will be no way to avoid getting gold coins today." Immediately, he hugged her affectionately and said, "Bingqing, I don't want your money, I only want you." The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Chehao decisively covered her with a blanket, treating her as Xuelin and giving her more love. In this way, Lung Bingqing became even more determined to give money to Chehao. 5 minutes later, Lung Bingqing said, "Chehao, that reserve fund is 500 million. If you are in a hurry, just use it first. From now on, my money will be your money." Chehao was ecstatic, kissed her and said, "Thank you, Bingqing, I love you, let's go buy some ingredients, we'll have a big meal today." He thought to himself, "Lung Bingqing, it's not me who wants your money, it's you who insisted on giving it to me." He naturally doesn't mind having a lot of money. The more money he has, the better he likes it. With that money, he might be able to gain more say in front of his father. Good. Lung Bingqing agreed without thinking. Then, they got up. Market. Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao couldn't help but stop when they saw the scene. Not far away, a group of people were also watching. Their eyes were focused on the same place. A beautiful woman was kneeling on the ground crying, holding a man's legs tightly with both hands and not letting go. Qin Mengyao said, "What a poor girl. She was cheated out of all her money, but she is still devoted to that man." Gu Ming said, "She is a naive person. There must be something hateful about pitiful people." He was moved and thought that Lung Bingqing seemed to have the same personality. For Chehao, Lung Bingqing embezzled 900 million yuan from the company. It's obvious that she is love-brained. Don't be fooled by her usual cold appearance. Once she falls in love, she becomes a naive and innocent girl. She is really hopeless. Let's go. Gu Ming greeted Qin Mengyao. The two people did not continue to watch the fun, but went to buy ingredients. After shopping for a while, Qin Mengyao had to go buy some ingredients and had to separate from Gu Ming. Gu Ming went shopping by himself. This is the largest market in Pingcheng, with all kinds of ingredients. He is a very good chef and can easily tell the quality of the ingredients. Just now, he gave Qin Mengyao a lot of advice to help her avoid pitfalls. At this time, Gu Ming suddenly bumped into two people head-on. Gu Ming. A cold voice was heard. The speaker was a beautiful, tall, and plump woman with a cold face. She was holding a man's arm. She was Lang Bingcheng. Gu Ming and Lang Bingcheng met unexpectedly. The two people looked at each other, and it felt like enemies meeting each other. Then, Lang Bingcheng raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, "Gu Ming, you are getting worse and worse, and I am now with Che Hao and have become his woman. We will get married soon." Become his woman? Gu Ming glanced at Che Hao. Did this guy succeed? Lang Bingcheng, you are so stupid. Thinking this in his heart, Gu Ming said calmly, "Boss Lang, why are you telling me this?" Lang Bingcheng raised his chin high and said in a proud tone, "Of course I want to invite you to our wedding. After all, you are the dog I have raised for 6 years." Gu Ming smiled, "Boss Lang, what's the point of living in your own dream? Do you think you can really get married?" As soon as these words came out, Che Hao couldn't stand it anymore and warned him sternly, "Of course we will get married, kid, don't talk nonsense, or I will beat you to death." Boo. Che Hao, you're so handsome. Lang Bingcheng kissed him and said with a smile, "Gu Ming, you must attend our wedding. I want you to know how happy I, Lang Bingcheng, am." Gu Ming turned around and said, "I'm not interested in knowing." Lang Bingcheng saw him leaving and laughed, "Are you scared?" He. Gu Ming took a step forward and was about to leave. Lang Bingcheng wanted to get married, but that was impossible. He knew what kind of person Che Hao was. Che Hao likes Xu Elin. Therefore, Che Hao had no feelings for Lang Bingcheng, he was just deceiving her and liked her money. Now, Gu Ming is 100% sure that Che Hao's goal is money. Despite this, he did not expose Che Hao. Why did he help Lang Bingcheng? Let this stupid woman be cheated out of everything. Gu Ming, you are a coward, you are a wimp, you will be a dog for the rest of your life. Lang Bingcheng shouted from behind. The scene she hoped for most was to let Gu Ming witness her wedding with Bai Yue Guang. She felt angry because she was beaten by Gu Ming in the hot spring last time. She said viciously, "Che Hao, help me beat him." Che Hao rushed over and said, "Don't run, kid." Gu Ming had been on guard the whole time. He quickly turned around and threw a punch. Che Hao had no time to react and was knocked to the ground. "Che Hao, try moving again." Gu Ming smiled and put away his fist. His 8-pack abs were not built in vain. Lang Bingcheng's face changed, and he hurried forward and said, "Che Hao." Che Hao got up tremblingly and said, "I'm fine." Lang Bingcheng was so angry when she saw Che Hao being beaten that she yelled, "Gu Ming, you dog, how dare you hit Che Hao?" He. Gu Ming said calmly, "Lang Bingcheng, it's useless to talk nonsense. I formally invite you to attend my wedding. As for whether you can attend at that time, it depends on your luck." After saying that, Gu Ming left quickly. Gu Ming's wedding? Who is Gu Ming marrying? Does Gu Ming have a girlfriend? A series of questions emerged in Lang Bingcheng's mind, and she stared blankly in the direction where Gu Ming left. Then, Lang Bingcheng held Che Hao's hand and said, "Che Hao, let's get married quickly. I can't wait. I want Gu Ming to witness our wedding." Che Hao agreed, "Okay, after we're done with this busy period, we'll get the marriage certificate right away." Lang Bingcheng felt a little sweet and kissed him. Little did they know, Che Hao was extremely nervous. When he first saw Gu Ming, his hair stood on end because Gu Ming had something on him. He was worried that Gu Ming would do something bad and tell all those things out and expose him. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. But Gu Ming, however, did not mention it at all, which made him secretly lucky. He didn't relax until Gu Ming left. Lang Bingcheng had always wanted to marry him, but he had no intention of doing so and was just procrastinating, lying to her and stalling for time. Thinking of this, he said very gentlemanly, "Bingcheng, I will buy you some delicious food to replenish your body." Good. Lang Bingcheng was happy. She felt a little relieved now because she had finally mocked Gu Ming. After Gu Ming left her, he has been alone ever since. And she has Che Hao, how can he compete? She estimated that Gu Ming didn't even have money to buy food, and he had no money to eat after the last meal. Maybe one day Gu Ming will not be able to hold on any longer and will come back to beg her for help. After parting with Lang Bingqing, Gu Ming met up with Qin Mengyao. Qin Mengyao was waiting for him in the car. Gu Ming got on the driveway. I just ran into Lang Bingqing. Qin Mengyao asked while driving, what happened? Gu Ming said, Boss Lang is together with Che Hao, and asked me to attend her wedding. Qin Mengyao chuckled, are you going? She is your ex in name only. No. Gu Ming said, they can't get to the wedding stage. Oh. Qin Mengyao concentrated on driving. At this time, Gu Ming added, I told Lang Bingqing to let her attend my wedding. Qin Mengyao blushed immediately and asked, what wedding? Mengyao, you know. I don't know. What does your wedding have to do with me? Why did you stop just as you were passing the bridal shop? Oh, I won't tell you anymore. Chapter 28. On the eve of the company's collapse, Lang Bingqing's final arrogance. Qin Mengyao sent Gu Ming outside the courtyard and said, if you help me win the cute pet competition, maybe I can satisfy you. Gu Ming deliberately asked, satisfied with what? Qin Mengyao hit him and said, hate it, I'm going back now, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Gu Ming said to Miss Qin's back, Mengyao, I will help you win the championship. Okay. Qin Mengyao left happily, thinking that marrying him was inevitable, as she had already chosen him. After Gu Ming went back, made dinner for Mr. Gu. Gu Ming said, Mr. Gu, I plan to start a business, so I need those items. Gu Changling was afraid that he would not use them, so he smiled and said, they are already yours, so use them if you want. I hope you can make good use of them. He hoped that perhaps before he died, he could still witness Gu Ming's entrepreneurial activities. Lang Bingqing and Che Hao are very sweet. In the past 2 days, Lang Bingqing has been frequently harassed by phone calls from people in the company. She was very upset and said, Che Hao, can you accompany me to the company tomorrow? Che Hao said, sure. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, then let's go to bed early. Good. Che Hao picked her up and walked into the room. He didn't say anything polite anymore and completely treated Lang Bingqing as a substitute for Xu Elin, looking for a spiritual antidote in her hot body. The next day, they arrived at the company together. The Lang Group has become a mess and people's morale is low. Most people knew that the company was going from bad to worse. With several projects such as Tanluan Group being snatched away, the company was rapidly declining. Moreover, the company's loopholes are getting bigger and bigger and may explode at any time. Everyone was in no mood to work. Many people were filled with anger, and they felt that Lang Bingqing was dragging the company into an abyss. They really wanted to find Lang Bingqing to argue with him. Today, when the people in the company saw Lang Bingqing walking into the company with a smile on her face and pulling a man, they became even more annoyed. Especially the old employees, there was a hint of anger dancing between their brows. When the old employees with positions received the news, they mobilized and blocked Lang Bingqing at the office door. President, the company's funding gap has increased to 1.1 billion. Please pay attention and raise money to fill the gap immediately. President, please call Secretary Gu back. Several of our businesses have been snatched away by other companies. President, the company has reached a critical moment. Do you still have the mind to talk about love? President, who is this person and why did you bring him into the company? One by one, they spoke up, as if they were forcing the emperor to abdicate. Most of these people are old employees. Listening to their advice, Lang Bingqing hugged Che Hao's arm and said, his name is Che Hao, and he is my future husband. What's mine is his, and my company is his. I will bring him into the company, there is no problem. An old employee said earnestly, CEO, you are really confused and have lost your mind. You don't care about the life and death of the company. Lang Bingqing stared at the man and said coldly, Old Zhang, what did you say? Are you questioning me? Are you the president, or am I the president? Lao Zhang looked bitter, you are the president. Snort. Everyone, don't crowd here, gather in the conference room, and let me discuss this with you one by one. Lang Bingqing said grimly. Yes, President. Many people suppressed their anger and did not flare up, instead heading back to the meeting room. They looked at Che Hao with hatred. Che Hao felt a chill on his back and felt that he had to run away. The Lang Group is no longer viable, and he cannot get involved in the affairs here, otherwise he will be held responsible. He is not stupid. Now he is taking money from Lung Bingqing. As for the life and death of the Leng Group, it has nothing to do with him. He is just a common person who borrows money and doesn't have to pay it back. But if he intervenes in the affairs of the Leng Group, he might face lawsuit. So, he really wanted to run away. Lung Bingqing smiled and said, "Chehao, come in with me." "Good." Chehao pretended to be calm and put his arms around her slender waist. The two of them entered the office and started their own world. Seeing how affectionate they were, Deng Ximin said weakly, "CEO, it's time for the meeting." "I see." Leng Bingqing came out of Chehao's arms and said, "Chehao, come with me to the meeting." "Okay, Bingqing." They went in and out together, which was very unpleasant. People in the company really want to kick Chehao out. They whispered, "That man is coming." "Who?" "It's the president's new girlfriend. The president embezzled so much money because of him, right?" "It should be. I think he is not as good as Secretary Gu. I don't know what kind of magic potion he has fed the president." "Do you think our president is in love?" "No way, such a cool person is actually in love?" "It's very possible, otherwise it can't explain everything in front of me. The president is like a tyrant now." "Shu, stop talking, or you'll be fired." "What are you afraid of?" "I advise you to make plans early. The company doesn't have much time left." "You mean the company will go bankrupt?" "I didn't say that." Thinking that the company was about to go bankrupt, the employees were all worried. If the company goes bankrupt, they will all be out of work. In this regard, the old employees felt an even stronger sense of crisis, so they gathered in the conference room to persuade Leng Bingqing to try to save the company. This day, Gu Ming received a message, which was a joint letter sent to a small account. This joint letter contains the names of many employees. The letter talks about the current difficulties of Leng Group and hopes that he will go back and save the company. Gu Ming replied, "Thank you all for your kindness, but you overestimate me. I don't have the ability." In an office of Leng Group, an old employee typed, "Gu Ming, don't worry about personal gains and losses, as long as you save the company, everything can be discussed." Gu Ming, "Sorry, the rise and fall of the Leng Group has nothing to do with me. You guys take care of yourself." After typing, he cancelled the account. This means that he will no longer have any dealings with the Leng Group. Now, he has arrived at Qin Mengyao's house and is preparing to start training Fat Gray. Qin Mengyao asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Ming put away his phone and said, "Nothing. The people from the Leng Group wrote a joint letter, wanting me to go back." Qin Mengyao smiled and said, "They are so sincere, aren't you going back?" Gu Ming looked at her beautiful face and said, "I'm not going back. I just want to be with you now, to train Fat Gray." "Ah, you." Qin Mengyao was very satisfied with what he said before, but when he added a few words, it was very abrupt. "Let's get started." She rolled her eyes at Gu Ming. Gu Ming started today's training with a smile. They can't let down their guard, after all, they have to win the championship. Leng Group. The old employees gave advice without hesitation. The conflicts accumulated during this period of time broke out completely. "President, your only solution now is to get the boss back. You are no longer qualified to be the president. You can't grasp the overall situation of the company. You put the company in danger by dating a man. You can no longer be the president." Leng Bingqing looked at the middle-aged man who talked the most and said coldly, "Old Zhang, keep talking." Old Zhang said with a stiff face, "CEO, you brought this man to the meeting room and broke the company's rules. Get him out immediately." Leng Bingqing slammed the table and said, "Manager Zhang, Chehao is not an outsider, he is my man, my future husband. What's wrong with me bringing him in? Do I need your approval?" Lao Zhang said in a deep voice, "It's okay not to let him go out. The boss changed his number after he went on a trip, and we can't contact him. Give me the phone number so I can contact him." Leng Bingqing refused directly, "I won't give it to you. My dad is traveling and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone." Old Zhang was so angry that he could no longer suppress his rage. He pointed at her and cursed, "Leng Bingqing, you are arbitrary and never listen to other people's opinions. You are very conceited and have fired many old employees in the company over the years. You are in love and you are going against the entire company for a man. You can't be the CEO." Leng Bingqing smiled, stood up suddenly, walked in front of him, and slapped him mercilessly. With a snap. The sound is very crisp. Everyone can hear it. Everyone was stunned. Manager Zhang was the person the former boss trusted the most, and yet he was beaten by Lang Bingqing? After Lang Bingqing finished the call, she said in a cold voice, "Manager Zhang, from now on, you are fired. You don't need to come to the company tomorrow. Anyone who dares to question my decision again will be fired." Lang Bingqing, I quit. Lang Bingqing, I don't want to do this anymore. Lang Bingqing, I don't want to do this anymore. In an instant, a group of people spoke up. They had worked with manager Zhang for a long time and had agreed to make suggestions together. So now they advance and retreat together, sharing honor and disgrace. Manager Zhang looked around at the people who supported him and said with great satisfaction, "Lang Bingqing, do you still think you are right? Will you be satisfied only if the company goes bankrupt? Okay, you all came to oppose me. It turns out that you have secretly formed a small group." Lang Bingqing sneered and pointed at them, saying, "You are all fired." Manager Zhang smiled, "Lang Bingqing, I'm leaving, but the Lang Group is about to go bankrupt, and you are the culprit. You will regret it." "I'm leaving too, Lang Bingqing. The fate of the company was sealed the day you fired Secretary Gu. Lang Bingqing, it's you who ruined the Lang Group. You are a sinner." These people did not forget to make harsh remarks before leaving. Lang Bingqing didn't take it seriously. She watched them leave coldly and said, "Hao, do you think the company will go bankrupt if they leave? Can you help me find some people to replace them?" Hao lied, "Sure, give me some time, I will definitely find employees who are more qualified than them." Lang Bingqing's mood returned to its beautiful state, and she said affectionately, "Well, Hao, I believe you, because you said before that you had a lot of friends, so I fired them and let your friends help me run the company." Those who stayed behind felt a chill. Is there really such a group of people who can run the current Lang Group well? Chapter 29. Lang Bingqing wears a wedding dress and Hao runs away. In an undeveloped area, an expedition team was moving slowly forward. Seen from the air, they looked like a group of ants. The direction they were moving in was from the primeval forest towards human civilization. There wasn't even a signal. If you want to get a signal, you have to return to the area covered by human civilization. These people have one thing in common, that is, they like adventure, seek excitement, and yearn for the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers and nature. Lang Group. After the meeting, Lang Bingqing fired many more people, silencing all the opposing voices in the company. With Hao's assurance, she acted more decisively. Firing them gave her a sense of accomplishment. Those who stayed were ashamed. The president would not listen to any advice and would fire anyone who tried to persuade her. She asked someone to compile a list of positions and fill them all when the time comes. Hao watched all this silently. Does Lang Bingqing really think he is so powerful? The company has a huge financial gap and has fired many people who were working on it. What should he do? Now. Running away is his only solution. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, "Hao, let's start a company together in the future. Invite your friends in, and you will have a lot of supporters." Hao said with a false smile, "Yes, thank you Bingqing, I will help you." Lang Bingqing was very happy and said, "Hao, I want you to be the vice president." Hao waved his hand, "Don't do that yet, wait until my people arrive." His heart tightened, but he didn't dare to get involved in the affairs of the Lang Group, and he didn't want to be the vice president. Good. Lang Bingqing said, "Hao, I want to try on a wedding dress, can you go with me?" Hao happily agreed, "Okay, I also want to see how beautiful you are in your wedding dress." In fact, he wanted to run away and just wanted to leave the company as soon as possible. Lang Bingqing stood up, took his hand and was about to leave. At this time, Manager Li rushed in and said, "President, the company's resignation list has been sorted out. Do you want to take a look?" Lang Bingqing was thinking about wearing a wedding dress, and said, "No, I don't have time now. Put it on my desk first and we'll talk about it when I come back." "Yes, President." Manager Li had no choice but to agree. In this way, Lang Bingqing and Hao left the company. She was very happy as she was going to wear her wedding dress. After she left, people in the company were talking about it. This is a big problem. How long can the company last? I think it's almost over. Can I still get my salary? The president is too stubborn. All those who oppose him will be fired. At that time, more than half of the conference room was empty. Can you imagine? The president is obsessed with marriage right now, and won't listen to anyone's advice. Oh, it's really over now. arrived at the bridal shop. Che-hao said arrogantly, "Take out all the best wedding dresses in your store. My girlfriend wants to try them on." The clerk said, "Okay." Che-hao turned around and held Lang Bingqing's face, saying, "Bingqing, this is the largest wedding dress shop in Pingchang. There must be a wedding dress that you are satisfied with. Try it on carefully. Today belongs to you." Lang Bingqing felt very happy and said, "Well, I'll try it on until you're satisfied. We can't be careless about our wedding. I want to be the most beautiful bride. That's for sure. You are the woman I like." Che-hao continued to lie to her and had already made an escape plan in his mind, to run away while she was wearing her wedding dress. Then, Lang Bingqing went to try on a wedding dress. She was already beautiful, and after putting it on, she became even more beautiful. Combined with her exquisite makeup, her beauty was instantly enhanced. She came out in a snow-white wedding dress and said with a smile, "Che-hao, am I beautiful?" Che-hao applauded, "So beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the world." Lang Bingqing was delighted and said with a smile, "Che-hao, I want to marry you, be your wife, and stay with you forever." As she walked, the long hem of her wedding dress dragged, giving her a sense of elegance and luxury. She is worthy of being the president. When she is silent, she is like a queen. In the bridal shop, many people applauded, stunned by her beauty. "Ma'am, you are so beautiful. She's so beautiful. She's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. It is our honor that you can come to our store to choose a wedding dress. So beautiful. I'm so jealous." Lang Bingqing was overwhelmed by the applause, cheers and praises from the crowd. She felt like the happiest woman in the world. Then, she walked up to Che-hao and said, "Che-hao, kiss me." Boo! Che-hao kissed her without hesitation. This moment, Lang Bingqing felt that she was about to get married, and all the good things gathered together in her heart. She doesn't want anything, just to marry Che-hao and be with him. She hugged Che-hao tightly with both hands, with a smile on her face. Che-hao smiled and said, "Bingqing, go change into another one, maybe you can be even more beautiful." Lang Bingqing raised her head and said sweetly, "Okay." She turned and went in, looking back every 3 steps. She had beautiful fantasies about the future and hoped to be so happy forever. After she had been in there for a few minutes, Che-hao's expression gradually turned cold, and he turned around and walked quickly outside. A clerk asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Che-hao said, "I'm going to get something and will be back in a while." He lied. He didn't go to get something, but to run away. He really had to run away. It would be out of character for him not to run away. He just ran away, leaving Lang Bingqing alone without mercy. Lang Bingqing hadn't realized her situation yet. With the help of the staff, she put on her new wedding dress. The beautiful lady praised, "Ma'am, you are so beautiful. Your wedding with your boyfriend will definitely be a sensation." Lang Bingqing nodded, "Yes." After putting on her new wedding dress, she came out and called out happily, "Che-hao." But she called out several times, but there was no response from Che-hao. "When I came out, my sweetheart was gone." She felt strange and asked the shop assistants, "Where's Che-hao?" A clerk responded, "Ma'am, your boyfriend said he was going out to get something." Before Lang Bingqing had time to think about it, her phone suddenly rang. She grabbed the hem of her skirt and walked over to take out her phone from her bag. When she saw that it was her father calling, she immediately answered, "Dad." On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's anxious voice came, "Bingqing, I have been in an uninhabited area these days and have no signal. How did you embezzle the family's reserve fund?" The person on the phone was Lang Mingxiang, Lang Bingqing's father and the founder of Line Group. He was an old friend of a bank executive and they kept in touch, and as soon as he left the no man's land, he discovered that he had many missed calls. After speaking to a friend at the bank, he discovered that his family's reserve funds had been misappropriated. This was a big deal, so he immediately called his daughter to find out what happened and where the money went. Although he dotes on his daughter very much, this reserve fund cannot be misappropriated at will. This is the escape route he gives himself. Lang Bingqing explained, "Dad, it's nothing, I lent the money to Che-hao." "Lend it to Che-hao?" Lang Mingxiang glanced at his wife next to him. He knew that his daughter and Gu Ming were getting divorced. The situation was urgent. He quickly said, "Call Che-hao and ask him to return the money." Lang Bingqing frowned and said, "Dad, Che-hao and I are getting married. It's no problem for me to lend him money." Lang Mingxiang was angry, "Bingqing, I asked you to ask Che-hao to pay back the money, listen to me." Okay, Dad, wait a minute. Lung Bingqing's chest heaved. He hung up the phone and quickly called Cheihao, saying, Cheihao, my dad asked you to return the reserve fund to me. Cheihao was running away, delaying, and said, Bingqing, give me some time. I have to do something now. I will contact you later. After saying that, he hung up the phone, thought for a while, took out the SIM card, and threw it directly into the sewer. Lung Bingqing didn't think much about it. Her father called again and she said, Dad. Lung Bingqing asked, how is it, did Cheihao say he paid back the money? Lung Bingqing defended Cheihao and said, Dad, Cheihao is busy now. Give him some time and he will pay you back. Give him time? Lung Bingqiang was so angry that his chest ached. He knew his daughter had probably been cheated. He said, Bingqing, you are so stupid. You don't even know you've been cheated. I'll go back right away. This time, Lung Bingqiang was no longer in the mood to travel. He and his wife rushed back to Pingcheng. On the way, he contacted many old employees. Then, he knew that the company was going to explode. Lung Bingqiang fainted immediately. His wife quickly pinched his nose and asked, Honey, are you okay? Lung Bingqiang woke up, but was extremely angry. He covered his chest and asked, What is she doing? She embezzled 900 million yuan of the company's funds and fired so many people? She even used the family's 500 million yuan reserve fund? At the same time, Gu Ming is at Qin Mengyao house. Qin Mengyao told him something and said, I heard that the Lang Group is going to go bankrupt. Gu Ming was surprised, even you heard about it? Qin Mengyao nodded, yes, some of my friends are spreading the word that Lang Bingqing fired a lot of people, and they denounced her in their circle of friends. Gu Ming smiled. Qin Mengyao shook his arm and asked, What are you laughing at? Gu Ming felt very happy and said with a smile, If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. I finally saw her fall from the peak. Chapter 30 Shualin exposes Cheihao's lies and Lung Bingqing collapses. At this time, two beauties entered the bridal shop. One of them was dignified and beautiful, and her looks were almost the same as Lung Bingqing. She was Shualin. The store manager entertained them and said with a smile, Lawyer Xue, we're leaving our wedding dress fee dispute case to you. Shualin said, Okay, we have accepted your request and will do our best. Not far away, Lung Bingqing was on the phone with her mother, arguing, Mom, Cheihao won't lie to me. He will marry me. Lu Wani said, Daughter, don't believe him. Your father will make the final decision. When he comes back, he will let you know what kind of person Cheihao is. If he has problems, I will not agree to you being together. Lung Bingqing shouted, Mom, I want to be with Cheihao even if I die. Lu Wani didn't want to hurt her daughter's heart anymore, so she said, Okay, don't get excited. I believe your father will handle it fairly. Having said that, they ended the call. Seeing this, Shualin slowly walked forward. She is a lawyer with a sense of justice. As a lawyer, she couldn't bear to see anyone being cheated. She looked at Lung Bingqing and guessed his identity. Really? A clerk smiled and said, Ms. Lang, are you still buying a wedding dress? There is a discount today. If you miss it after today, you will miss it. I won tea by it. Lung Bingqing became depressed and almost had a quarrel with her parents because of Cheihao. Shualin said, You are the president of Lang Group, right? Lung Bingqing looked over and saw a strange beauty who looked pretty. She asked, What can I do for you? Shualin introduced herself and said, My name is Shualin, I'm a lawyer, and I know Cheihao. Lung Bingqing asked hurriedly, Do you know where he is? Shualin confessed, I don't know where he is, but I know you were deceived by him. Lung Bingqing's face suddenly turned cold and she said, You are talking nonsense. Cheihao would not lie to me. He swore. Swear. Shualin said something, you may not know, but yesterday, on my birthday, Cheihao came to confess his love to me. Lung Bingqing's heart trembled, and she said, It's impossible. Cheihao was with me yesterday. Shualin said, Cheihao wanted to give me roses and a diamond ring yesterday. She reported several items and further disclosed the situation. When Lung Bingqing heard that those items were exactly the same as the ones Cheihao gave her, she couldn't help but swayed and almost couldn't stand, but she still shook her head and said, No, you lied to me and wanted to break us up. Shualin said, Why would I break you up? I have Gu Ming's phone number. He knows about this matter and he can help confirm it. As a lawyer, she knew that she needed witnesses and physical evidence to determine the truth. Immediately, she called Gu Ming. In the bridal shop, Everyone was looking at them. Was there any special relationship between the two of them? Hearing that this person knew Gu Ming, Lung Bingqing became uneasy. The call was connected. Gu Ming said, "Miss Xuelin, what's the matter?" Xuelin turned on the hands-free and said briefly, "I met Mr. Lang. Now please help me verify what kind of person Cheihao is." Gu Ming smiled and said, "Today I am only helping Miss Xuelin, not Mr. Lang, so what I said is for you, not Mr. Lang." Lung Bingqing said angrily, "Gu Ming, what are you doing? Are you teaming up with her to break up Cheihao and me?" Gu Ming said, "Believe it or not, Cheihao went to confess his love to beautiful Xuelin yesterday and gave her a few things, including roses, diamond rings, etc. I think you should have seen these items." Lang Bingqing felt a little uneasy and began to doubt Cheihao. His chest rose and fell, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Ming, don't think you can deceive me so easily." Gu Ming laughed, "Lung Bingqing, just continue to live in your dream. Cheihao will run away sooner or later, and the Lang Group will go bankrupt. This is all your own fault, ha 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 ha. Miss Xuelin, that's all. Goodbye. Goodbye." Beep, beep, beep. They ended the call. Lung Bingqing was holding back anger, staring at Xuelin and asked, "How much money did Gu Ming give you?" Xuelin said calmly, "Boss Lang, I will help you expose Cheihao today. I have a sense of justice." Lung Bingqing smiled, "I can't contact Cheihao now, can you contact him?" Snort. Xuelin looked into her eyes and said, "You can't contact him, but I can. I know he has a spare phone." Lung Bingqing was very skeptical of her words. Xuelin decided to help to the end and called Cheihao's backup cell phone number. Although Lang Bingqing didn't believe it, she couldn't help feeling uneasy at this moment. After a while, the call was connected. This time, Xuelin still turned on the speakerphone. Cheihao's voice came, slightly surprised, "Xuelin, you finally called me." Hearing this voice, Lung Bingqing was stunned for a moment. Xuelin said, "I want to ask you out for a meeting, are you free?" Cheihao immediately said, "When I'm free, tell me the location and I'll be there right away." Xuelin mentioned a location and hung up the phone. "No." Lung Bingqing's face looked grim, as if he had suffered a huge blow, and his chest heaved violently. Xuelin further said, "To be honest, Cheihao pursued me for many years, but I didn't agree because I knew he was a scumbag. 6 years ago, Cheihao went abroad with me. Even when we were abroad, he still pestered me. I returned home a year ago. Recently, he knew I was back, so he came back too." Every word was like a thunderclap, striking Lung Bingqing's heart. Lung Bingqing almost collapsed, her face pale as she said, "Cheihao is not that kind of person, you are talking nonsense." Xuelin always speaks with evidence, whether it is nonsense or not, you will know if you accompany me for a trip. Lung Bingqing had a glimmer of hope, and struggled in her heart, "I believe in Cheihao, I will go with you." "Okay." Xuelin turned around and said to another beautiful lawyer, "Xiaolin, you take charge of the case here first. Help collect evidence and report it to me when you return." "Okay, Sister Lin." The lawyer named Lin agreed. Immediately, Xuelin and Lang Bingqing left the bridal shop. Lung Bingqing left with Xuelin without even changing her clothes. As for the wedding dress, she also bought it. She got in the car and said, "I believe Cheihao. We are going to get married soon. He promised me." Xuelin drove seriously. She knew she couldn't persuade anyone and could only speak with facts. Facts can expose all lies. Arrived at the place, Xuelin got out of the car and said, "You stay in the car, don't let Cheihao see you." Lung Bingqing clenched her hands tightly, extremely nervous. About 10 minutes passed. A car stopped. A gentleman got out of the car. It was Cheihao. He smiled and said, "Xuelin, what do you want from me?" Xuelin looked at him, feeling cold in her heart, and asked, "Do you like Lang Bingqing or me?" Cheihao said without thinking, "Xuelin, of course I like you. Although Lang Bingqing is about the same as you in appearance, I like your type. You are my white moonlight, and I will love you forever." Xuelin raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Cheihao, but I heard that you are going to marry Lang Bingqing, is it true?" "No, I swear." Cheihao denied, "Xuelin, I will only marry you in my life. If I can't marry you, then I would rather be single for the rest of my life." Xuelin asked, "Can you go with me to get the certificate?" Cheihao was ecstatic and said with a smile on his face, "Sure, we can do it now, Xuelin, are you serious?" Xuelin smiled, "I lied to you." Che Hao was about to ask why. Now. Bang! The car door behind Xu Elin was kicked open, and a beautiful woman got out. Her face was covered with tears, and she covered her mouth tightly with one hand to prevent herself from crying out loud. Now, the woman let go and uttered a series of heart-wrenching questions. Che Hao, you lied to me. You said you loved me, you said you would marry me, you said you would be with me forever. Although Lang Bingqing was wearing a wedding dress, she was not happy at all. Her lie was exposed, making her heartbroken. Every word Che Hao said to Xu Elin just now was a critical blow to her. Those words, like a knife, pierced deeply into her heart. Her heart ached, as if it was bleeding. Xu Elin felt that it was not enough and asked, Che Hao, do you choose her or me? Che Hao said mercilessly, Xu Elin, of course I choose you. No matter how many times I say it, I will choose you. Lang Bingqing is just a one-sided love. I don't like her at all. Lang Bingqing's tears kept pouring out. She pointed at Che Hao and screamed, Che Hao, you lied to me, you bastard. Boss Lang, I can only help you up to this point. Xu Elin turned around and got into the car, saying, goodbye, you have to walk your own path in the future. Don't let the scumbag deceive you again. He is not worthy of your love. After saying that, Xu Elin drove away. Che Hao hurriedly shouted, Xu Elin, don't go. He wanted to get in the car as well and chase Xu Elin. Lang Bingqing still refused to accept the fact. She ran over and hugged him, crying, Che Hao, tell me this is not true. The person you love is me. Roll. Che Hao pushed her to the ground and said, Lang Bingqing, don't be so self-indulgent. I don't like you at all. Don't come to me again in the future. Then Che Hao also drove away. It started raining. Lang Bingqing completely collapsed. She collapsed to the ground, and her white wedding dress was splashed with dirty water. But she didn't care at all. She just kept crying. She was heartbroken. Che Hao, you liar, you bastard, you scumbag. The rain was getting heavier, drowning her in it. I don't know how long. A man walked slowly from a distance, holding an umbrella. Lang Bingqing cried so hard that her vision was blurred. She asked, Che Hao, is that you? Are you back? Snort. Lang Bingqing, this day will come for you too. The person who spoke was Gu Ming. He was actually hallucinating to be Che Hao, which was a bit funny. Chapter 31 Lang Bingqing regrets and begs me to go back? After seeing Gu Ming, a glimmer of hope emerged in Lang Bingqing's desperate heart, which was unprecedented. The cold rain awakened all her memories and pulled her back from despair. When she looked at Gu Ming, her gaze was somewhat fiery, completely different from her previous coldness. She knew that Gu Ming could help her. In the past 6 years, Gu Ming had done everything she asked him to do very well. If he could come back, she would still have hope, and the company would probably not go bankrupt. After comparing with Che Hao, she discovered the good points of Gu Ming. Che Hao is a scumbag, a liar, and a bastard. Gu Ming is a good man, capable, can cook, drive, manage a company, and do many other things. Since Che Hao doesn't want her anymore, why should she be so persistent? How can Che Hao be worthy of her love when he is so bad? Only after she stopped loving Che Hao did she discover his various shortcomings. She decided not to have Che Hao anymore, but to have Gu Ming. After 6 years of getting along, she knew that Gu Ming was definitely not a scumbag. Gu Ming will only love one person and be devoted to one woman in his entire life. She wants to be the woman loved by Gu Ming. Looking back, she realized that Gu Ming was the best man in the world. She had spent 6 years working hard to create this, so why did she abandon Gu Ming in the first place? Che Hao became worthless in front of Gu Ming. She wants to recover the treasure and take back what originally belonged to her. Thinking of this, she put aside her pride and said with difficulty, Gu Ming, come back. Gu Ming had a hint of mockery on his face. Why go back? Lang Bingqing said in a hoarse voice, it is fate that you and I meet here. God is helping us. It was also fate that I met you back then. Gu Ming did not leave in a hurry, but stopped and said calmly, in your opinion, it is fate, but in my opinion, it is a disaster and misfortune. Lang Bingqing looked at him with longing eyes and said, Gu Ming, come back. I will let you live in a villa, drive a luxury car, buy you clothes and items you like, and let you live a good life. I will give you another $1,000,000. Gu Ming smiled. He felt that Lang Bingqing was too superficial and still didn't understand him. He was about to leave and turned around. Lang Bingqing's nerves seemed to be tense all of a sudden, and she hurriedly said, Gu Ming, come back. I'll let you be the vice president of the company. I'll let you take the position that Che Hao doesn't want. Still think of me as a substitute? Gu Ming looked back at her and said with a smile, Lung Bingqing, you still don't realize your mistake. He was speechless. Lung Bingqing wanted to resolve the past grudges with just a few words? On the day of separation, Lung Bingqing threw herself into Che Hao's arms and drove Gu Ming out of the villa. At that time, Gu Ming was penniless. If he was a lonely person, he would have been wandering the streets long ago. Fortunately, he has a few friends. Now, Gu Ming did not see any regret or guilt in Lung Bingqing's expression, only a sense of compromise. She just used him as a tool to get out of trouble. To put it bluntly, she still has no feelings for Gu Ming. Besides, even if she really likes Gu Ming will not go back. What does Lung Bingqing have left now? Does she have money? Is she virgin? Can she pretend that her love for Che Hao never happened? Thinking of this, when Gu Ming looked at Lung Bingqing, he was clear-headed and calm, without any sympathy or emotion. Gu Ming turned around quickly and said, Goodbye, Lung Bingqing. You can reflect on yourself here. Having said that, he left without looking back. Lung Bingqing was anxious and couldn't help but shouting, Gu Ming, come back, I am willing to remarry you and let you be my husband. Alms? As Gu Ming was walking, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He didn't need Lung Bingqing's charity. He wouldn't want a second-hand one. Her attitude is still so superior. How much did she think Gu Ming desired her body? Did she think that Gu Ming was coveting her beauty? Did she think Gu Ming was teasing her? Past. Gu Ming had many chances. Even if she slept with the door open, took a shower without closing the door, came to him in pajamas and slings, even if she was drunk and lying on the bed, Gu Ming was never moved. In Gu Ming's eyes, he had long regarded her as a cold machine. Today, when Gu Ming met Lung Bingqing and saw her miserable appearance after being abandoned, he felt no pity but instead felt very happy. This is what she deserved. She deserves it. This is just the beginning. Gu Ming left. In the rain. Lung Bingqing was left alone, facing the cold rain. She cried softly, Gu Ming, why don't you come back? I have been punished, are you still not satisfied? Then. Her parents are back, they came back by plane. After returning, the first thing he did was call his daughter. Luani rushed over here, ran forward distressed, held her daughter with an umbrella, and said, Bingqing, why are you here in the rain alone? Snort. Lung Mingshan was very angry when he saw his daughter, and said, just let her get wet, it's all because of you. Luani said, it's already this time, and you're still saying this. What if my daughter catches a cold? Lung Mingshan got in the car and said, from now on, I will be in charge of the company and the family, and you must obey my orders. His tone was very similar to Lung Bingqing's in the past. Wrong. To be precise, Lung Bingqing looks like him. Lu Wani helped her daughter into the car. They went back. On the way, Lu Wani asked, Bingqing, why are you wearing a wedding dress? What's going on? Lung Bingqing started crying again, threw herself into her mother's arms, and cried, Mom, Che Hao abandoned me. He doesn't want me anymore. Lu Wani comforted him, if you don't want it, then don't want it. He doesn't want you, but your parents do. Lung Mingshan said coldly, I order you to keep crying. You are not allowed to stop until I tell you to stop. Lu Wani said, oh, husband, please don't scare our daughter. Lung Bingqing cried for a while, wiped her tears, and said something, Mom, I want Gu Ming to come back. I just saw him. While wiping the water off her daughter, Lu Wani said, Gu Ming, this child is very filial. If he is willing to come back, I don't mind. Lung Mingshan said, I heard from the people in the company that you divorced Gu Ming and fired him. Will he come back? Lung Bingqing's chest rose and fell, and he said, Dad, as long as you give Gu Ming enough benefits, he will definitely come back. Lung Mingshan said, tell him that I will give him 2 million and ask him to come back. Lu Wani couldn't help but ask, 2 million, so much? Lung Mingshan understood it very well and said, Gu Ming is very capable and worth the price. I will find a way to get those who were fired back and run the company again. We are not at the end of our rope yet. As long as I am here, the Lang Group will not go bankrupt. Let's go back first. I'm afraid my daughter will catch a cold. Let's go back and warm herself up first. Lu Wani said. Lung Mingshan narrowed his eyes and said, find a way to get the money back. My Lung family's money is not something we can easily swallow.
Including the company's 900 million and 500 million reserve funds, all must be returned by Che Hao.
In the process, you must listen to me. Lu Wani nodded. Okay, husband, I'll listen to you. Lang Bingqing asked worriedly, Dad, what if he doesn't return it? Lang Mingqiang folded his hands and said coldly, You won't return it? Then I will call the police and sue him for fraud.
Gu Ming returned to the courtyard.
He chatted with Mr. Gu. Gu Changling asked, When will you start a business? Gu Ming said, Wait a couple of days. I have something to do now. Help Meng Yao participate in the cute pet competition. 2 days left. Gu Changling looked outside.
The 2 days seemed long and short to him.
Long means that you need to wait.
And short is relative to the rest of his life.
Gu Changling said, Let's play chess. Good.
Gu Ming was playing chess with Mr. Gu while chatting with Qin Mengyao.
Qin Mengyao, have you returned home? Gu Ming, I just came back. Thank you Mengyao for your concern. I met Lung Bingqing on the way. Qin Mengyao, how is she? Gu Ming, she has been abandoned by a scumbag and wants me to go back. Qin Mengyao was a little nervous and typed quickly, What do you think? Gu Ming, I am going to start my own business, who would go back?
I want to start my own company, be my own boss, and marry a beautiful, rich woman.
Qin Mengyao, hate it, speak nicely. Gu Ming, how can I provide you with emotional value if I speak nicely? I miss you, isn't that okay?
Qin Mengyao, okay, please say more, I love to listen.
Gu Ming, when you win the cute pet competition, can I kiss you? Qin Mengyao blushed and replied after a while, okay. Gu Ming, you said it, don't go back on your word. Qin Mengyao, well, I don't regret it. Gu Ming was looking forward to it. Last time she kissed him and he didn't feel anything.
This time he would take the initiative to kiss her so that he would feel something. Qin Mengyao agreed to him. After all, she would be his girlfriend after the cute pet competition. She touched Fat Gray and said, Fat Gray, you have to work harder and win the championship.
Whether I can be with Gu Ming depends on you. Meow. Fat Gray seemed to understand and called out.
The fat orange cat came over and rubbed against its owner, as if he was a little dissatisfied about losing favor.
Puff.
Qin Mengyao couldn't help laughing. She touched Fatty Orange and said, I'm not fickle, I won't abandon you, Fatty Orange, don't worry.
Chapter 32, You used to look down on me, what will you miss after I'm gone?
After taking a shower and changing her clothes, Lang Bingqing went to the dining table to have dinner with her parents. Looking at the several delicacies on the table, Lang Bingqing said nostalgically, It would be great if Gu Ming was here. The food he cooked is much better than these.
Mom and Dad would all be happy eating it. Lang Mingqiang glared at his daughter and said, I really don't know how you managed to run your company like this. Lu Wani defended, Okay, it's already happened, don't blame your daughter.
Lang Bingqing hugged her mother's arm and said, Mom, you still love me. Lang Mingqiang had a sullen face and started eating. The mother and daughter also started eating. Lang Bingqing picked up a piece of braised pork for her mother and said, I want Gu Ming to come back, to return to this family, and continue to live together.
When he is around, I can live a good life. When he is not around, I can't eat enough and can't sleep well. Lu Wani ate the braised pork and looked at her daughter and said, You divorced him and kicked him out of the villa.
It's normal for him to have a temper.
Lang Mingqiang questioned, Will he really come back? Lu Wani affirmed, Our family is so well off and our daughter is so beautiful. He should be very happy if we are willing to be a real couple. Lang Mingqiang stared at his daughter and asked again, Tell me, how did you make the company like this?
Lang Bingqing was unhappy, crossed his arms, looked aside and said, Dad, I have nothing to say. Lang Mingqiang said angrily, I haven't interfered with the company's affairs in the past few years.
I always thought that the company was developing well. I didn't expect you to give me a surprise.
I heard from the old employees that you fired many people and handed many things over to Gu Ming.
Lang Bingqing couldn't help but retort, Dad, they don't listen to my arrangements, why don't I fire them? Lang Mingqiang became even angrier, and said with a red face, You have trained Gu Ming to be a very capable person, don't you know how important he is to the company?
Lang Bingqing argued, I know, but he made me angry and went against me, so I have to punish him. Lang Mingqiang was extremely angry, and pointed outside and said, You have made the situation like this, and it is very difficult for me to deal with it.
You go out and stand outside. You are not allowed to come back without my consent.
Lang Bingqing was angry, quickly put down his chopsticks, stood up and said, "Get out if you want." After saying that, she was about to go out. Lu Wanyi hurriedly took her daughter's hand and said to her husband, "You haven't even finished your meal yet, why are you arguing with your daughter? When will you change your bad habit of punishing your daughter?" Lang Mingqiang was furious and slammed the table and said, "When have I ever punished her since she turned 18? Mom, don't bother me, I'm the one who wants to go out." Lang Bingqing pulled her mother's hand away and went out. Lu Wanyi said, "Look at you, you've messed with your daughter again. What should I do if she cries?" Lang Mingqiang was full of anger and said in a cold voice, "I am punishing her, otherwise she will not learn her lesson. Don't bother, or I will punish you too." Okay, I don't care." Lu Wanyi didn't dare to go against her husband because she knew his temper. Lang Bingqing called Aunt Jiang and asked, "Aunt Jiang, where did you put Guming's clothes?" Aunt Jiang replied, "I put it in the doghouse at the back." Lang Bingqing took her hand and said, come with me to find it." Aunt Jiang didn't understand. "What are you looking for?" Lang Bingqing said, "Look for anything left behind. I want to retrieve something that belongs to Guming." Aunt Jiang couldn't understand why she was the one who wanted to cut those clothes in the first place, and now she wanted to get them back? The two men arrived in the backyard. Lang Bingqing searched for Guming's clothes in the doghouse, hoping to find some that were not damaged. "This one won't work, it's broken." "This one won't work either." "No." She became distressed, and after searching through the clothes, she found that all of them had been cut by her, and not a single piece of clothing was intact. She felt a little regretful. Why didn't she keep one or two pieces? She looked at some clothes that were not cut too badly, and suddenly had an idea. She took Aunt Jiang's hand and said, "Aunt Jiang, can you sew?" "Ah. Sewing?" Aunt Jiang nodded, "Yes, I have worked in the factory for more than 10 years. Lang Bingqing ordered, "Help me sew these clothes. This is difficult. I'll try my best." Aunt Jiang was in a dilemma. Lang Bingqing repeatedly told Aunt Jiang to make sure it was done well, as she didn't want Guming to be unable to find clothes to wear when he came back. Then, Lang Bingqing went looking for the old phone card again. When she broke her cell phone, she still kept the old phone card, which contained the chat records between her and Guming. She wanted to get back every bit of her time with Guming. It was not until now that she realized how good Guming was. A moment. Lu Wanyi brought out a bowl of food and said, "Daughter, you're not full, so I got you something delicious." Lang Bingqing looked through the chat history and said without raising her head, "Mom, I don't want to eat." Lu Wanyi asked, "What are you doing? You don't even want to eat?" Lang Bingqing smiled and said, "Mom, I'm looking for Guming's chat history. He is my life assistant. Without him, my life would be greatly affected. He can always arrange my life well, so I don't need to worry." Lu Wanyi became worried. "Are you in love with him?" She was very worried. After all, her daughter was lovesick, just like herself. "Can't my daughter just slow down a bit? You just got cheated and fell down, and the scar hasn't healed yet, but you fall in love with another person? If that were true, my daughter would do a lot of stupid things for Guming." Lu Wanyi felt very distressed. Lang Bingqing held the phone and said, "Guming is my ex-husband, so what if I like him?" Well, Lu Wanyi felt that the situation at home was a mess, the company was in a huge crisis, and her daughter was not letting her rest easy. She said, "Anyway, you should eat first, otherwise you will have no strength. If you become thin and hungry, Guming will not like it." "Okay, I'll eat it." Hearing this, Lang Bingqing ate immediately. She now found that Guming was getting better and better, and her mind was full of Guming's figure. "Guming, you asked me to reflect, and I have already reflected." She ate and mumbled. She thought she understood what Guming meant. Lu Wanyi sighed and said, "Really? But my daughter, you are so beautiful. If you treat Guming a little better, he will calm down and come back. It is his blessing to be with my daughter." Then, Lang Bingqing couldn't help but ask Xuelin for Guming's number. Xuelin gave her the number and said, "I feel sorry for you, so I helped you. Please don't say bad things about me in front of Guming." "Can." Lang Bingqing agreed, hung up the phone, and called Guming with excitement. Result: Guming's phone showed that he was on the phone, which made her anxious. At this time, Guming was happily chatting with Qin Mengyao and said, "Beautiful Mengyao, if we train for one more day tomorrow, we can go and win the championship." Qin Mengyao was looking forward to it, yes, how about I bring Fat Gray to your house tomorrow, so that we can train for a whole day? Gu Ming said, the yard is very small, I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Qin Mengyao said, it's no problem, and I can also see Mr. Gu, I'm so happy. Gu Ming smiled, thank you then. He never expected that this fair, wealthy and beautiful woman was actually a very sensible woman who would consider Mr. Gu. The two continued chatting, talking about the competition and various issues that needed attention. We chatted like this for another hour. That side. Lang Bingqing was getting impatient waiting. Who was Gu Ming talking to for so long? An hour later, Lang Bingqing finally got through on the phone. She used her mother's new number because she was afraid that he wouldn't answer. Gu Ming asked, who? Lang Bingqing said in a trembling voice, Gu Ming, it's me. Gu Ming asked, Shui Lin gave you my phone number? Yes. Lang Bingqing adjusted her mood and smiled softly, I want to meet you tomorrow. There are many things that are inconvenient to say over the phone, so I can only tell you in person. After leaving the villa, Gu Ming secretly vowed never to look back. She was so high and mighty before, but now she is begging me to meet her? But why did Gu Ming want to meet? Who is she? A second-hand item that loses money. Thinking of this, Gu Ming sneered and said, Boss Lang, go meet your white moonlight. I can't reach her. After saying that, he hung up the phone, turned it off and prepared to go to bed. He got goosebumps when he heard Lang Bingqing's not-so-cold voice. If it was any other woman it would be fine, but this woman was Lang Bingqing, and he had no feelings for her at all. In addition, he felt that Xu Elin was too kind and such a lawyer would easily suffer losses. Gu Ming. Lang Bingqing was upset, wondering why Gu Ming rejected her and why he called her for an hour. Is there another woman? When sleeping, Lang Bingqing slept with her mother. She hugged her mother and said, Mom, I asked Gu Ming out, why didn't he agree? Lu Wani said, I don't know either. Don't ask me. Your father has to go back to the company tomorrow to deal with some things. He will be very busy. Go to bed early. After being rejected by Gu Ming, Lang Bingqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. In the middle of the night, she ran out of the room holding a mat and a quilt. Lu Wani asked, Daughter, where are you going? Mom, I'll sleep on the floor. Lang Bingqing wanted to experience what it felt like when Gu Ming slept on the floor. Result. She was bitten by mosquitoes and cried. She couldn't sleep at all. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. Gu Ming, as long as you come back, I will never ask you to sleep on the floor again. Chapter 33 Gu Ming cuts off the past and never looks back. Morning. Lang Mingqiang called Che Hao and said, Che Hao, give me back my money. Che Hao played dumb and said, What money? I don't know. Lang Mingqiang said loudly, Bingqing transferred the money to you, but you said you didn't know? I'll give you 1 day. If you don't return the money, I'll call the police. Che Hao chuckled, I borrowed money with my own ability, and you want me to pay it back? Besides, do you have an IOU? Did I say when I would pay it back? Lang Mingqiang got angry and gritted his teeth and said, Don't try to trick me. There are records of the transfer. He knew that if he transferred so much money, there would definitely be a transfer record. Snort. Che Hao stopped pretending and said directly, I won't pay you back now, you're going to bite me? You. Lang Mingqiang was so angry that he was about to explode, and shouted, If you don't pay back the money, the consequences will be serious, you can't afford it. Che Hao smiled and said, The money was lent to me by Lang Bingqing. It's not your turn to ask for it. Goodbye. After saying that, Che Hao hung up the phone mercilessly. Bang! Lang Mingqiang was so angry that he kicked a stool over. Lu Wani was startled, Don't be angry so early in the morning. I shouldn't be angry? The company is going to go bankrupt, and you want me not to be angry? Lang Mingqiang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He immediately called Che Wenshan and said, Che Wenshan, your son borrowed 900 million and 500 million from my daughter. Ask him to pay it back as soon as possible. Che Wenshan said, I don't know, is there such a thing? When did it happen? Lang Mingqiang got angry again and said, Your company has a huge financial loophole, and you didn't even know about it? We have known each other for so long, do you think I am a fool? Che Wenshan said with a smile, Lang Mingqiang, calm down. I understand your behavior very well. I will ask for you. Lang Mingqiang got even angrier after hearing this and asked, What's your attitude?
I want you to pay me back, not just be perfunctory, understand? Che Wenshan didn't give in to him anymore and said calmly, that's your business. I'm just helping to ask.
As for whether my son still wants to pay back the money, it depends on his intention.
Lang Mingxiang said forcefully, you must pay back the money today, otherwise I will call the police.
Che Wenshan was not afraid at all and said, it's up to you.
After that, they ended the call. Che Wenshan found his son and said, son, what are your plans? Che Hao scratched his ears and said nonchalantly, what are you going to do? You definitely can't pay the money back. This is a civil dispute. The worst that can happen is a lawsuit.
Che Wenshan praised him and said, you are worthy of being my son. With your money, our company's crisis has been resolved. The extra money can make our company more prosperous than before, and the Leng Group is destined to go bankrupt.
This is called risk transfer, haha.
Che Hao put his hands in his pockets and smiled. Who made Leng Bingqing that woman stupid?
She lent me the money voluntarily. If I don't want to pay it back, then I don't have to.
Even if I have to go to court, I can hire a good lawyer and wear them out.
Both father and son are of the same character, very scoundrels.
When Lang Mingshan put down the phone, his chest began to ache again and he showed a painful expression.
Lu Wani came over quickly and said, husband, don't get too excited. It's not good for your health. How can you not make me angry? Lang Mingshan was so angry that he felt more and more pain and couldn't help but cover his chest.
At this time, Leng Bingqing came out. She was dressed very beautifully. She no longer looked like a president, but an exquisite rich girl who looked like she was about to fall in love.
Lang Mingxiang was still angry and asked, where are you going?
Leng Bingqing said, Dad, I want to go find Gu Ming. Lang Mingxiang said without a doubt, no, you have to go to the company with me and deal with the company's affairs. Leng Bingqing refused and said, no, Dad, I want to see Gu Ming, I want him to forgive me, I want him to come back.
Lang Mingxiang was furious and asked, the company is about to go bankrupt, and you are still thinking about these things?
Leng Bingqing argued, Dad, Gu Ming is very important to the company. If he comes back, it will be a great help to us.
I am also helping the company. I see that you only think about falling in love. The sky of Leng Group is about to collapse, but you are not nervous at all. Lang Mingxiang's eyes were blazing with anger.
This daughter of his had greatly disappointed him.
Call Che Hao right now and ask him to pay back the money. Lang Bingqing reluctantly agreed and said, okay, Dad.
She was extremely reluctant because she had no feelings towards Che Hao now, and could even be said to hate him.
Here, she called Che Hao and said, Che Hao, pay me back.
Che Hao smiled and said, I don't have money now, I will pay you back when I have money later.
Lang Bingqing couldn't help but shouted, my dad is very angry, you pay me back immediately, otherwise the consequences will be serious.
Che Hao said with a dead pig fearless of boiling water, I really have no money, I'm hanging up.
Che Hao, you bastard.
Lang Bingqing was about to start cursing when the other party hung up the phone. She was so angry that her chest heaved and she said, Dad, Che Hao said he has no money. Lang Mingxiang pointed at her, shaking with anger, and said, it's all your fault.
Why did you lend him so much money? You're making me so mad.
At this time, he couldn't help coughing.
Oops. It has already happened, don't blame your daughter.
Lu Wani came over and patted him on the back, saying, don't get yourself upset.
Your health is important.
Leng Bingqing didn't want to stay any longer, so she ran out with a bag in her hand, saying, I'm leaving now, I'm going to find Gu Ming.
Look at her. Lang Mingxiang became even angrier and started coughing. Lu Wani said, don't be angry.
After a while, Lang Mingxiang recovered and said with a cold look in his eyes, I will call those who were expelled back to stabilize the situation.
As long as I am alive, the Lang Group will not go bankrupt. Small courtyard. A guest came, Qin Mengyao.
She came early in the morning and not only brought Fat Gray and Fat Orange, but also brought a day's cat food and various props needed for training.
Gu Ming had just finished making breakfast and hadn't started eating yet. He asked, Mengyao, are you here so early? Qin Mengyao came in holding 2 cats and said, yes, they are very heavy. Come and help.
Gu Ming hurried forward, hugged Fat Hui, and helped her share the burden. Fat Gray was very excited to see Gu Ming and rubbed against him.
They went into the house together. Qin Mengyao smiled and said, Mr. Gu, I'm here.
Gu Changling said slowly, welcome. 2 people put both cats down. Gu Changling struggled to utter a few words, and said, I haven't seen my pet for a long time.
It's great. Qin Mengyao said, yes. Gu Changling panted and said, it feels a bit warm.
Gu Ming hurriedly said, Mr. Gu, stop talking and eat first. Now, he was very worried about Mr. Gu's condition.
Qin Mengyao understood and said nothing more.
Together they moved the things into the yard.
Today, Qin Mengyao will stay here for a day. So, Gu Ming doesn't have to go out anymore.
After they set up the room, they had breakfast together. Qin Mengyao ate with great satisfaction and said with a smile, Gu Ming, I didn't expect the breakfast you made was so delicious.
Gu Ming said, that's it.
In order to make Mr. Gu happy, Qin Mengyao took the initiative to hug Gu Ming and said, thank you. Gu Ming was not too surprised, after all, they had agreed on it. Seeing this, Gu Changling smiled and said, you will definitely be happy in the future and stay together for the rest of your lives.
What Mr. Gu said is true. Qin Mengyao blushed a little.
Gu Ming took her hand and said, let's finish breakfast.
We'll start training soon.
Qin Mengyao clenched her fist and said, we need to train very well today.
We will be on the field tomorrow, so we must succeed.
Yes, we will succeed. You have to trust me and Fat Gray.
Gu Ming said.
They were just getting ready for training when Gu Ming's phone rang. Gu Ming saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he answered the call and said, hello, who is this?
Finally got through.
Leng Bingqing stood at the place where she met Gu Ming and the old man, and said anxiously, Gu Ming, I want to see you, even if it's just to take a look at you.
I hope you can give me a chance.
Gu Ming looked at Qin Mengyao and said coldly, we are no longer related, don't call me again. Leng Bingqing felt depressed, but gritted his teeth and said, Gu Ming, I will wait for you here at the place where I met you and Grandpa last time until you show up. Once, there was a good man in front of her, but she didn't care about him at all. It was not until she lost him forever that she realized how good he was. It turned out that she had thrown away the best thing, which was 100 times better than Bai Yue Guang.
Do you regret it now? Is it useful?
Gu Ming didn't care at all and said jokingly, just wait, maybe your white moonlight will appear. After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone and turned it off.
Qin Mengyao asked, she again?
Gu Ming said firmly, don't be suspicious.
I won't go back.
Even if she throws herself at me, I won't take her. Even if she kneels in front of me, I won't even look at her. Even if she digs out her heart, I won't believe a word of it. Today, I won't leave the courtyard even a step. He said this for no other reason than to say goodbye to the past.
Here. Make a clean break with the past.
Qin Mengyao heard him speak so decisively and said, okay, I believe you. Gu Ming looked at her beautiful face and whispered, in order to fulfill our promise, let's train hard. Qin Mengyao's pretty face flushed, and she said, well, I hope I can win the championship.
Gu Changling thought their actions were extremely intimate, and it was a blessing to be able to see such things in his old age. Immediately,
Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao started today's training. Leng Bingqing was waiting there foolishly, not believing that Gu Ming would not come out for a whole day. Chapter 34 Leng Bingqing and Qin Mengyao meet for the first time. The Leng group can be said to have come to a standstill.
The company cannot operate normally because too many people have been fired.
When Lang Mingqiang arrived at the company, he found that the situation was worse than he had imagined. He gathered a few cadres together for a meeting and listened to their reports. Boss, the company is facing a major financial crisis, and the deficit has expanded to 1.3 billion.
Many projects are waiting for money to continue.
Because of this, our work has been suspended, and colleagues who come to the company don't know what to do. Everyone said the company was finished, and many people resigned, preferring to leave without receiving any salary.
Our back-end is not functioning because many technical staff have left.
Now our sales work has also stopped because we have been assessed as a high-risk company and other companies are unwilling to cooperate with us or buy our products.
This is a vicious cycle, boss. I hope you can save the company.
Listening to the employees' reports, Lang Mingqiang covered his forehead with his hands, feeling overwhelmed. In just a few years, my daughter had run the company to the point of being on the brink of collapse. He felt a little regretful that he should not have handed the company over to his daughter. Initially, he wanted his daughter to get some exercise. Now it seems that my daughter has not grown up at all and it was all in vain that I have been the president for so long. Lang Mingqiang was so worried that he waved his hand and said, okay, I understand, let's adjourn the meeting.
Everyone left the meeting room. Then,
Lang Mingqiang returned to the office and decided to contact those who were fired first. The first person he thought of was manager Zhang, his former confidant.
The call was connected.
Zhang Dongyan said, "Hey, Brother Lang." Lang Mingqiang smiled and said, "Dongyan, you still remember to call me Brother Lang, which means you regard me as a friend.
I want you to come back and run the company with me. Are you willing to come back?" "No."
Zhang Dongyan said without thinking, "Brother Lang, I have been fired and am no longer a member of the Lang Group. You can have a drink with me, but nothing else." Lang Mingqiang took a deep breath and said, "You don't have to hold a grudge like that. We have known each other for many years, and everything can be settled easily."
Snort. "No problem?"
Zhang Dongyan still clearly remembered that he was driven away by Lang Bingqing, like a dog. At that moment, his heart was completely chilled. He swore that he would never return to the Lang Group in his lifetime. Right now, he just wanted to see the Lang Group go bankrupt.
Lang Mingqiang was a little annoyed and continued to persuade, "Dongyan, as long as you are willing to come back, I will give you some shares. I know that many people listen to you. Your decision is very important." Ha ha.
Zhang Dongyan laughed and said, "So, Brother Lang, you are doing this for the people who followed me.
You don't really want me to go back.
I'm afraid that by then the time has come, the bow will be put away." Lang Mingqiang said angrily, "Dongyan, for the sake of our many years of acquaintance, please give me some face." Zhang Dongyan refused directly and said, "Brother Lang, I'm really sorry, I have already found a better job and will not return to the Lang Group."
Lang Mingqiang could no longer hold back his anger and said, "Zhang Dongyan, it's okay if you don't come back. I don't need you and I won't beg you. The Lang Group will be fine without you."
Zhang Dongyan said, "As expected of you two, you are father and daughter. You two have exactly the same temper.
Goodbye." Snort. After hanging up the phone, Lang Mingqiang was very angry.
He suppressed his emotions and called some other old employees.
As expected. Just as he expected, those people refused to come back. At last.
Lang Mingqiang was so angry that he smashed his phone and it took him a while to call for help.
A little girl trembled, she was Deng Ximin, and asked, "Boss, do you have any instructions?" Lang Mingqiang was so angry that he felt dizzy.
He said, "Clean this place up."
Yes.
Deng Ximin could only agree, she felt that this boss was more terrifying than Lang Bingqing.
Lang Mingqiang had a gloomy face because various things were not going well. Same company, same position, but he has no more authority now than before. In the past, he was very successful and had many loyal employees. Now, he walked around the company and didn't see many familiar faces. A man walked in and said, "Boss, I want to resign." Lang Mingqiang thought it was a good thing, staring at him and said, "You are the accounting director. The company has reached a critical juncture now, and I will not allow you to leave." This person was Wan Shuwei. He felt that the company was going to fail and wanted to run away. Wan Shuwei said with a bitter face, "Boss, I really have to leave." Lang Mingqiang said without allowing any discussion, "I don't care about you, anyway, I won't allow it." The company's affairs are enough to worry Lang Mingqiang to death. He found that after he came back, he couldn't change anything. The top priority. The goal is to get money, fill the financial gap, and overcome the current difficulties. Then, he thought of Gu Ming's matter and ordered, "Secretary, bring me Gu Ming's employment files in various departments over the past 6 years. I want to see them." Deng Ximin said, "Boss, I haven't finished cleaning yet." Lang Mingqiang said coldly, "Don't clean it yet, just get this done." Okay. Deng Ximin went to look for information about Gu Ming's work experience. Lang Mingqiang wanted to know what Gu Ming had done in the past 6 years and why the company was able to remain safe and sound with him around. More than an hour later, Deng Ximin came back with a pile of documents. Lang Mingqiang was surprised, "So many?" Deng Ximin put down the documents and panted, "Yes, boss, this is how it all adds up." "Okay, go ahead. You're not needed here." "Yes, boss." Deng Ximin also wanted to run away, but this was her first job and she didn't want to give up easily. A friend who joined the company with her had already run away. Lang Mingqiang began to look up information about Gu Ming's past. "I worked as a technician in the backend for 5 months and was able to independently develop the most core functions of the backend and optimize the backend. I have been a manager for a month and nothing has gone wrong. I have been in charge of sales for 3 months and have set a sales record. The most outstanding contribution is that I have secured a project from Tianwan Group for the company. I have been in the finance department for 1 year and have resolved the company's financial problems 3 times. Job.
After seeing Gu Ming's resume, Long Mingxiang smiled, and that smile was full of helplessness. If he had discovered earlier that Gu Ming was a talent, he would have trained him well. If Gu Ming were here, the company would never be in such a mess. His good daughter personally trained a business genius and then sent him away. Lang Mingxiang had started his own business before and knew how capable Gu Ming was. His success was due to luck. If he had had Gu Ming's ability, things would have been much easier. Pity. Now Gu Ming has been let go by his daughter, and he doesn't know how to get her back. After watching it, he couldn't calm down. He needs to raise money, which is his biggest headache. With the connections he has made over the years, I wonder if he can raise more than 10 billion to help the company overcome its difficulties. Speaking of which, Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao trained Fat Hui for a day and were very satisfied with the results. Qin Mengyao hugged Fatty Hui and said with a smile, "That's great. With this level of proficiency, there will probably be no problem in tomorrow's competition." Gu Ming said, "Mengyao, is this enough?" Qin Mengyao nodded, "Well, that's enough, thank you, I'll go back later." Gu Ming asked, "Do you want me to take you there?" Qin Mengyao put Fat Gray down and said, "No need. You can take me back. You will have to come back later. Besides, it is not good for Mr. Gu to be alone at home. I can go back by myself. You don't have to worry." Gu Ming agreed, "Okay, by then." Gu Changling sat in a wheelchair and said to Qin Mengyao, "Goodbye." Gu Ming, "Mr. Gu, goodbye." Qin Mengyao packed her things, took the two cats into the car, and went back. Not long after he noticed it, Fat Orange started to bark. Qin Mengyao glanced at Fatty Orange and said angrily, "You didn't pee just now, but now you want to pee again, what a shame." Fat Orange lowered his head, not daring to look his owner in the eye. "Okay, wait a minute, I'll find you a place to pee." Qin Mengyao would never mess with a cat. Not long. She found the place, parked the car on the side of the road, and got out carrying Fatty Orange. Fat Orange ran into the bushes and urinated. Qin Mengyao looked around and suddenly saw a woman waiting there for something. The woman was very beautiful and had a plump figure. The woman also looked over and exclaimed, "You are such a beautiful cat." As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Qin Mengyao's heart moved. This voice looks so familiar. Could it be Lang Bingqing? Although she had never seen Lang Bingqing, she had heard Lang Bingqing's voice. Unexpectedly, the two people would meet in this way. Qin Mengyao looked at Lang Bingqing. This was Gu Ming's ex-wife, the CEO, the woman who had heard Gu Ming for 6 years. She couldn't help but want to chat with him and said, "She is a little pretty, but too fat." Lang Bingqing recalled, "I also had a very fat cat before, but unfortunately." "What's wrong?" "It's dead." A trace of sadness flashed across Lang Bingqing's face. Qin Mengyao glanced in the direction of the car. Fortunately, Fat Gray didn't show up. She changed the subject and asked, "Are you waiting for someone here?" Lang Bingqing's voice trembled, "Yes, I'm waiting for someone." Qin Mengyao said, "It's getting dark, don't wait any longer." Lang Bingqing felt a little sad, gritted her teeth and said, "No, I want to keep waiting." Qin Mengyao knew that Gu Ming would not show up, so she said, "Then you wait patiently. I'm leaving now." Fat Orange finished peeing and ran back. Qin Mengyao carried it into the car and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Lang Bingqing watched the woman's car drive away and felt that her tone sounded familiar. At this moment, her heart was beating fast. She looked at the end of the road, hoping that Gu Ming would appear. She will try her best to save the relationship. Even if Gu Ming hits her or scolds her, she will not give up. As long as Gu Ming goes back with her, she is willing to atone for her past. Chapter 35. Fat Gray is going to take first place, and you say it doesn't look good? Lang Mingxiang became angrier and angrier, and finally he called the police. Late in the night, Lang Bingqing didn't want to leave until Gu Ming arrived. However, Lang Mingxiang drove over and forcibly took her away. Lang Mingxiang, Lang Bingqing, Che Hao and others arrived at the bureau. At last. This was indeed a civil dispute, because Lang Bingqing could not produce any evidence of being cheated, and did not even have an IOU. Therefore, Che Hao's fraud is not established. They can only sue. After leaving the police station, Che Hao said with a smile, "I welcome you to sue me, ha." Lang Mingxiang said with a frosty face, "Don't be too proud too soon, the matter is not over yet." Lang Bingqing walked away quickly. Lang Mingxiang shouted, "Bingqing, where are you going?" Lang Bingqing felt uncomfortable and said, "I said I would wait for Gu Ming, go back and continue to wait for him." Lang Mingqiang raised his eyebrows, glared at his daughter, and said, "Come back with me, be obedient." Lu Wani said, "Don't be so mean to your daughter."
Lang Bingqing said expressionlessly, "Let's go back." Is she still angry? Lang Mingqiang did not spoil his daughter this time because the company's affairs gave him a headache.
There was no point in calling the police now. He was even more furious. He stared at Chehao and said, "Then sue me."
"I won't let you go."
Chehao didn't care at all, turned around and was about to leave.
Lang Bingqing suddenly shouted, "Chehao, you bastard, it's all your fault that I didn't wait for Gu Ming, I hate you."
If Chehao hadn't caused all this trouble, she could have continued to wait for Gu Ming.
Maybe she can wait.
Now, she is full of hatred towards Chehao. As for love, it had already been washed away by the rain when being abandoned by the other party. Chehao smiled and said, "Lang Bingqing, you are my woman no matter what, I won't argue with you."
"Shut up."
Lang Bingqing stared at Chehao with hatred filling her heart. Losing my virginity to this scumbag is the greatest shame in my life. She should have stayed with Gu Ming. She hated herself for not giving her body to Gu Ming in the past 6 years. After returning home, she started to take a shower, turning the shower head to the highest setting, hoping to wash away the stains on her body. As she washed, she began to cry and let the shower head wash over her body.
The next day,
Gu Ming got up very early and Qin Mangyao drove to pick him up. They had breakfast together and then set off to the competition venue.
Got there, they met Pan Zhirong. Just see.
She had a high ponytail, delicate features, and a beauty score of about 70%. She was tall, about 1.7 meters tall. Pan Zhirong came up, smiled and high-fived Qin Mangyao, and said, "Mangyao, I haven't seen you for a few days.
You've been avoiding me."
Qin Mangyao is very beautiful, with a pure appearance, and she is not like those little girls who are prone to throwing tantrums. She smiled sweetly and said, "No, I am just training."
Pan Zhirong hugged her and asked, "Are you really training? Or are you in love?"
Gu Ming finally knew what type of girl she was.
She was clearly a tomboy.
He found that Pan Zhirong's behavior was very manly. Qin Mangyao hurriedly introduced, "This is Gu Ming, my good friend." Pan Zhirong looked at Gu Ming and said, "You are so handsome."
"Do you like Mangyao? So direct?" Gu Ming answered irrelevantly, "Hello, Miss Pan."
Qin Mangyao said, "Zhirong, stop joking."
Pan Zhirong pinched her face and said, "What? Are you feeling sad?" Qin Mangyao blushed, "No." Pan Zhirong saw through it, "You lied again. You always have the same expression when you lie. I have memorized it by heart."
Qin Mangyao changed the subject, "Let's warm up first, otherwise it will be bad if we start later."
"Okay."
Pan Zhirong put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the first place will definitely be mine."
Qin Mangyao didn't take it seriously.
Her eyes smiled into crescent shapes, but she said, "I'll go to the car and put Fatty down."
"What does your cat look like?"
Pan Zhirong was very curious.
"You'll know in a moment." They went together to get the pet cat.
Pan Zhirong's pet is a white cat, which is super beautiful. What Qin Mangyao put down was a gray cat, very fat.
Pan Zhirong was dumbfounded. "This fat gray is not good looking, is this really okay? Are you kidding me?"
In her opinion, Fat Gray's fur was dirty and he was too fat, and he didn't look like he had any strength. On the other hand, her cat is not only beautiful, but also graceful. Qin Mangyao snorted and said, "Don't judge a cat by its appearance."
Fat Gray was trained by Gu Ming. Its strength will definitely surprise you. Pan Zhirong looked at Gu Ming, "Can you train cats?"
Gu Ming did not answer, but whistled at Fat Gray. Fat Gray immediately rushed towards him, jumped high into the air, and landed in his hands.
Gu Ming hugged Fat Gray and smiled, then said, "Miss Pan, you can see Fat Gray's strength."
Pan Zhirong's eyes lit up, and she put away her contempt, saying, "She's quite capable. She's so fat, but she can jump so high. My Xiaoxue has met her match."
"Your Xiaoxue may not necessarily win." Qin Mangyao smiled.
She knew that Fat Hui's strength was far more than that. This was just a small display of his skills. Pan Zhirong rubbed her hands, finally feeling a little bit of fighting spirit, and said, "Then let's see who can win the championship."
She waved at Xiaoxue and gave a simple instruction. Xiaoxue jumped and landed on her shoulder, rubbing her face affectionately. "Is this a demonstration? You don't want to suffer any loss at all?" Gu Ming and Qin Mangyao looked at each other and smiled. Then,
A man in a suit appeared, ran over with a smile and said, Jérôme, I'm here.
Wei Yunze, you scared me. Pan Jérôme kicked the intruder. The man didn't hide, but just asked with a smile, Jérôme, is there anything I can help you with?
Gu Ming felt that Pan Jérôme was a bit violent, a true tomboy. Pan Jérôme pushed Wei Yunze and said, no, there is nothing for you to do here, just stay aside.
Wei Yunze came back and said, I won't leave, you can continue to beat me. Pan Jérôme rolled her eyes, do you have masochism?
Wei Yunze smiled and said, no, I just like you. I have been pursuing you for more than 3 years, but you didn't agree to me.
Gu Ming looked at him and he didn't seem like a bootlicker.
If I have to describe it, it would be infatuation.
There is a difference between infatuation and bootlicking. A dog licker is blind.
And infatuation means being able to love someone forever and not fall in love with someone else. Gu Ming didn't expect that he would meet two top-notch people in one day. One is a tomboy, the other is a lovesick man.
Pan Jérôme snorted, the previous agreement still counts. It depends on the result of today's cute pet competition. If I win, it means we are not destined to be together.
If I lose, I will accept you.
Wei Yun was happy, finally having some hope, and said with a smile, then I believe that we are destined to be together.
Pan Jérôme pointed at Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao and said, they are my opponents. Wei Yunze looked at Gu Ming and said, this handsome guy looks very capable.
My name is Wei Yunze, nice to meet you. Gu Ming said, my name is Gu Ming, thank you for the compliment. Qin Mengyao smiled.
Pan Jérôme said impatiently, okay, stop talking nonsense, Mengyao, let's take the little cutie to warm up.
Good.
Qin Mengyao said to Gu Ming, give me Fatty Gray, let's go, you have a good chat with this young master Wei.
Gu Ming handed Fat Gray to her and said, okay.
The two beauties walked and entered the competition venue. Like other pet owners, they warmed up their pets and collected various items needed for the competition. Wei Yun then approached him and said, brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Gu Ming did not deny, thank you for the compliment.
Wei Yun stood beside him and asked, are you confident that you can win the championship today?
Gu Ming was not sure before, but after seeing Xia Xue's strength, he said confidently, no problem. He came to the conclusion that Fat Gray was stronger than Xia Xue. After all, Fat Gray was the one he had trained for several years. Wei Yun said, then you must win the championship, I will reward you handsomely. Gu Ming said, it doesn't matter whether you thank me or not, I just want to win the championship to make Mengyao happy.
In fact, Wei Yun really hopes that they will win so that he can get the goddess. At this time, Gu Ming found an acquaintance. It's Zhang Dongyan.
Zhang Dongyan brought his wife and daughter to the scene of this cute pet competition. After working for many years, he rarely spent time with his family.
Now he has time.
Gu Ming stepped forward to greet him and said, Manager Zhang.
Gu Ming.
Zhang Dongyan was a little surprised. They hadn't met since he resigned, and he didn't expect to meet here.
Chapter 36. It was you who asked me to get out, why are you crying now? Zhang Dongyan came to watch the cute pet competition with his wife and children. Unexpectedly, he met Gu Ming. He was a little happy and asked, Gu Ming, what are your plans for the future? Gu Ming said, Manager Zhang, why are you asking this? Zhang Dongyan said quickly, I resigned and no longer work for Lang Group. Many people have left like me. Gu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, was he fired by Lung Bingcheng? Zhang Dongyan smiled and said, yes, it's ridiculous. We worked hard for so many years, but we were fired just because of one sentence. It's really disheartening.
Gu Ming told the truth and said, I plan to start a business.
Very good.
Zhang Dongyan knew that he was very capable and could do anything, so he couldn't wait to say, I will be the first to join, and I will also have a group of old friends with me.
We are former colleagues and we are all very familiar with each other. If we work for you, you won't fire us like Lang Bingqing did. We know you.
Gu Ming said modestly, I'm not that good, and I haven't started yet.
You guys should think about it first. We may not be able to work together. Zhang Dongyan laughed, I know how capable you are.
When Long Mingqiang started his business, he was not as capable as you. As long as you start your own business, you will definitely succeed. Gu Ming said, thank you Manager Zhang for the compliment.
Let's leave contact information first.
He didn't start his business alone. Now, he has those people who were expelled from the Lang Group, and he can make good use of them, so why not?
That is a very good force that Gu Ming can use.
In this way, his business will be much smoother. It can even be said that he already has the prototype of a company. Zheng Dongyan took the initiative to say, I will help you contact those who have been fired in recent years.
We still have contacts, so it will be easy to communicate.
Gu Ming shook hands with Zheng Dongyan and said, Thank you, Manager Zhang. I will tell you as soon as I start my own business.
Good. That's what they agreed on.
Zheng Dongyan said to his daughter, Bebe, call me brother.
Zheng Bebe had 2 ponytails, looking very cute and a little shy.
She smiled at Gu Ming and said, Hello, big brother.
Gu Ming responded, Hello. Ha 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 ha. After chatting for a while, Zheng Dongyan took his wife and daughter away. Wei Yunze then spoke up and asked, You want to start a business? Gu Ming said, Yes.
Wei Yun reminded, Then you have to work harder.
Qin Mengyao is not an ordinary girl. Her family is very wealthy.
She is a typical white, rich, and beautiful girl. It is not easy for you to become her boyfriend.
Gu Ming nodded and said, Thank you for the reminder. At this time, Gu Ming's phone rang.
He was afraid that something might have happened to Mr. Gu, so he left it on.
Now, he answered the call and asked impatiently, Boss Lang, what's the matter? Lang Bingqing's breathing was rapid.
She just tried to dial, but she didn't expect that it really went through. She was not blocked.
She said excitedly, Gu Ming, I have reflected on it. I am willing to give you 2 million. I can also give you the apartment building as compensation. Come back. Gu Ming sneered, Boss Lang, you are so funny. When you kicked me out of the villa for Bai Yue Guang, did you regret it? When you and Bai Yue Guang had sex, did you regret it? When you lent money to Bai Yue Guang, did you regret it?
After saying that, he hung up the phone. If this woman dares to hit me again, I will laugh at her harshly until she loses her confidence. Lang Bingqing's originally excited mood suddenly turned into depression. She regretted the past and was extremely sad, tears welling up in her eyes.
Gu Ming blamed her for choosing Bai Yue Guang instead of him? Gu Ming blamed her for being unclean? Gu Ming blamed her for lending money to Bai Yue Guang?
She felt more and more regretful and felt unclean.
She kept thinking about where she went wrong. Could it be because she was cuddling with Bai Yue Guang before she even got the divorce certificate from Gu Ming?
At this moment, she was filled with regret. I shouldn't be so intimate with Bai Yue Guang, especially in front of Gu Ming, once at the villa and once in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Snap.
She became so angry that she slapped herself.
Lu Wanyi heard the noise and ran out and asked, Daughter, what happened? Lang Bingqing burst into tears, Gu Ming despises me and doesn't want me.
Lu Wanyi felt very distressed and hurried to comfort her, It will pass, don't be too sad.
No. Make life difficult for.
Lang Bingqing took a look at the diamond ring on her hand, pulled it off, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it a few times.
Daughter, please don't be like this. It hurts me to see you like this. Mom, leave me alone.
Lang Bingqing regretted the past so much that she wanted to destroy everything that belonged to Bai Yue Guang. She blocked Che Hao's WeChat and deleted all the updates about Che Hao in her space. She also rushed back to her room and cut up all kinds of things. Aunt Zhang, come and help me throw all those things out.
I don't want to see them again.
At this moment, Lang Bingqing went crazy and threw and kicked many things in the house.
Lu Wanyi could only watch and could not stop it at all.
Lang Bingqing had messy hair and red eyes. She looked at her room with disgust and said, I will never come back to this room again.
It's not clean. I don't want to live here. I want to live where Gu Ming keeps his clothes.
After venting her anger, she sat in the hall and cried.
Lu Wanyi hugged her daughter and said, Bingqing, don't be like this. It hurts my heart to see you. Lang Bingqing was about to collapse.
She grabbed her mother's hand and begged, Mom, please help me.
I want to see Gu Ming, even if it means death. Well. Lu Wanyi brushed her daughter's messy hair and promised, Mom promises you that I will let Gu Ming see you at all costs.
She hugged her daughter tightly. She always doted on her daughter, so she agreed this time. Her love for her daughter gave her great determination.
Lang Bingqing was trembling all over. The pain she felt this time seemed like a backlash from before. This time, her mental breakdown was even more serious than before.
In her mind, all the things about Gu Ming kept eroding her. It turns out that she really can't live without Gu Ming. In 6 years, Gu Ming's figure is indelible. The nights without Gu Ming not only gave her a headache, but also heartache. Gu Ming's influence on her was so profound that he seemed to exist in every cell of her, in her breath, in her blood, and even in her bones. Seeing her daughter being tortured beyond recognition, Lu Wani couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh.
My daughter's situation is far more serious than ordinary love brain disease. The other side. The cute pet competition has begun. A gray figure rode away from the crowd. Pan Zhirong opened her eyes wide and said, "No way, your cat can run so fast?" Qin Mengyao smiled and said, "Of course, you think so."
Pan Zhirong quickly whistled and said, "Come on, Xiaoxue."
Come on.
Wei Yun was excited. He could see the fat gray guy running quickly through the levels and he thought he looked very handsome. Gu Ming said calmly, "This is Fat Gray's strength." There were probably thousands of people watching the game at the scene, and people were cheering.
In the field,
there are more than 100 cats trying to pass each level. They need to pass the levels according to the set routes and rules.
Some cats are fast and some are slow. Now ranked first is Fat Gray.
Behind it was a snow-white figure, it was Xiaoxue. 2 cats were racing, and the other cats were clearly lagging behind.
Come on, Xiaoxue.
Pan Zhirong entrusted her happiness to Xiaoxue and took this competition very seriously. Qin Mengyao did the same and shouted, "Come on, Fat Gray."
Result. Fat Gray won first place and was the first to cross the finish line. Xiaoxue lost unfortunately and only got second place.
The 2 cats rushed out, both panting. Pan Zhirong was helpless, with her hands on her hips. "Xiaoxue, you disappoint me so much." Qin Mengyao was extremely happy and went forward to hug Fat Gray. "Fat Gray, you are awesome."
Wei Yunze walked out and said, "Zhirong, you lost, but you didn't forget the agreement, right?"
Pan Zhirong walked towards him with a bad look in her eyes.
Wei Yun stepped back fearfully and asked, "What are you doing?" Next second,
Pan Zhirong hugged his shoulders, jumped up, clamped her legs around his waist, and said, "Of course I won't forget.
You are my boyfriend now." It's so heavy. Wei Yun was overjoyed. He didn't expect to win the beauty so soon. Then,
Pan Zhirong kissed him. This scene caused many people to cheer. Qin Mengyao blushed because Gu Ming came over.
Gu Ming smiled and said, "Mengyao, you are the champion now." Qin Mengyao whispered, "Don't kiss here, there are too many people." What?
Wei Yunze and Pan Zhirong both looked over.
Gu Ming said, "Kiss right here." Boo. He kissed Qin Menyao's mouth and felt a sweet taste. Qin Menyao's face instantly turned red, and she spat softly, "Hateful." Ha 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 ha. Many people around cheered.
Pan Zhirong understood, patted Wei Yunze's face, and said, "So they also have this kind of agreement, just like us."
Wei Yun said, "Don't hit me in the face, don't I want to save face? Just fight. If you don't allow me to fight and break up." "Okay, go ahead."
Gu Ming hugged Qin Mengyao in his arms, and they were finally together.
Qin Mengyao felt sweet. Today's sense of ceremony was very special and many times better than the old-fashioned confession. Chapter 37, I'm together with a beautiful, rich girl, and my ex-wife's mother is looking for me? On the podium,
Qin Mengyao held Fat Gray in her arms and received the medal and certificate for the cute pet competition.
Pan Zhirong also held her Xiaoxue and received the second-place medal and certificate.
In addition to them, the top 10 people all stood together for a photo while holding their pet cats. Qin Mengyao was very happy that her hard work over the past few days had paid off. At this time, Pan Zhirong patted her shoulder and said, "Mengyao, do you want to sell your cat?"
"Didn't you say it was ugly?" Qin Mengyao snorted.
Pan Zhirong was a little thick-skinned. "I was just joking, now I take it back, name your price." Qin Mengyao turned her back to her, not letting her get close to Fat Gray, and said, "No, don't even think about taking advantage of Fat Gray.
I'm not short of money."
Pan Zhirong lamented, "I once had a good cat in front of me, but I didn't cherish it and even said it was ugly.
Now I regret it."
Qin Mengyao smiled at her and said, "Okay, stop being so hypocritical. You don't even shed tears." After taking the photo, they all stepped down from the podium. Pan Zhirong had learned her lesson this time. She looked at Gu Ming from a distance and teased him, "Mengyao, where can you find such a good man?" Qin Mengyao revealed, Gu Ming had a 6-year engagement.
To think there is such a thing. Pan Zhirong was very curious, so she pulled her best friend's hand and asked, "What happened next?"
Qin Mengyao said, "Some time ago, Gu Ming and his ex-wife divorced." Pan Zhirong looked at Gu Ming and said, "He doesn't look like a man who has been married for 6 years." Qin Mangyao added, although they are married, it is a contractual marriage, so there is no love. She knew she had found a treasure. Being with Gu Ming, there are no other factors, it's just love. And she knew even more that Leng Bingqing regretted it to death. Once, there was a good man in front of Leng Bingqing, but the president was thinking about his own white moonlight every day. He only regretted it after losing her forever.
After thinking it through, Qin Mengyao knew what to do. She would hold Gu Ming tightly and not let go.
She didn't want to make the same mistake as Leng Bingqing.
Seeing them pointing at him, Gu Ming asked, "What are you discussing?" Pan Zhiron laughed, "Nothing, I just said you are handsome." Gu Ming asked Qin Mengyao what was going on again.
Qin Mengyao said proudly, "Zhirong envies me for having a good boyfriend."
Pan Zhiron was targeting Gu Ming again and said, "Handsome Gu, can you help me train a cat? There will be a generous reward."
Gu Ming waved his hand and refused cruelly, "No, I don't have time." Qin Mengyao quickly pulled Gu Ming's hand and protected him behind her, saying, "Zhirong, I said I would not sell fat gray, but you are targeting Gu Ming again, really?" Gu Ming said to Wei Yunzi, "Mr. Wei, take care of your girlfriend."
Wei Yun said, "I will."
As soon as he said this, Pan Zhiron came over and twisted his ear, saying, "Who are you trying to take care of?" Wei Yun changed his attitude and said weakly, "Please take care of me.
I feel that I am very prone to giving up.
Only if you, Zhiron, supervise me, will I get better."
Snort. That's more like it.
Seeing that he understood what was happening, Pan Zhiron let him go. Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao looked at each other and realized that one of them would be dominated by his wife from now on.
Things here end.
Pan Zhiron suggested, "Let's go celebrate."
Gu Ming said, "You guys go, I'm busy."
He was worried about leaving Mr. Gu alone and couldn't let him be away for a long time as it was easy for something to get into trouble. Qin Mengyao had a tacit understanding and said, "You go, we'll get together another day."
"Oh, really?" Pan Zhiron was slightly disappointed. Wei Yun smiled.
He wanted to be alone with his girlfriend, so he thought they were helping him.
Pan Zhiron glared at him, "What are you laughing at?" Wei Yunzi said, "I just think, should we celebrate at your house, or at my house? Or should we go out to eat?"
Pan Zhiron hugged Xiaoshui and said, "I need to go home first."
Wei Yunzi immediately said, "Then I will take you back. Bye now." "Goodbye." They said bye.
Before leaving, Wei Yun said, "Gu Ming, I will thank you next time." Fat Gray won the championship, which helped him.
Of course he will never forget this favor. Gu Ming nodded, "Let's talk about it next time. Let's go." Pan Zhiron knocked on her boyfriend.
Wei Yun covered his head and left with his girlfriend. He was in pain but happy at the same time.
Puff. The two of them smiled, felt inexplicably happy, and went back. Arrived at Qin Mengyao's villa. Qin Mengyao looked at Fat Gray and asked, "Gu Ming, do you want to continue to keep it with me?" Gu Ming smiled and said, "Yes, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine."
Qin Mengyao blushed and said, "You suddenly say that, really?" Gu Ming held her hand and said gently, "It's okay to take care of one or two, and it's okay to take care of one more." Qin Mengyao looked at him, bit her lip, and said, "That."
Gu Ming asked, "What?" Qin Mengyao whispered, "You just kissed me, and I haven't kissed you back yet." The shy expression on her innocent face looks particularly beautiful.
Gu Ming was fascinated by this white, rich and beautiful woman, and after a long while he said, "Okay." Qin Mengyao overcame her shyness, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him gently, without any desire, only liking. After the kiss, she was satisfied and said softly, "Gu Ming, I will be your girlfriend from now on.
You have to treat me well, don't cheat on my feelings, don't bully me, and don't make me cry." She hadn't confessed until now. This is a true confession and a declaration of being together.
Gu Ming was touched, and held her cheek and said, "Well, Mengyao, I won't let you down.
Thank you for liking me. I will always be loyal to you and never leave you."
Qin Mengyao felt warm, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and she nodded slightly at him. "Well, Gu Ming, I believe you." Gu Ming hugged her and held her tightly.
Meow.
After a while, Fat Gray started shouting. Qin Mengyao came out of Gu Ming's arms, tidied her hair, gave Fatty Gray a white look, and said, "It seems to be hungry."
Gu Ming smiled and said, "Fat Gray must be hungry after consuming so much energy in the competition. Don't blame him." No. Qin Mengyao didn't blame Fat Gray for disturbing her world of two. She went to prepare cat food and feed it to the cat. Fat Gray ate his meal happily. Gu Ming glanced outside and said, "I'm going back later." Qin Mengyao said, how about I take you there?
Gu Ming shook his head, no, I'll go back by myself and buy some ingredients by the way. Qin Mengyao was a little reluctant and said, we have to part again so soon.
Gu Ming smiled and said, we can meet every day in the future. Mengyao, you don't have to miss me too much. You can contact me anytime.
Qin Mengyao realized that she was his girlfriend now, and said, well, your phone must be open 24 hours a day.
I will call you when I miss you.
They exchanged sweet words for a while before parting ways. Gu Ming walked out of the villa in a good mood. He finally had his own girlfriend. Although he had an ex-wife, that was a contract and there was nothing substantial about it. But Qin Mengyao was truly his girlfriend. He could kiss her, hug her, and say a lot of nice things to her. He was somewhat motivated and wanted to start a business as soon as possible. Qin Mengyao is fair, rich and beautiful. It is not easy for him to be with her. By then, you will have to pass the test of Qin Mengyao's parents. More importantly, if he wanted Qin Mengyao to be happy, he had to become rich.
When going back, Gu Ming went to the market to buy ingredients.
Then, he met a person, Lu Wani.
Lu Wani was startled at first, then ran over to stop him and shouted, Gu Ming, don't leave. Gu Ming asked, Aunt Lu, what do you want? Lu Wani's chest heaved as she looked Gu Ming up and down. He used to be her son-in-law, but not anymore. At that time, she didn't think of Gu Ming as a normal person at all, but just a servant hired by her daughter. She never expected that it was such a humble man that her daughter loved so much. Chapter 38. My daughter shed so many tears for you, it's time for you to calm down. Lu Wani finally met Gu Ming, so of course she couldn't let him leave like that. Her beloved daughter was heartbroken because of Gu Ming, so she must bring Gu Ming back to see her daughter. So, she stopped Gu Ming and said quickly, Gu Ming, Bing Qing shed so many tears for you and ruined everything about Che Hao. You should calm down and go back, okay? You want me to calm down? Gu Ming sneered. He felt that Lang Bingqing's mother was even more excellent. This is not a question of whether you can calm down or not. Divorce is not a child's game. Now that we're divorced, let us end it completely. Lu Wani looked at Gu Ming and said, my family is so well off. If you leave Bingqing, you won't be able to find a girl with such good conditions. She was just confused for a moment. Now that she has made up her mind and is willing to remarry you, you should be grateful. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it. Where does this sense of superiority come from? If she leaves her home, can't she find a better girl than Lang Bingcheng? Feel sorry. He has found it. So, he felt that what Aunt Lu said was ridiculous. Gu Ming laughed, your daughter divorced me and slept with another man. You said it was a moment of confusion? Why don't you divorce your husband? Anger flashed across Lu Wani's face, and she said, Gu Ming, I asked you to go back with good intentions, why are you laughing at me? You know it's your blessing that my daughter likes you? Gu Ming waved his hand, I know, but I don't need it. Please don't like me. I'm not worthy of her love. Let me go. Seeing that he didn't show any reaction, Lu Wani was so angry that she was about to explode. She stared at him and said, Gu Ming, please be nicer. Are you going back or not? Gu Ming said expressionlessly, I have finished what I want to say, get out of the way. Lu Wani opened her arms and stopped him tightly, saying, no, unless you come back with me. Gu Ming was slightly angry and said, your family is a wealthy family, and I am just an ordinary person. I can't afford to marry you. Lu Wani couldn't bear it any longer, pointed at his nose and cursed, Gu Ming, you ungrateful guy, have you forgotten who trained you? Who helped you pay off your debts? Are you still a human being? She wanted to force Gu Ming to compromise. Gu Ming was really angry and said coldly, I know, but I have worked like a slave in your family for 6 years and I have already paid it back. Don't contact me again. I have nothing to do with you anymore. After saying, he turned around and prepared to leave. There is not only one way to the market, and he doesn't have to go past her. This old woman couldn't stop him at all. Seeing this, Lu Wani was furious and quickly pulled his hand, saying, you are not allowed to leave. She had promised her daughter that she would bring Gu Ming back. She couldn't break her promise to her daughter. Thinking of her daughter's heartbroken look, her heart ached, more painful than being cut by a knife. Stalker? Get lost. Gu Ming was furious and pushed her away. Boom! Lu Wani fell heavily to the ground with a thud, grimacing in pain.
Gu Ming snorted coldly without even looking at her. You asked for it. Seeing how ruthless he was, Lu Wani ignored the pain and begged, Gu Ming, I beg you, please come back with me.
Gu Ming glanced at the old woman. Wasn't she very arrogant just now? Remember.
When I was in the villa before, this old woman never looked at me straight in the eye.
Now, she's begging herself? Gu Ming laughed angrily and continued walking away.
Later, Lu Wani quickly knelt down, put aside her dignity, and desperately shouted, Gu Ming, I beg you.
Kneel down?
Gu Ming felt relieved. In the past, this old woman always acted superior.
If she kneels down, will he go back?
It wasn't Gu Ming who asked her to kneel. It was she who insisted on kneeling. That wealthy lady has completely fallen from the clouds.
Ha 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 ha. Gu Mingchan's anger was finally relieved, and he laughed heartily. You didn't treat me as a human being before, so what's the point of you begging me now? For 6 years, you didn't even let me sit at the table for dinner. After I left, you want to ask me to come back? It's just a dream.
His words were cool, confident, and casual.
After saying this, the person had already walked away. Original place.
Only Lu Wani was left kneeling on the ground in a daze, looking in the direction where he disappeared.
She finally realized that Gu Ming would never go back. Daughter, how could you fall in love with such a man? What a sin.
Then she started crying.
Because
Gu Ming was more decisive and ruthless than she had imagined, and there was no way to save the relationship.
She gave up her dignity but still couldn't sway the other party. What else could she do?
After leaving the market, she called her daughter and said, Bingqing, forget about Gu Ming.
It's impossible for you two to be together.
Lung Bingqing said hurriedly, Mom, I won't give up.
I love Gu Ming so much. I really can't live without him. Why? Lu Wani sighed deeply and said, I'll take you to burn incense tomorrow. It's very effective. Gu Ming returned to the courtyard and made dinner for Mr. Gu.
At this time, Xuelin called.
Gu Ming said, Miss Xuelin, what's the matter? Xuelin thought for a moment and said, Gu Ming, come out for a walk, are you free? Gu Ming's heart moved.
He was no longer single. It was necessary to inform her to avoid misunderstanding.
He immediately said, Miss Xuelin, thank you for your kindness. I have a girlfriend.
Hearing this, Xuelin's heart trembled. After a few seconds, she forced a smile and said, Then congratulations on successfully getting out of being single. She has a great liking for Gu Ming and hopes to get further. Today, she plucked up the courage to invite Gu Ming.
Result.
But he was told that the other party already had a girlfriend. She felt so weak that she could barely hold the phone. You know, she finally met a man she liked. Unfortunately, someone took action before her and took down Gu Ming, causing her to miss her chance.
But
the fact that Gu Ming could tell her the truth also shows that he is not a scumbag.
He has basic principles.
After he has a girlfriend, he knows how to keep a distance from other opposite sexes.
Gu Ming said, Thank you, beautiful Xuelin. I hope you can find your other half soon. Xuelin didn't need to say much after that. Instead, she relaxed a little and said with a smile, Gu Ming, bring your girlfriend to see me some other day. I want to see what kind of beauty she is. Although they can't be together anymore, they can still be friends.
Xuelin needs to develop her business and Gu Ming is one of her clients.
Gu Ming responded, Okay, I'll wait until I have time.
I'm planning to start my own business, and I'll need your help then.
Xuelin said, Sure, if you have any business needs, you can come to me. Aha! They chatted briefly and then ended the call.
Just after finishing cooking, Gu Ming thought of another thing. Starting a business requires a sense of ritual, so he plans to burn incense. He had no other intentions, he just hoped that everything would go smoothly in the future. Thinking of this, he called Qin Mengyao.
Qin Mengyao said softly, Gu Ming, what's the matter? Gu Ming said, Mengyao, I want to go to burn incense tomorrow, can we go together?
Unexpectedly, Qin Mengyao agreed without saying anything after hearing this. Okay, I'm your girlfriend now, this is my obligation. Gu Ming was touched and said, Mengyao, thank you.
Well, what are you doing? I'm going to eat.
Then you eat first, I won't disturb you, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
After they finished chatting, they hung up the phone.
Gu Changling asked, Are you going to burn incense tomorrow? Gu Ming said, Yes, Mr. Gu, let's eat. Gu Changling just watched but did nothing because his hands and feet were basically unable to move. I'll feed you. Gu Ming reacted and took the initiative to feed Mr. Gu. Now Mr. Gu's condition was getting worse and worse, and it was unknown how long he could live. Chapter 39, It was you who insisted on getting a divorce, and did you regret it after the divorce? Ping Cheng. Inside a huge villa. Wei Yunzi said, Mom, what's the matter? His mother asked, Do you still remember the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Wei Yunzi recalled, I remember, it was my grandfather who told me when I was a child that there was a golden dragon family that supported our family and helped our ancestors rise to prominence, leading to our current glory. His mother's name is Lin Xiangya. She said seriously, if someone from the Golden Dragon family comes to visit you one day, you must repay them. Wei Yun said, What if the conditions proposed by the other party are too harsh? Lin Xiangya said, No, the Jinlong family pays the most attention to moral cultivation. Those who can inherit the incense must have good character. Wei Yun nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Lin Xiangya said, Your father is gone, and now you are the head of the family. You have to take on your own responsibilities. At this time, Wei Yun's phone rang, and he quickly said, Okay, Mom, stop talking. Chatting with your girlfriend again? Bring her back so I can see if she's prettier than your cousin? Not compared to my cousin. If you don't compare yourself to your cousin, then compare yourself to your eldest cousin's wife. Lin Xiangya smiled, she knew that her son had pursued a woman, so she always had to compare them. Then, Wei Yun ran back to the room and called Pan Zhirong. Pan Zhirong said, I am going to burn incense tomorrow with Meng Yao and the others. Do you want to go? Wei Yun was somewhat helpless and said, I'm busy. I have to deal with company matters. Pan Zhirong smiled and said, I know you are a busy person, so if you don't want to go, then don't go. Wei Yun said, I won't go, I'm afraid you'll beat me. Pan Zhirong chuckled, I won't hit you this time, you owe me, we'll hit each other next time. Wei Yun was amused, but we still have to fight, right? Pan Zhirong checked the time and said, It's late. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Good night. Good night. Xin Mengyao was talking to Gu Ming on the phone and said, I called Zhirong to come alone. Gu Ming said, Okay, one more person will make it more lively. Xin Mengyao said in a sweet voice, Don't mess around, my friends will be here by then. Gu Ming promised, I won't mess around. I'm not that kind of person. Xin Mengyao pouted, I don't believe you. You kissed me in front of so many people. You are such a bad guy. Gu Ming couldn't help but laugh, do you still remember? Xin Mengyao said in a tender voice, Of course I remember it. Such an important thing should be remembered for a lifetime. Gu Ming had nothing to be angry about with her, he just bickered and said, Okay, go to bed early, good night. Good night. They ended the call. In order not to disturb Mr. Gu, Gu Ming made the call outside and only returned to the courtyard after he finished. The other side. Lu Wanyi persuaded, Daughter, you must go to burn incense tomorrow. It is very effective. I almost lost my relationship with your father before, but after I went to burn incense, everything went very smoothly. Lang Bingqing felt extremely uncomfortable and looked haggard. She asked, Really? She is not in as good a condition as before. She has suffered from insomnia in recent days and is troubled by emotions such as anxiety, sadness, and regret. She held a divorce certificate and looked at her and Gu Ming's names on it, and couldn't help but cry. How she wished she could go back to that day and not go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Gu Ming. In that case, she and Gu Ming would still be husband and wife. She was in agony and her tears dripped onto the divorce certificate. Lu Wanyi persuaded, Daughter, don't cry, everything will be fine. Lang Bingqing became sentimental, If I could go back to that day, I would never go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Gu Ming, and I would never divorce him. I hate him so much. Lu Wanyi said distressfully, It's all in the past, don't think about it. Thinking of Gu Ming's attitude, she couldn't help but get angry. When my daughter met Gu Ming, it was like she had met her nemesis. Lang Bingqing sobbed and said, He said I couldn't leave him, and I said I could leave him, so I made an appointment with him to get a divorce certificate. I just wanted to prove myself. They had just signed a divorce agreement. She couldn't wait to get the divorce certificate with Gu Ming. Now. She looked at the divorce certificate in her hand, slapped herself hard, felt very regretful, and burst into tears. Lu Wanyi felt uncomfortable, Daughter, please stop humiliating yourself. Now. With a bang. The door was kicked open, and a man walked in angrily, saying, Let her cry.
This man was Long Mingqiang, whose hair had turned white due to worry.
He asked many people for money but failed to get any.
He ran to the bank to borrow money from his good friend, but still couldn't borrow a penny. Reality shattered his self-confidence. The connections I once had seemed so fragile. When he was really in desperate situation, he realized that he had no friends. As the time for salary payment approached, he was at a loss as to what to do.
Salary is a small matter. Funds from other aspects cannot be taken out. Long Mingqiang was devastated by the reality.
Seeing his daughter crying, the resentment in his heart burst out.
Lu Wanyi said, "Don't be mean to your daughter."
Long Mingqiang said coldly, "I won't be mean to her."
Sell the assets. Otherwise, there is really no other way. Sell this villa too. Lu Wanyi was shocked, the villa cannot be sold.
Long Mingqiang was firm and unquestionable, saying, "Not only must you sell the villa, but you must also sell your other assets."
You cannot keep any of your assets. Also, Bingqing, you have an apartment building, sell it as well.
He changed the subject and mentioned the apartment. Long Bingqing refused, "I can't sell it, that's what I'm going to leave for Gu Ming."
Long Mingqiang was so angry with his daughter that he said in a cold voice, "Are you still thinking about this man? Why don't you go and live with him? Do you still have me as your father in your eyes?"
Long Bingqing stared at her father and refused to give in. "In any case, we can't sell that apartment."
Long Mingqiang snorted coldly, "Being the CEO for a few years, has that made you tough?" Lu Wanyi said, "Stop arguing. Let's sell our other assets first. Don't touch our daughter's property or the villa." Long Mingqiang had no choice but to sell the assets under his name.
He glanced at his daughter coldly and walked out.
Lu Wanyi comforted him, "Don't be angry with your father. He still loves you and this family. Otherwise, with his unyielding character, he wouldn't just let it go. Let's go burn incense tomorrow."
Long Bingqing touched the divorce certificate and a ray of warmth seemed to come to her heart. She said, "Okay." She regretted it so much and wanted to go back to the past.
What if they hadn't divorced? Now,
she was the only one who bore the scolding. She shed tears alone.
She was alone and sleepless during the long night.
She wanted to call Gu Ming, but she was blocked again at some point. If she changes her number 1,000 times, she will be blocked 1,000 times.
The next day,
Gu Ming had just finished his breakfast and dealt with Mr. Gu's affairs when Qin Mengyao came and asked, "Mengyao, do you want to drive or should I?" Qin Mengyao said, "Go ahead, I want to see your skills." Gu Ming kissed her and said, "Okay, I'll drive."
Qin Mengyao didn't say anything, but just blushed a little. They were ready and set off. At the same time,
Pan Zhirong also set off. On the way, she saw two people and asked, "What's wrong with you?" A middle-aged woman said, "Our car broke down and we can't go on."
Out of kindness, Pan Zhirong asked, "Where are you going?"
The woman said, "We are going to Fuiying Temple to burn incense." Pan Zhirong said, "It's on the way, I'll give you a ride."
"Thank you."
The middle-aged woman said, "Bingqing, come here quickly, we are leaving, and we will ask someone to tow the car for repair."
"Okay, Mom." These two women were Lu Wanyi and Long Bingqing.
Their car broke down on the road, which led to this scene. Pan Zhirong saw Long Bingqing's eyes were red and asked, "What's going on?" Long Bingqing rubbed her eyes and said, "It's nothing.
I just thought of my ex-husband and couldn't help crying."
Lu Wanyi sighed, "Don't think about Gu Ming anymore, go burn incense first, maybe you will find a better man than Gu Ming." Long Bingqing said stubbornly, "No, Mom, I only want Gu Ming." After listening to their conversation, Pan Zhirong's heart moved.
If it wasn't a coincidence of names, then this could be Gu Ming's ex-wife?
She found it interesting. Here, she didn't point it out, because Qin Mengyao was her best friend, so of course she had to side with her best friend. She knew that Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao had also gone to Fuiying Temple, and they would definitely meet each other later.
Lu Wanyi asked, "Can I drive now?" Pan Zhirong raised the corners of her mouth.
She really didn't know what the situation would be like when the two sides met in a while.
She said, "Okay, fasten your seatbelts and sit tight. We will go directly to Fuiying Temple."
The car started moving, carrying them towards their destination.
Chapter 40. It was you who told me to get out. Why are you crying when I'm holding hands with a rich and beautiful girl?
Fuiying Temple is located on a high mountain in Pingcheng. It is said to be very effective, so many people come here to burn incense. Arrived at the place,
Pan Zhirong parked the car and said, "Goodbye, you two. I will take you here. Lu Wani said, thank you. Lang Bingqing didn't say anything and looked a little aloof.
Seeing this, Pan Zhirong left immediately.
She sent them here, but Lang Bingqing didn't even say thank you? She was looking forward to seeing how Lang Bingqing's defense would be broken.
Lu Wani grabbed her daughter's hand and said, come with me, don't run around, and be sure to burn incense sincerely.
Lang Bingqing questioned, does it really work? Lu Wani said with certainty, if it doesn't work, you won't be here. Although Lang Bingqing didn't believe it, she still followed her mother. On top.
There are 2 temples, one in the east and the other in the west, surrounded by peach groves with peach blossoms everywhere.
The scene is very beautiful, like a fairyland on earth.
Lu Wani said, let's go to the temple in the east to burn incense first.
Lang Bingqing withdrew his gaze and nodded silently.
They climbed the steps to the east temple.
And at this moment, inside the western temple,
Pan Zhirong put her hands on her hips and said, hey, you two are so disloyal for not waiting for me.
Gu Ming and Qin Mengyao turned around at the same time.
Qin Mengyao smiled and said, Zhirong, since you are here, come and burn incense together.
Pan Zhirong kept it a secret. Guess who I met? Qin Mengyao asked, who is it?
Pan Zhirong came over and said to her, it's your boyfriend's ex. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao opened her eyes wide and looked at Gu Ming.
Gu Ming showed no sign of abnormality and said, let's burn incense first. Don't let it affect the purpose of our trip. Good. Qin Mengyao agreed.
They looked at each other and both knew this day would come, so they were very calm.
Gu Ming was burning incense in an orderly manner.
He had just burned incense with Qin Mengyao in the temple in the east, and now he was burning incense here again.
Soon,
they finished burning incense and walked out.
As soon as I arrived outside the temple, the fragrance of peach blossoms hit my nose.
Pan Zhirong took Qin Mengyao's hand and said, let's go take some pictures. The peach blossoms here are so beautiful that we can't miss them.
Qin Mengyao happily agreed, okay.
They are all girls. Although they are no longer young girls, they still love beauty.
Gu Ming also came down.
Looking around, he saw pink peach blossoms everywhere, filling the branches, competing for beauty like countless beauties. The 2 beauties rushed into the peach forest to take pictures, unable to resist the temptation of the beautiful scenery. But Gu Ming did not go with them. He was not that conceited. He could see that many men and women were taking photos in the peach orchard.
The other side.
Lu Wani said, when you burn incense, be serious and don't think about other things. Lang Bingqing saw many people worshipping devoutly and nodded, okay, Mom.
She hopes Gu Ming can come back and everything can go back to the way it was before. After burning incense,
Mom was still packing up. She couldn't wait to come out and enjoy the beautiful scenery outside.
However, a familiar figure came into view, and Lang Bingqing's eyes instantly became warm. It's the man she's been dreaming about. Is God moved? So effective?
She had just finished burning incense when she met him. Lang Bingqing ran down excitedly, staring at the man in casual clothes in front of her, breathing rapidly, Gu Ming. It seemed like she had been waiting for this moment for centuries. After that rainy night, she never saw Gu Ming again. But Gu Ming has always lived in her heart and never left. Gu Ming heard the familiar voice, turned around and couldn't help but smile. Boss Lang, how are you?
Where's your Bai Yue Guang?
He couldn't help but tease her because she deserved it. He said that all grudges after the divorce must be settled.
Hearing the words white moonlight, Lang Bingqing's body trembled.
This was the pain in her heart. She felt as if someone had opened her scars, and her chest felt stuffy as she said, Gu Ming, I have forgotten him.
Now I just want to be with you.
I have slept on the same floor as you, I have mopped the same floor as you, and I have wiped the same shoes as you. With every word she uttered, she felt a little more pressure relieved, as these were words she had been holding back for a long time.
Today, she could finally speak out.
As she spoke, a smile broke out on her face. She couldn't help but walk up to Gu Ming and look at him affectionately.
She didn't say reflect. But every sentence is a reflection. She understood. This is what true reflection is.
She felt that she understood what Gu Ming said. Gu Ming, come back, I'll sleep on the floor, I'll mop the floor, I'll polish your shoes. Lang Bingqing wanted to dig out his heart. As long as you tell me to, I can do it.
Is this her reflection? It's too late.
Gu Ming felt that there was no point anymore.
Because he already has Qin Mengyao.
For 6 years, the president has not come to his senses. Now that he has repented, it is just a way to remedy the situation after the horse has bolted. After Lang Bingqing said those words, she felt a little relieved, her smile became even more intense, and she said, "Gu Ming, are you talking?"
Gu Ming could only laugh. "Boss Lang, I am not worthy."
Lang Bingqing seemed to be hit, the smile on his face disappeared, and he became depressed again, saying bitterly, "No, Gu Ming, you can't do this to me, I have confessed, I've had enough."
Repent?
Gu Ming felt that Lang Bingqing still hadn't truly reflected on himself. She reflected on only a small part.
And then there are the company matters. She has a small vision.
She was only thinking about 2 people.
What about those people she hurt?
Many people were fired by her at will and lost their jobs. Moreover, she embezzled 900 million yuan of the company's funds, causing the company to face a major capital chain crisis and be on the verge of bankruptcy. Gu Ming felt that those who were hurt by her were innocent.
What's wrong with those people working diligently? However, because of Lang Bingqing's selfishness, they lost their jobs.
They all have various loans to varying degrees, such as mortgages, car loans, etc.
They just want to work hard and live a quiet life. For by Yue Guang, Lang Bingqing emptied the company and implicated everyone in the company.
After reflecting for so long, Lang Bingqing only saw what happened between 2 people.
Was his vision too narrow?
Thinking of this, Gu Ming looked down on her even more and sneered, "You don't have to say anything.
You are the high and mighty CEO, and I am just an ordinary person. I am not worth your concern."
Lang Bingqing looked painful and said, "Gu Ming, I don't know what to do next.
Can you teach me? I am willing to listen to you. I will let you be the president of Lang Group and I will be your secretary."
Gu Ming took a few steps back and sneered, "Okay, stop talking, save it for your white moonlight."
Lang Bingqing's heart was broken, and her voice trembled as she said, "You don't want to get closer to me, do you think I'm dirty?
I've been taking showers several times a day during this period.
If I could do it again, I hope you would be the first man in my life."
Gu Ming continued to retreat until he was far away from the woman, then he revealed, "There is nothing wrong with you, the problem is me, I found a girlfriend." Lang Bingqing's body tensed up at first, then she looked at him and shook her head, "No, you lied to me, you wouldn't do that. In 6 years, you have never been close to any woman."
"You don't believe I have a girlfriend?"
Gu Ming looked towards the peach forest and saw 2 beauties coming out. He raised his lips and said, "My girlfriend is here."
Lang Bingqing looked over in a daze. "Just see."
The 2 beauties were getting closer and closer, and their figures were becoming clearer and clearer. When they saw this, they knew what was going on from a distance, and just as they had finished taking pictures, they came over directly. Qin Mangyao quickened her pace, walked to Gu Ming's side, and said, "Gu Ming." Gu Ming held her hand and said to Lang Bingqing, "Boss Lang, this is my girlfriend."
"It's you."
When Lang Bingqing saw Qin Mangyao's face clearly, her mentality collapsed and tears welled up in her eyes.
She had already met her once. "I never thought that this is Gu Ming's girlfriend?"
Looking at them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, standing together, she was unwilling to accept it. It was as if the most important thing in her life had been taken away, and her mood plummeted.
"Impossible, I don't believe it. Gu Ming, how could you abandon me and find another woman?"
Lang Bingqing said heartbreakingly, tears continuously flowing out, all the sorrow was magnified at this moment. She felt as if her heart was stabbed.
Pain. It hurt so much. This kind of pain was far greater than being abandoned by Che Hao.
She was trembling all over, and her beautiful cheeks were covered with tear marks, with tears constantly falling from them. Gu Ming felt very happy and sneered, "Lang Bingqing, you were the one who told me to get out."
"I'm with Meng Yao, why are you crying?"
Chapter 41. After Gu Ming announced his relationship, Lang Bingqing became autistic.
This day was a nightmare for Lang Bingqing.
She was heartbroken again. She reflected on herself every day, becoming increasingly haggard, and thought she could save Gu Ming. But I didn't expect that Gu Ming had already found someone else as his girlfriend. She cried so hard that she started coughing violently, and the veins on her neck were clearly visible. She is no longer the high and mighty president, but has fallen into a fragile ordinary woman. She was hit hard by reality and lost herself.
"No, Gu Ming, don't abandon me, give me another chance," she pleaded desperately, hoping this wasn't true. Gu Ming smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Wasn't he Lang Bingqing very ruthless when he drove me away?
He still remembers the feeling of having the divorce agreement slapped on his face. He felt very relieved and said, Lang Bingqing, this is your retribution. You thought everyone would revolve around you, you thought you could control other people's lives, you thought everyone would spoil you, you are wrong. You were wrong, so you should pay for your actions. This is just the beginning. You will have more retribution to pay for your past arrogance. Here, Gu Ming had some things to say. He announced his relationship in order to make Lang Bingqing give up. Otherwise, this woman will have improper thoughts in the future. Lang Bingqing had a headache and knelt down in pain, holding her head with both hands. Her face was distorted and she said in a trembling voice, Gu Ming, I can't live without you. Qin Mangyao looked at her and felt something strange. But she knew that Gu Ming had been tortured by Lang Bingqing for 6 years, so she was not so sympathetic towards him. Remember, when she first met Gu Ming fell in the rain. It was Lang Bingqing who did it. At that time, Gu Ming looked miserable, like a homeless man. So, the current situation is just a small matter. Lang Bingqing rolled over in pain, shouting desperately, You can't take my Gu Ming away. I trained him for 6 years. Without me, he wouldn't be who he is today. Is this the reason why she is reluctant to leave? Gu Ming's mouth corners raised. Pan Zhiron watched all this indifferently from behind. She was not familiar with Lang Bingqing and would not break up with her best friend for a stranger. Qin Mangyao said, When you kicked Gu Ming out of the car and left him in the rain, did you ever think that this day would come? Did you have any gratitude towards Gu Ming for training him? No, there was only endless torture. Someone else would have died long ago. After they were together, Gu Ming told her a lot of his experiences. Therefore, she knew about the persecution and could not like Lang Bingqing at all. She knew that in Lang Bingqing's eyes, Gu Ming was just a dog. This is very rude, but it is a true portrayal of the relationship between Gu Ming and Lang Bingqing in the past. Qin Mangyao held Gu Ming's hand tightly and said with a smile, Not long ago, you told Gu Ming to get out. Now he is mine. Their tacit understanding made Lang Bingqing tremble. When did they become so familiar with each other? Even the tone of voice is almost the same. Lang Bingqing was in so much pain, her heart ached, her head hurt, and even her bones ached. She struggled to crawl towards them, stretched out a hand, and said, Gu Ming, without you, I will die. Now. She regarded Gu Ming as her only hope in life. Without Gu Ming, she would have no desire to live. The more she values it, the less she gets it. The less you get, the more desperate you become. Gu Ming sneered and stopped looking at her. Instead, he said to Qin Mangyao gently, Mangyao, let's go and let President Lang go crazy alone. Qin Mangyao nodded, Okay, let's go back. I hope you can be happy and not be bothered by the past, because you have me. Boo! Gu Ming kissed her and said, Mangyao, I am content with having you. After saying that, they walked away holding hands sweetly. All that was left for Lang Bingqing was a pair of backs, and she fainted from the pain. Pooh! Pan Zhiron showed no sympathy and spat on the ground as she passed by her. As a tomboy, she doesn't care about her image, and she's lucky enough not to step on Lang Bingqing. They left. Immediately, Lu Wani came down and found her daughter fainted on the ground. She was so scared that she ran over, picked up her daughter and pinched her philtrum. Lang Bingqing woke up slowly. Lu Wani looked at her daughter's miserable state and said with great distress, Bingqing, what happened? Lang Bingqing felt cold all over and burst into tears, Mom, Gu Ming doesn't want me anymore. She fell into her mother's arms and cried loudly. Seeing her daughter being tortured beyond recognition, Lu Wani was heartbroken. She gritted her teeth and said, Did you see Gu Ming just now? What did this bastard do to you? She looked around but didn't see Gu Ming. Otherwise, she would fight to the death with the other party. This is her precious daughter. Next, Lang Bingqing became confused and the light in his eyes disappeared. She didn't want to move, didn't want to speak, didn't want to look at the world. She shut herself in. Lu Wani carried her daughter back. She hated Gu Ming very much. It was this man who ruined her daughter. After returning home, Lu Wani called her husband and said bitterly, My daughter is like a piece of wood now. It's all Gu Ming's fault. You should take care of her. If my daughter dies, I will die with her. Lang Mingqiang was busy selling assets, and bad news came from home, which made him very angry. He asked, Do you have Gu Ming's phone number? Lu Wani looked for her daughter's phone number, found Gu Ming's number, and told it to her husband. Lang Mingqiang got the number and immediately called Gu Ming, Boy, what did you do to my daughter?
Gu Ming was still outside, drinking coffee with two beauties, and asked, "What's your daughter's situation? What does it have to do with me?" Lung Mingqiang said coldly, "My daughter is depressed, and you still say it has nothing to do with you?" Gu Ming acted as if it had nothing to do with him and said, "Her depression has nothing to do with me. I am not related to him." Lung Mingqiang yelled into the phone, "Everyone knows that you are my daughter's ex-husband, don't try to explain yourself to me." Ha ha. Gu Ming found the word ex-husband very funny. "I am just a servant in your house. I have never entered her room, slept in her bed, eaten at your table, or owed you money. We are divorced. Please don't come to me in the future. Thank you." After saying that, Gu Ming hung up the phone and blocked the other party. "Gu Ming, you bastard." Lang Mingqiang was so angry that he was half dead, because this time when he called, not only did he not get an explanation, but he was scolded by Gu Ming instead. It's a pity that he can't split himself now and he is very short of money. If it doesn't work, I can only go back to my first love. He and his first love haven't been in touch for many years, and they can almost be said to be strangers. But he is now at his wit's end and has no choice but to give in to his first love. I hope to borrow some money to resolve the crisis and avoid the company's bankruptcy. Thinking of this, Long Mingqiang clenched his fists with a cold look in his eyes. At the same time, Gu Ming and the other two were drinking coffee. Pan Zhirong asked, "Gu Ming, what are your plans?" Gu Ming thought for a moment and said, "I want to borrow some money to start a business." Qin Mengyao immediately said, "I can lend you money, how much?" Gu Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, Mengyao, I will borrow it from others, you don't need to worry." Pan Zhirong joked, "You don't even want to borrow money from a rich woman, you are such a fool." Gu Ming didn't look like he was joking. He said in a serious tone, "The money I want to borrow is not a few hundred yuan, but several hundred million." As soon as these words came out, Qin Mengyao and Pan Zhirong looked at each other. They really couldn't borrow him and were afraid they couldn't help. Chapter 42, You didn't let me sit at the table before, today I'll teach you a lesson with 2 slaps. Aunt Zhang came with a few pieces of clothing and said, "These are the clothes the president asked me to make. They are ready." Lu Wani was worrying about her daughter's affairs and said, "Okay, I'll take it in and give it to her." "Do you have anything else to do?" She asked this because she noticed that Aunt Zhang was dressed differently, more appropriately, and not in clothes meant for work. Aunt Zhang said slowly, "Madam, I won't come here anymore." Lu Wani was startled, then asked, "Why didn't you come?" Aunt Zhang knew that this family was about to end, as she had witnessed their quarrels in the past few days. Various conflicts broke out. She believed that soon the family would not be able to continue. So, she wanted to find another way to make a living. But she was more tactful and said, "Madam, it's nothing, I just want to live in a new place." Lu Wani understood and did not try to keep him. After all, people always want to move up. When their family is about to go bankrupt, people's hearts are bound to fall apart. "Okay, I'll pay you and you can leave." Here, Lu Wani agreed. Aunt Zhang said, "Thank you." Soon, Aunt Zhang took the money and left. Before she walked out of the villa, she looked back and left. I'm afraid she won't come again in the future. Lu Wani put the clothes in front of her daughter and said, "Bingqing, don't think about it. Mom is so heartbroken." Lung Bingqing lay on the bed with lifeless eyes, as if she had lost her soul. Those clothes were originally intended for Gu Ming to wear when he came back. But Gu Ming will never come back. Therefore, they lose their meaning. She is now like a piece of wood. Although she is alive, she is no different from being dead. Seeing her daughter like this, Lu Wani couldn't help but cry. The other side. Gu Ming took out a piece of paper and said, "Mengyao, take a look at this." Qin Mengyao took it. "What is this?" Gu Ming said, "Business plan." Pan Zhirong was surprised and came over to ask, "You can actually make something like this?" Of course Gu Ming would know. His 6 years in Lang Group were not wasted. He knows so many things, and every ability has been squeezed out of him. It's quite bittersweet to talk about it. Qin Mengyao read the business plan he wrote and praised him. "It's great. It's very well written. You look like you've been a boss." Pan Zhirong also looked at it and suggested, "How about I invest in you? Although I don't have hundreds of millions, it should be no problem to take out 200,000 or 300,000 yuan." Gu Ming refused, "No, I have other plans. You don't need to worry about the funds.
Seeing how confident he was, Qin Mengyao didn't say much and smiled. Then I wish you a smooth way to get the money, and then start your own business happily.
Pan Zhirong teased, Mengyao, you will be the boss lady in the future.
Qin Mengyao blushed, a little shy, and said, no, it's too early to say now.
Ha 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 ha.
After they finished their coffee, they went back to their own places. Gu Ming had to go back to get his things and then borrow money. This was his plan. He came to a somewhat old house and saw an ant cleaning.
He asked, excuse me, is this the Wei family? The ant explained, this is the old house of the Wei family. They have moved out. Madam asked me to clean here regularly. What do you want from them?
Gu Ming said politely, Auntie, I am a friend of the Wei family and I want to visit them. Seeing how handsome and polite he was, the ant said, I'll give you the lady's number, you can contact her.
Gu Ming said, okay, thank you.
He was mentally prepared before he came here. This was where the Wei family lived decades ago, but they may not still be living here. He got some information from Mr. Gu, but it was not accurate.
Now I've come back and found that they have indeed moved away. This is the address of a former member of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce.
As for the addresses of the other members of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Gu Ming also has their information, waiting for him to visit. After getting the number, Gu Ming dialed it directly. A few seconds later, a middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone, saying, hello, who are you? Gu Ming said, Madam, hello, I am from the Golden Dragon family, I have something to talk to you about.
Golden Dragon family.
Hearing these 4 words, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, somewhat pleasantly surprised, great, this long-cherished wish should be fulfilled.
I'll give you the address, and you come find me right away. Gu Ming said, okay, madam, my name is Gu Ming. My name is Lin Shenya. Gu Ming found out the new address and took a taxi there. Unexpectedly, he met a man at someone's door.
The man stared at Gu Ming for 2 seconds, and suddenly said angrily, Gu Ming, you kid, I finally ran into you.
Gu Ming felt puzzled and asked, Boss Lang, what can I do for you? This person is Long Mingxiang, Lung Bingqing's father. Unexpectedly, they would meet on a narrow road. Lang Mingxiang was filled with rage, and his wife called him again and again, asking him to vent his anger on their daughter.
However, he was busy with company affairs and had no time to look for Gu Ming.
I don't know if it was good luck that he met Gu Ming. Now,
Lang Mingxiang could no longer suppress his anger, and pointed at Gu Ming's nose and cursed, you little ungrateful wolf, my daughter raised you, but you are ungrateful and hurt her, you are such a beast.
Gu Ming was slightly angry and narrowed his eyes and asked, who are you scolding?
Lang Mingxiang approached him and cursed even more fiercely, you wild boy, Toad, it is your blessing that my daughter likes you.
I want to vent my anger for my daughter today and beat you to death.
He couldn't bear to hurt his daughter because of love. He often says that his wife dotes on their daughter too much, but in fact he is the same. He never hit his daughter once since she was a child. It is also his fault that his daughter has been spoiled. His daughter was depressed today, and he blamed Gu Ming for it. At this moment, his anger exploded and he couldn't help but raise a hand and hit Gu Ming in the face.
You old bastard, you want to hit someone?
Gu Ming was not someone who could be easily bullied, and he grabbed the other person's wrist. He is young and strong, and tall, about 1.8 meters tall.
How could this old guy be his opponent? Lang Mingxiang was grabbed by the wrist and couldn't struggle free.
He cursed, Gu Ming, you bastard, if it weren't for my daughter, you would have died long ago and been eaten by stray dogs.
Why are you so arrogant?
Gu Ming had always disliked this old guy because he treated him the least as a human being. It was Lang Mingxiang's idea not to let him sit at the table for dinner when he was at the Lung family villa.
Lang Mingxiang is the emperor of the family and his word is final. Both women had to obey his orders.
The old guy has been so arrogant for so long, does he really think that everyone in the world has to give in to him? Gu Ming's face turned cold, and without any hesitation, he slapped him.
Bang! Lang Mingxiang was slapped hard in the face, staggered back, and shouted, little bastard, you dare to hit me? Are you cursing again?
Gu Ming became even angrier and rushed forward to attack again.
Snap! This was the second slap, which made Lang Mingxiang's face twitch.
He was still angry, but he didn't dare to curse.
He retreated repeatedly and threatened, don't be so arrogant. The Lang group will return to its peak within a month. By then, I will make you kneel down and beg me. Gu Ming sneered and said, ha, Lang group is back to its peak, are you still asleep?
Lang Mingxiang regained his confidence and sneered, yes, if you abandon Bingcheng now, I will make you unable to reach her in a month.
Gu Ming laughed. As expected of father and daughter, they are equally conceited. Long Mingxiang boasted, "You want to see the Lang Group go bankrupt? I tell you it's impossible.
I can start from scratch and lead the Ling Group out of the crisis."
Gu Ming restrained his smile and said playfully, "That I will wait and see how Boss Ling can return to the top." He was not polite at all because Long Mingxiang was indiscriminate.
It was Che Hao who deceived Lang Bingqing's feelings, and it was also Che Hao who cheated Long Bingqing of her money. Long Mingxiang didn't cause trouble for Che Hao, but came to him instead.
Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? Didn't T2 slaps make the old man behave himself? At this time, a middle-aged woman came out and asked, "What are you arguing about?"
Lang Mingxiang covered his aching face and glared at Gu Ming fiercely before he said to the woman, "Xiangya, long time no see."
Snort.
Lin Xiangya didn't look happy and said coldly, "Long Mingxiang, we each have our own families, why are you looking for me?"
Long Mingxiang gritted his teeth and said, I'm here to borrow some money from you."
This was his first love, but after many years, they had become strangers. He felt that he had never been so humble as today.
If he hadn't been desperate, he would never have asked his first love to borrow money. Lin Xiangya didn't waste any words. She looked at Gu Ming with a better attitude and said with a smile, "Are you from the Golden Dragon family?"
Gu Ming quickly regained his composure and responded politely, "Yes." Lin Xiangya nodded to him and said, "Come in together."
Long Mingxiang looked at Gu Ming.
He didn't understand what a member of the Golden Dragon family meant.
He wondered if Gu Ming had any special identity. Impossible. Gu Ming's family is very ordinary and is bankrupt due to debts.
At this moment, in addition to anger, Long Mingxiang also felt a little uneasy. He was guessing why Gu Ming came here. Gu Ming seemed not to notice his expression and went in first.
Asshole. Lang Mingxiang had a gloomy face and resentment in his eyes. He was obviously Lin Xiangya's first love, so why did Gu Ming act like a distinguished guest?
After Gu Ming went in, he hurriedly followed him in.
Chapter 43, Let Me Borrow the Money You Can't Borrow.
Qin Mengyao is a good girl. She rarely rebels and always listens to her parents. She has almost no access to bad things, so there is no question of her being rebellious.
This also has something to do with my mother.
From childhood to adulthood, her mother has always protected her very well. Qin Mengyao confessed to her mother. After all, it was a very important thing for her to find a boyfriend.
After listening to this, Lu Meiqin said, "Mengyao, do you think Gu Ming is a reliable person?"
Qin Mengyao affirmed, "I think he is very reliable. Last time he helped me win the championship of the cute pet competition, and then we got together." Lu Meiqin held her daughter's hand and said, "No, I'm worried.
I want to test his character."
Oops.
Qin Mengyao pouted, "Mom, I believe Gu Ming.
I have known him for a long time and I know he is not a bad person." Lu Meiqin felt that seeing is believing, and said, "This involves your lifelong event, so we can't be careless. You said he wants to start a company, so I plan to go to his company to work and lurk around him, so that I can know whether he is a good person or a bad person." Qin Mengyao glared at her mother and said, "Mom, you are already old, and you are still playing tricks." Lu Meiqin smiled and pinched her tender face, saying, "If it weren't for the routine, I wouldn't have found a man as good as your father. No matter how you put it, he can't be much worse than your father." Qin Mengyao was anxious and questioned, "My father is one of the top 5 richest people in Pingcheng, how can Gu Ming compare to him?"
Lu Meiqin said, "I don't care.
Anyway, he has to get my approval before he can marry my daughter."
You can't tell him about this. Mom. Don't say anything, I've made up my mind.
Qin Mengyao frowned slightly and became a little worried.
Can Gu Ming get his mother's approval?
Her mother is extremely wise and has a very good eye for people.
You know, her mother is a professor. Wei family villa. Gu Ming and Long Mingxiang both sat down.
The two men who had been fighting a moment ago were now sitting together drinking tea.
The one who entertained them was Lin Xiangya. Lin Xiangya looks plump and has a broad face. It is not an oval face but rather a round one. She sat there, with an upright posture, a typical lady. After the two of them drank their tea, Lin Xiangya asked, "Long Mingxiang, why are you here?"
She wanted to treat Gu Ming well, so she thought about getting rid of him first.
Long Mingxiang sighed and said, "I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. Lin Xiangya, you are becoming more and more elegant."
Lin Xiangya said expressionlessly, "Stop flattering me here. If you have something to say, just say it directly."
Long Mingxiang feels a little regretful now. This woman is pretty good, at least better than his current wife. She looks only in her 30s, with no wrinkles on her face and no gray hair. After many years, his heart still beats when he sees his first love. If he had chosen Lin Xiangya back then, perhaps things would have been much better. He thought about this in his mind. If Lin Xiangya is at home, does he have any worries? Looking back, he somewhat regretted his decision. Long Mingxiang took a deep breath, looked at his first love, and said, Lin Xiangya, I'm not exaggerating, you are in really good shape, and you are prettier than my wife. Lin Xiangya was a little bit contemptuous. Long Mingxiang, I feel sick when you talk like this. You are not a good man to belittle your wife outside. Gu Ming watched the two people fighting and did not interfere. He is a guest now. But Long Mingxiang obviously did not win the favor of this lady, so he probably would not be successful. He was happy in his heart, as he could see that Long Mingxiang had lowered his posture to please Lin Xiangya. Where is the man who just arrogantly said that he would lead the Ling group back to its peak? In Gu Ming's eyes, Long Mingxiang now looks really ridiculous. He knew that the other party came here to borrow money. Unexpectedly, the two people have the same goal. Today, Gu Ming must borrow the money, and maybe he can even slap Long Mingxiang in the face. Thinking of this, Gu Ming felt even happier. On the surface, he was very calm, slowly sipping his tea and watching the show. Long Mingxiang tried hard to force a smile and said, think whatever you want. This is what I really think. Lin Xiangya raised her lips and said, I heard that the Lang group is not doing well recently. You are asking for help everywhere. I thought you would not come, but you still came. She didn't mince words, but said it bluntly. She knew that Long Mingxiang was having a hard time. At first, it was Long Mingxiang who proposed the breakup. Now, Long Mingxiang actually has the audacity to come to her? She didn't want to make a fuss about it, but since the other party came to her house on his own initiative, she had to give him a good scolding. Long Mingxiang took a deep breath and said, I was wrong about what happened before. After all, we were together before. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xiangya smiled, you saw that my husband was gone, so you dared to come to my house and bully me, a widow? Long Mingxiang explained, that's not what I meant. Lin Xiangya stared at him and asked coldly, what do you mean? Do you think we can be friends? Why should I help you? There was actually a hidden story behind the breakup back then. It was Long Mingxiang who was secretly dating Lu Wani when he was in love with her. Then, Long Mingxiang is very capable and serves as the president of the student union. Many girls pursue him because they see his potential. Lin Xiangya also pursued him and they got together. But the appearance of Lu Wani eventually caused them to break up. Facing the questioning of his first love, Long Mingxiang said with a little shame, Lin Xiangya, I was wrong back then. I shouldn't have let you down. You lent me 1 billion to help the Leng group return to its peak. I will definitely pay you back within a year. Lin Xiangya couldn't help but sneer, is this how you borrow money? What about your relatives? What about your friends? Why don't you borrow money from them? As soon as she got the chance, she scolded the man harshly and avenged herself. Long Mingxiang felt upset. He had relatives, but he started from scratch. His relatives were poorer than him and did not have much money at all. Even if he borrowed money, it would be a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Long Mingxiang abandoned his dignity, stood up and said slowly, Lin Xiangya, just tell me, what do you want me to lend you the money? After Lin Xiangya finished laughing, she felt extremely relieved and waved her hand, saying, go away. What happened back then is over. We are no longer related. I am just smiling at you at most. Lang Mingxiang gritted his teeth, if you don't lend me money, I won't leave. Lin Xiangya was extremely disgusted and said, you are so shameless, do you want me to ask someone to drive you away? Lang Mingxiang looked at her eagerly and said, as long as you lend me money, I am willing to atone for my past sins. Bang! He slapped himself. The pain from before had not yet subsided, and now there was new pain. He came here with great determination and didn't want to leave until he borrowed the money. Lin Xiangya had no sympathy, only contempt. Long Mingxiang, you are very pitiful now. It was impossible for her to lend money, because if she lent the money, Long Mingxiang and Lu Wani would live happily. Wouldn't she be asking for trouble? After thinking it through, she would never borrow money. At this time, Lin Xiangya glanced at the message and said coldly, my son will be back soon. You have to leave if you don't want to. I will ask him to drag you out.
She had scolded him enough and vented her anger.
She didn't want to see Long Mingxiang again. Long Mingxiang frowned and felt very depressed. Is it still impossible to borrow money?
He shamelessly came to find his first love, gave up his dignity, but in the end he got nothing.
Is he going to return empty-handed? He was very unwilling and didn't want to leave.
Lin Xiangya ignored him, regained her ladylike demeanor, looked at Gu Ming, and said politely, "Gu Ming, what do you want to see me about?" Gu Ming put down the teacup, looked at the lady, and said seriously, "Madam, I am here to borrow money too.
I want to borrow 500 million.
Although Lin Xiangya was prepared, she was still a little surprised and said with a smile, "You are here to borrow money too?
It looks like our family will have to spend a lot of money today."
Their ancestors left behind a vow, passed down from generation to generation, about the Golden Dragon family. The Golden Dragon family once supported them and they needed to repay the favor. Long Mingxiang widened his eyes and stared at Gu Ming, feeling that he was coming for him.
Is he learning to borrow money from others? Where does he get his confidence from? Long Mingxiang wanted to see how Gu Ming could borrow money. Day.
There was a sound of footsteps. Lin Xiangya was somewhat happy, and her tone softened as she said, "My son is back."
Gu Ming, if you want to borrow money, tell my son.
Gu Ming looked around and saw a familiar face.
Gu Ming, why are you here? The visitor laughed.
Chapter 44, Take out the token of the Golden Dragon family and easily borrow 500 million.
This man is Wei Yunzi, Pan Zhirong's infatuated boyfriend. It's really lucky to see this guy here. Gu Ming smiled and said, "So this is your home?" Lin Xiangya was a little surprised and asked, "Do you know him?" Wei Yun said, "Yes, we met not long ago and we are friends." As he said that, he sat down next to Gu Ming. Wei Yun asked again, "By the way, Gu Ming, what are you doing here at my house?"
Lin Xiangya told her son one thing, Gu Ming is from the Golden Dragon family.
Ah. Wei Yun was moved.
He looked at Gu Ming carefully and said excitedly, "You are actually from the Golden Dragon family."
I never realized that. We are destined to be together. Let's shake hands. Good.
Gu Ming shook hands with him happily. Seeing that they seemed very familiar with each other, Long Mingxiang felt extremely uncomfortable. He originally thought that Gu Ming would not be able to borrow money, but now he has a sense of suspense in his heart.
Could it be that this guy can really borrow money? The friendly interaction between Gu Ming and Wei Yunhe made him feel shaken. He felt a little regretful. If only I hadn't offended Gu Ming just now. However, before entering the Wei family, a conflict had already broken out between them, and he even attacked Gu Ming. Although he didn't hit Gu Ming, he couldn't take back the words he had cursed at. Thinking of this, his expression became a little complicated. Gu Ming stated the purpose of this trip, "Wei Yunzi, I'm here to borrow money. I hope you can lend me 500 million to start a business." Wei Yun agreed directly, "Okay, we are friends, I will lend you 500 million, no problem." Lin Xiangya was more cautious and asked, "Gu Ming, do you have a token from the Golden Dragon family?"
This is no small matter, it involves the kindness of the Golden Dragon family.
She couldn't trust others casually.
At least she would need a corresponding token before she would agree to lend the money.
"Yes, I have."
Gu Ming took out several items from his bag and placed them on the table, namely, Golden Dragon Ring, Golden Dragon Order, Golden Dragon Flag and Golden Dragon Statue. Lin Xiangya put on her glasses and carefully identified the 4 items.
Wei Yun had a guess and said, "Mom, could they be the keepsakes of the Golden Dragon family?"
Lin Xiangya did not give an answer immediately, but examined it carefully, fearing that she would make a mistake. Gu Ming was not in a hurry and let her identify it. Lang Mingxiang's nerves tensed up and he stared at the 4 items.
"Where did you find this guy? Is Gu Mingjin from the so-called Golden Dragon family? Could it be that he was mistaken?"
At this moment, Long Mingxiang began to doubt his own judgment.
If Gu Ming is not an ordinary person, then why have I been so humble in his house for the past 6 years? He simply couldn't understand it.
In fact, Gu Ming only recently obtained these 4 items, which were given to him by Mr. Gu. After some identification, Lin Xiangya came to a conclusion and raised her head and said, "Yes, they are the keepsakes of the Golden Dragon family.
There are no fakes.
I have photos of the real ones, and they match these." Wei Yunzi smiled and said, "Brother Gu Ming, I didn't expect you to hide this identity. It must be much easier for you to be with Qin Mengyao." Gu Ming said calmly, "I still prefer to rely on my own abilities."
The identity of the Golden Dragon family is just a halo. Ha ha.
Wei Yin patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, I admire you more and more." Lin Xiangya said to her son, "It's up to you whether to lend the money or not." Her mission was accomplished. As for what happened next, she left it to her son. Now that her son has grown up and can take charge of the household, she just wants to enjoy life. Wei Yin said affirmatively, "Of course I lent it, because I trust brother Guming, and I also owe you a favor."
"I promised to thank you last time." Lin Xiangya couldn't help but ask, "What kind of favor is it?"
Wei Yin said gratefully, "Mom, it is thanks to Guming that Zhirong and I can be together."
"Oh." Lin Xiangya nodded, "I didn't expect you two are so destined to meet." Guming shook hands with Wei Yinza again and said, "Thank you, Wei Yinza. I am really honored that you believe in me." "It's nothing. This is what I should do. If you need any help in the future, you can always come to me." Wei Yun was sincerely grateful to him and did not forget to ask, "By the way, what kind of company do you want to start?" Gu Ming replied, "I want to open a clothing design company."
Over the years, he has learned many skills, and fashion design is one of them. In the Lang family's villa, there is a box of clothes he designed, hidden in a utility room. I wonder if Lang Bingqing has found it. Once, Lang Bingqing's skirt was torn, so she gave him some money and ordered him to buy an identical one. However, that style of skirt is out of print. Gu Ming couldn't buy it at all. Faced with such a problem, Gu Ming had to do it himself. He bought the fabric and made it himself, recreating the exact same skirt. A week later, Lang Bingqing got the skirt and was very happy, but she didn't ask much and just thought that Gu Ming bought it. From then on, Gu Ming fell in love with making clothes and he would design some nice clothes by himself. As for its size, it is of course based on Lang Bingqing's template.
There was no way.
There was no one else around him at the time, so he couldn't get other people's data. He also didn't want to use himself as a template, as that would be too conceited. Therefore, if Lang Bingqing wore the clothes made, they would definitely fit her well, not too tight or too loose.
This is also one of Gu Ming's secrets.
There is, of course, a reason for this. Lang Bingqing suffers from headaches, which occur every once in a while, especially at night.
Gu Ming couldn't rest early.
She had to wait until her illness subsided and she took medicine before she could sleep. During this period, he didn't want to waste time, so he secretly made clothes. He made a little each time, and after a few years, he had made a box of clothes. Wei Yun was puzzled. "I heard that you used to work for Lang's group.
Why don't you work in their field, but do fashion design?" Gu Ming admitted, "This is one of my interests. I am tired of their industry." Long Ningxian's face twitched as if he had been slapped. Gu Ming really wants to start a company? It's crazy. He felt that Gu Ming would not succeed. Why is this guy successful? Starting a business alone is reckless and will result in huge losses.
Here, Long Mingxiang didn't think highly of Gu Ming at all and thought he was just playing house.
But
he was also very upset that Gu Ming had actually borrowed money from him.
Is this kid lucky?
Long Mingxiang put aside his pride and went to look for his first love, but ended up with nothing. Gu Ming not only knew the other person's son, he also took out the token of the Golden Dragon family and easily borrowed 500 million yuan.
Thinking of this, Long Mingxiang felt very unwilling. However, what happened next made him regretful. Gu Ming asked, "By the way, madam, do you know where the Shu family is?"
They are also a member of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lin Xiangya smiled and said, "If you ask me about other families, I may not know, but I know about the Zhu family because my sister married into the Zhu family."
"We are old friends. Do you know Pinghui Bank?" "Pinghui Bank?"
Gu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the lady. "I know, it's a private bank in Pingcheng."
Could they be related to the Shu family? Without waiting for his mother to answer, Wei Yun couldn't help but reveal, "Pinghui Bank is owned by the Shu family.
It's very easy for you to borrow money from them." Gu Ming was somewhat grateful and said, "Thank you very much.
I will go to the Zhu family soon and ask them for money." Now,
Lang Mingxiang looked extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped hard in the face by reality. First, he did not marry Lin Xiangya as his wife, but her sister married into the Shu family and opened a bank.
If he married Lin Xiangya, would the Lang group still worry about having no money?
Second, he offended Gu Ming. He couldn't borrow any money at all, but Gu Ming borrowed 500 million casually.
That's not all.
Gu Ming still has to go to the Zhu family to borrow money.
He can probably borrow even more. It will be no problem to borrow 800 million or 10 billion.
Lang Mingxiang regretted what he had just done so much that he wished he could swallow back all those words.
Is it too late to bow to Gu Ming now?
Chapter 45. Lang Bingqing's eyes were filled with tears.
Gu Ming made a lot of clothes for her? Long family villa. The family's only servant resigned and the daughter became depressed again.
Now, Lu Wani can only take care of the chores at home by herself. She hadn't done these things for a long time and didn't know where the tools were. She searched for a long time but couldn't find them.
Lu Wani came to the utility room and was very depressed. Her husband was busy outside and she couldn't call him back.
She hopes her husband can keep the company, otherwise the family will be ruined. While looking for tools, she came across a box and tried to move it.
It felt heavy and she couldn't help wondering, what's in it?
Out of curiosity, she opened the box and was somewhat surprised by the result. Inside were pieces of new clothing, of very novel styles that she had never seen before. When I took them out and looked at them, I found that there were skirts, t-shirts, shirts, tops of various styles, and pants. They were all very beautiful.
In addition, there is also a notebook below.
When you open it, you can see the names of these clothes, such as autumn round neck women's top with wrinkle-resistant lace edge streetwear thin shirt and so on.
The date is also marked on the back. Lu Wani looked through the time and found that the time was all in these 6 years. Are these clothes my daughter's? Why are they here? Why haven't they been worn? With many questions in mind, she took some clothes and went to find her daughter. Bingqing, are these clothes yours? On the bed.
Lang Bingqing looked like she was about to die and had no hope for life. However, at this moment, her gaze turned to the clothes in her mother's hands. Her originally distracted eyes suddenly regained some brilliance, and her frozen heart gradually warmed up.
Lu Wani was a little unbelievable and looked at the clothes in her hands. Did they have any magical powers? Can these clothes save my daughter?
Maybe they can really help my daughter regain her confidence and have hope in life. She remembered the notebook and took it out immediately, saying, Bingqing, I found this in the utility room.
It's placed with these. Take a look.
Lang Bingqing opened her cracked lips and uttered a few words with difficulty. Mom, bring it here.
Lu Wani was delighted and handed over the notebook in her hand. Lang Bingqing's eyes became brighter.
As he stared at the words on the notebook, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, then spread across his entire face.
Gu Ming.
The next moment, tears welled up in her eyes, intertwining with the smile on her face.
She already understood.
Those words were written by Gu Ming, and she recognized them at the first glance. The familiarity with Gu Ming seems to be engraved in the soul. These clothes were not bought, but made by Gu Ming himself. She remembered because one of the skirts was similar in style to her favorite skirt, but it was different and more beautiful. In the past, she often saw Gu Ming hiding in the utility room, but she didn't ask much. At that time, she had a headache and didn't care about anything else.
Now I understand that Gu Ming is making clothes.
At this moment, hot tears washed down her cheeks, and her sealed heart opened up again, her blood boiling.
Did Gu Ming ever fall in love with her when he made these clothes? Gu Ming, I'm sorry.
Lang Bingqing felt extremely regretful and hated herself for not discovering the truth earlier.
Immediately,
she came alive, struggled to get up, stared at the skirt in her mother's hand, and said, Mom, I want to try on that skirt and see.
Very good. Lu Wani was overjoyed.
She was really happy that her daughter could recover, so she agreed directly, sure, you can wear whatever you want. She smiled and gave the dress to her daughter. Lang Bingqing felt weak all over, her hands and feet were soft, but she still insisted on changing into that skirt. When she stood in front of the mirror, she found that the dress was beautiful. The tear marks on her face had not yet dried, and her whole face looked very haggard, pale and sickly, but it did not affect her smile.
Gu Ming, I won't be defeated easily.
You made such a beautiful dress for me, so you must have had me in your heart.
I will do my best to win you back.
I won't give up on a relationship of 6 years like this.
This moment. The 6 years of living together day and night finally overcame the obsession with Bai Yueguang. The clothes left by Gu Ming became Lang Bingqing's motivation in life.
Although Lang Bingqing couldn't even stand steadily, she had a smile on her face and said, Mom, I need to eat and live well so that I can save Gu Ming.
I haven't lost yet. Maybe this is a test from Gu Ming.
After this incident, she learned to think from other people's perspectives. She felt that Gu Ming was testing her. After all, I punished him too much in the past, so it was normal for him to hold a grudge and want revenge. When Gu Ming's anger subsided, he forgave her.
As long as her daughter was fine, Lu Wani was happy.
She wiped the tears from her face, hugged her, and said with a smile, "Okay, Mom will cook noodles for you." Lang Bingqing came out of the desperate situation, and she was thinking about Gu Ming all the time in her heart. She tried on all the clothes that Gu Ming left behind, and they fit her perfectly. Therefore, she concluded that they were made by Gu Ming for her. The other side.
Gu Ming wrote an IOU to Wei Yunzi.
The other party didn't want it, but he insisted on writing it.
Wei Yunzi smiled and said, "I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you right away." Gu Ming said, "Thank you then."
Wei Yun laughed, "Nothing, bring Meng out to our house someday, have a meal together or something, we are all friends now." Lin Shanya agreed, "Yes, Gu Ming, bring your girlfriend here, and Azay, bring your girlfriend back too, let's see whose girlfriend is prettier."
Wei Yunzi sighed, "Alas, Mom, you want to compare again, there is nothing to compare." Lin Shanya glared at her son and said, "How can we not compare?
If your girlfriend is good enough, she won't be afraid of being compared."
Wei Yun didn't want to talk anymore, so he said, "Okay, we'll talk about it later." Snort. Don't try to escape. Bring him back quickly. I'll ask your cousin and his wife to come along. Mom, you're still thinking about these things. Of course, it's important.
Gu Ming felt that they, mother and son, were very happy, and the way they got along was a little funny.
You should feel happy to have a mother like this. After he finished his work here, he said goodbye to them and left the Wei family. "Bye, see you another day. See you some other time." Wei Yun sent him away and said to Long Mingqiang rudely, "Why don't you leave? Do you have any improper thoughts about my mother? Do you think you are worthy?"
Long Mingqiang felt uncomfortable.
He got nothing today. He looked at Lin Xianya unwillingly and had to walk outside.
He said, "Goodbye." He still didn't want to give up, as the company was on the verge of bankruptcy.
Now,
an opportunity was presented to him, which was to apologize to Gu Ming. Gu Ming can borrow a lot of money, and he will definitely be able to help him.
Lang Mingqiang felt extremely regretful, wishing he had not spoken foul language to Gu Ming before. It was hateful.
He was so angry at that time that he scolded Gu Ming. He didn't know if he could make amends. With a glimmer of hope, he went after Gu Ming.
Seeing Long Mingqiang leave, Wei Yunzi asked, "Mom, what is your relationship with this person?"
Lin Shanya didn't want to tell her son, but since he asked, it didn't hurt to tell him. She said, "Long Mingqiang and I were in a relationship. He was my first love."
Wei Yunzi looked at his mother's face and said, "Mom, you don't still have feelings for him, do you?" Lin Xianya said angrily, "What are you talking about? I only have your dad in my heart. That bastard Lang Mingqiang is down and out and comes to beg me. I can't even laugh at him, so how could I have any thoughts about him?"
Wei Yun took her mother's hand and smiled, "Mom, this makes me feel relieved."
Seeing her son's overly enthusiastic attitude, Lin Xianya asked, "What do you want to do?"
Wei Yunzi thought for a moment and said, "Mom, when Jiron comes, please give me some face and don't embarrass her." So that's what it is. I need to check her character first.
Character is more important than other aspects. Okay, thanks Mom. Outside.
Gu Ming was walking when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw it was Long Mingqiang.
"Gu Ming, don't leave yet."
Lang Mingqiang ran up to him and stopped him.
Gu Ming raised his lips and asked, "Boss Lang, why are you looking for me if you don't want to lead the Ling group back to its peak?" Chapter 46. You just spoke rudely to me, and now you are begging me to help you? Long Mingqiang stopped Gu Ming.
In order to save the company, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his face and said politely, "Gu Ming, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you here and hope you can forgive me."
Gu Ming smiled, "You and your daughter are really of the same character. Is this how you both apologize?"
The other party's apology was so insincere that he laughed out loud. Lang Mingqiang gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Ming, since you have been my daughter's husband for 6 years, please forgive me and just treat what I just said as bullshit." After so many years, it was really uncomfortable for him to put aside his pride twice in the same day. But now he has nowhere to go.
He almost forgot all the social etiquette he knew.
At the beginning of his business, he asked for help from people everywhere, attended various drinking parties, and made many connections.
Those efforts brought success to the Lang Group.
As time went by, the Lang Group opened up the market and gained a firm foothold.
Lang Mingqiang was also in high spirits and surrounded by many people. It was others' turn to curry favor with him.
After becoming successful, Long Mingxiang gradually changed and became conceited.
Some friends became distant as a result.
However, he didn't care and continued to do his own thing.
After many years, he no longer had many friends around him.
When the Lang Group was facing bankruptcy, he asked his friends for help, but no one came to his aid. The series of setbacks made Long Mingxiang sober up a little.
He doesn't have many choices left.
He turned to his first love for help because he was really forced to do so. Now, he turned to Gu Ming for help and refused to give up even if he was scolded. He looked at Gu Ming, his eyes revealing a hint of determination, and said, "You think my sincerity is not enough, right?" Bang! He raised one hand and slapped himself hard in the face.
"I'm an asshole, I shouldn't have scolded you."
The Lang Group is his pride, his confidence, and the glory of his life. Lang Bingqing is his daughter, and the Lang Group is as important to him as a child. His last bit of face is the Lang Group, and he must protect it. So, here he slapped himself in the face and admitted his mistake to Gu Ming. Gu Ming looked at his face, which had a red slap mark on it, showing that he had been hit really hard.
Gu Ming was not moved at all by this. Instead, he laughed at him. "Boss Lang, why are you doing this? I didn't ask you to hit yourself. It has nothing to do with me." Still not forgiven?
Lang Mingxiang made a stronger determination and said in a pleading tone, "Gu Ming, as long as you help me get through the crisis of Lang Group, I will let you be the vice chairman of Lang Group and give you half of the shares."
Puff. Gu Ming sneered, "Boss Lang, are you serious?"
Lang Mingxiang felt that he was wavering, and quickly said, "I'm serious, I'm not kidding you, we will be equals from now on, and you can remarry Bingqing if you want."
Equal?
Gu Ming chewed over these 4 words with a playful smile.
Lang Mingxiang nodded immediately. "Yes, we are equal. I am the founder of the group and you are the vice chairman. Your position in the company is equal to mine." However, Gu Ming waved his hand and said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Lang. The Lang Group is so good, I can't afford it, and I can't be the vice chairman. Forget it, we'll see each other again."
Having said that, he was about to leave. Lang Mingxiang was anxious and chased him again, saying, "Gu Ming, just tell me, what do you want me to do?"
Gu Ming thought of what happened before and said jokingly, "What did you say before entering the Wei family? Do you still remember?"
Lang Mingxiang clenched his teeth. It was difficult to say such words. But if he didn't say it and Gu Ming left directly, he would regret it. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about his face, slapped himself hard, and said, "I am a beast." After he said this, he felt extremely humiliated and regretful.
If he hadn't been impulsive and lost his mind before, what happened now wouldn't have happened.
The previous causes have led to the bitter consequences of today.
Ha 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 ha. Gu Ming burst into laughter.
The old man deserved it because he reaped what he sowed.
Seeing that he has borrowed money, you come to him for help? However, why did Gu Ming take action? What does the life or death of the Lang Group have to do with him? The current Lang Group is a pit, a pure negative asset. Do you think you can bribe him by painting a pie for vice chairman? Sorry, he doesn't want it.
Just now Lang Mingxiang said that he would bring the Lang Group back to its peak, and even said that he would make him kneel down and beg him.
How ridiculous Lang Mingxiang's face is now.
Gu Ming felt very happy and relaxed, laughing at the old guy unscrupulously. Lang Mingxiang had already done this, and felt his spine bent. He didn't look like a man, and his body and mind were suffering.
He pleaded, "Gu Ming, do you agree to take action?" Gu Ming restrained his smile and said with disdain, "Boss Lang, you are indeed a talented person, you are able to bend and stretch, no wonder you can succeed, it's a pity that you gave birth to a bad daughter. I will not go back, and I will never forgive you. I want to watch the Lang Group go bankrupt, watch you live on the streets, and watch you fall from a wealthy family to an ordinary person. Let reality teach you a lesson. You used to order me around, so why are you begging me now?"
His words were straightforward and hit the heart directly. After saying that, he turned around and left gracefully.
Lang Mingxiang's face twitched and he did not try to persuade her to stay because he knew it was impossible to keep her.
He regretted it very much. If he had discovered Gu Ming's talent earlier, this would not have happened. His biggest mistake was handing the company over to his daughter. At that time, he was very happy, but now it seems that it was a bad move and the beginning of all bad things.
Now,
Lang Mingxiang's body was trembling slightly, and he was in great regret. The world is so big, but no one is willing to help him. It's really sad. His face was filled with deep sadness, and he no longer had the bearing of a big boss, only a sense of loneliness. He turned around numbly and walked towards home. The hope of saving the Lang group is almost shattered.
In addition to sadness, his face also showed frustration, helplessness, and anger. Ah!
After walking for a while, he roared to the sky.
Why do you do this to me? Why did the situation become like this? Why am I enduring all this? I succeeded.
The frustration of reality ignited endless anger in his heart. He finally succeeded and became a wealthy man, but before he could enjoy it, his company was about to go bankrupt. Now, he is looking for the root cause, which is his own daughter. Although he loved his daughter very much, the deeper his love, the angrier he was at this moment.
He went back with endless anger. Long family villa.
Lang Bingqing smiled and said, "When Dad comes back, we must have a good discussion.
Let's go find Gu Ming together and ask him to come back." Lu Wani said, "Your father should be back soon."
Lang Bingqing took her mother's hand and said, "Mom, help me convince Dad."
Lu Wani agreed, "Okay, I'll listen to you this time."
She doted on her daughter very much. She had finally survived and couldn't let anything go wrong again. So, no matter what her daughter wants to do, she supports her. Gu Ming called Xuelin and said, "Beautiful Xuelin, let's meet tomorrow to discuss the custom contract."
"I'm already preparing to start a company." Xuelin smiled and said, "Sure, you have to bring your girlfriend." Gu Ming agreed and said, "Okay."
Xuelin complimented him and said, "You are going to be a boss so soon, and you have a girlfriend. You are really enjoying success in both love and career."
"Thank you, beautiful Xuelin. You will find someone you like too,"
Gu Ming said politely. They once had feelings for each other, but unfortunately missed it. Xuelin still felt a little strange in her heart.
As long as he was not married, there was still hope. Maybe one day Gu Ming will break up.
Here, Xuelin mentioned one thing: "I want to help Lang Bingqing with the lawsuit, and she asked me to help." Gu Ming treated her as a friend, so he reminded her, "Miss Xuelin, be careful.
This lawsuit is not easy to win. You may end up with nothing." Xuelin said, "Thank you, I understand." Hang up the phone.
Gu Ming called Qin Mengyao again because his girlfriend had just called him.
He said, "Hello, Mengyao, what's going on?"
Qin Mengyao knew her mother wanted to trick Gu Ming. She couldn't say it out loud, but she could hint at it. She said, "Gu Ming, you should be more careful in the future, especially when dealing with people around you.
You should be very friendly." Gu Ming was puzzled. Why?
Qin Mengyao said in a sweet voice, "It's nothing. I just took into consideration that now that you are a boss, you should be approachable and not forget your original intention." Gu Ming said, "Okay, I know, don't worry, we will go to see lawyer Xuelin tomorrow."
No problem. Qin Mengyao happily agreed.
Chapter 47. If I had known that Gu Ming was from the Golden Dragon family, I would not have chosen Bai Yueguang.
Long Mingqiang returned home with a rage.
His wife and daughter were there to greet him.
Long Bingqing smiled and said, "Dad, you're back." A few hours ago, Long Mingqiang received a call from his wife saying that their daughter was depressed, but she is fine now?
Looking at his daughter's lively appearance, he felt like he had been cheated. He was already very angry, so he slowly clenched his fists and glared at his wife. If it weren't for her call, he wouldn't have had a conflict with Gu Ming.
It's too late to say anything now. He hated them for deceiving him.
Lang Bingqing took her father's arm and said, "Dad, let's go find Gu Ming and convince him to come back."
Lu Wani agreed, "Yes, husband, let's go find Gu Ming. He still has thoughts about this family."
If Long Mingqiang hadn't heard what Gu Ming said, he would have actually believed them. At this moment, he exhaled 2 hot breaths through his nose, his heart was filled with anger, and his fists were clenched even tighter.
Lang Bingqing said, "Dad, don't you believe it?
I'll take out those clothes and show them to you."
"Sit down." Seeing her daughter walk into the room, Lu Wani said to her husband, "Are you angry? Who made you angry?"
Lang Mingqiang tried his best to hold it in, and said expressionlessly, "I'm not angry."
Lu Wani observed very carefully. How could she not know whether her husband was angry or not? She advised, "You are not in good health, don't get yourself upset." At this time,
Lang Bingqing took out a box of clothes and said happily, "Dad, these were made by Gu Ming. They were all made for me.
I like them so much. Let's go find Gu Ming."
Lang Bingqing hopes to convince her father that this time the whole family will go out and try to get Gu Ming's forgiveness at all costs.
But Long Mingqiang laughed, and his anger leaked out from his laughter.
If he hadn't had contact with Gu Ming, he would have really believed what his daughter said.
Gu Ming is going to start his own business, why would he come back?
Lang Bingqing didn't notice her father's abnormality and continued, Dad, if it really doesn't work, just give half of the company's shares to Gu Ming.
These words touched Long Mingqiang's nerves and ignited his anger.
He had done just that before.
But, is Gu Ming back? Following her daughter's suggestion would only result in Gu Ming scolding, nothing else.
His daughter's idea had been verified by him and was wrong.
Long Mingqiang stood up, furious.
He hated his daughter for not living up to her expectations, hated her for lying to him, and hated her even more for ruining the company. As a result, he endured too much after returning. I had to ask others to borrow money again and again, and was humiliated like a dog, and I couldn't even say anything back. He fell from the peak and suffered the ravages of life. And all this was caused by my daughter. He didn't educate his daughter well since she was little and couldn't bear to hit her.
Maybe he was wrong. Without education, there is no growth.
My daughter has grown up physically, but her mind has not yet grown up.
Thinking of this, he felt a bit ruthless and said, Bingqing, Dad will tell you something today. Lang Bingqing smiled and said, Dad, what's the matter? Lang Mingqiang waved his hand and said, Come here.
Lang Bingqing walked up to her father.
Next second. With a snap. She was beaten.
She was surprised and a little unreal that the person who beat her was her father. Why did her father, who always doted on her, hit her? Lang Bingqing felt a burning pain on his face, and his original smile disappeared, replaced by a puzzled expression. Dad, why did you hit me? Lang Mingqiang was already furious, pointing at her and saying, I am the master of this house, it is not your turn to teach me how to do things.
Lu Wanyi reacted and stepped forward to persuade him, Husband, please don't hit our daughter. Long Mingqiang was furious. He pushed his wife away and slapped his daughter, saying, Do you know that I met Gu Ming?
Lang Bingqing stopped smiling, stood there gritting his teeth, and said, Dad, what did Gu Ming say? Lang Mingqiang did not answer, but took a rope and said coldly, I have never suffered such humiliation in my life.
It is you who caused it. Lang Bingqing looked at her father stubbornly and stood there without moving.
Lu Wanyi pulled her husband and said, Bingqing, run quickly, I'll stop your father. Lang Bingqing shook his head and said, No, I won't run. Lang Mingqiang was furious and pushed his wife away again, saying, Get out of the way, or I'll beat you too.
Don't hit me. Snap.
He had already whipped his daughter with a rope and ordered, Get on your knees.
Snap. Lang Bingqing's body twitched and she was in great pain when she was hit. Plop. She knelt down. I will never go back.
I want to watch the Lang Group go bankrupt, watch you live on the streets, and watch you fall from a wealthy family to an ordinary person.
Lang Mingqiang spoke some words while beating. Is this what Gu Ming said?
Lang Bingqing knelt there and got beaten, not believing what her father said at all. No, I don't believe it, Gu Ming wouldn't say that.
Lang Mingqiang shouted loudly, Do you know that Gu Ming is from the Golden Dragon family? Golden Dragon family?
Lang Bingqing had no idea and looked confused.
Lang Mingqiang was furious and said, Do you know that Gu Ming borrowed 500 million casually by relying on the identity of the Golden Dragon family? Lang Bingqing was surprised. Gu Ming was hiding such an important thing? Do you know what's wrong? Dad, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have ignored Gu Ming, treated him as a servant, and chased him away. Lang Bingqing endured the beating and felt very regretful. If she had known that Gu Ming was from the Golden Dragon family, she would never have treated him like that. Lu Wanyi rushed over again, feeling extremely distressed, and protected her daughter, saying, Don't hit my daughter, if you want to hit someone, hit me.
Lang Mingqiang was so angry that he said, Your doting also plays a role. Next.
He beat both of them together.
Snap. Snap.
Each of them was whipped and hit hard. If he had not married Lu Wanyi, he would not have ended up like this. If he had married Lin Shangya at the beginning, he would have no idea how happy he would be.
He regretted it. I shouldn't have married Lu Wanyi.
It was a huge mistake in my life.
Look how outstanding Lin Shangya's son is.
Then look at your disappointing daughter.
In contrast, Lang Mingqiang regretted it even more. Lu Wanyi couldn't give birth to a son, let alone raise an outstanding son.
His whole life was implicated by this mother and daughter.
If he could go back to the past, he would marry Lin Shangya instead of Lu Wanyi. Now,
he could only watch others live a good life. The first love that was abandoned by him was very happy. He fell into great regret and self-blame.
And Lang Bingqing also regretted it.
Her state of mind is very similar to her father's. Gu Ming is actually from the Golden Dragon family. If she had known this earlier, she would never have driven Gu Ming away for Bai Yueguang. She shed more tears, more regret than pain. Her back was stained red with blood.
Lu Wanyi hugged her daughter tightly, hoping that she would not be hurt.
She had always loved her daughter more than herself. Both of them were convulsing and covered with bruises. Lang Mingqian was so angry that he threw the rope in his hand to the ground.
Lang Bingqing's face was covered with tears. She stood up tremblingly.
Her heart was broken. She looked at her father with strong resentment and said, "I will go to Gu Ming and seek his help. I will take responsibility for the mistakes I made."
Lang Mingqian stared at her and said, "Then go ahead, let me see what you can do. I will prove myself."
Lang Bingqing rushed outside.
Lu Wanyi burst into tears. "Look at you, you beat your daughter like this, are you happy?"
Happy?
Lang Mingqian also shed tears.
Even though he was a grown man, he was defeated by life. Lang Bingqing got the clue from Xu Elin last time, so she called Xu Elin and pretended to cry, "I have nowhere to go.
I have to go find Gu Ming." Xu Elin couldn't bear it and said, "I know where Gu Ming lives."
Lang Bingqing stopped crying and asked, "Really?"
"Real."
Xu Elin felt really sorry for her, so she told Lang Bingqing the location of the courtyard. Lang Bingqing hung up the phone and said excitedly, "Gu Ming, I'm here."